Friday it is. We are looking forward to a flat trade on the Nifty with the bulls being really wary. They need to save this level on the index to prevent a further downslide. But mid cap select index, the Nifty Pharma, the Nifty Healthcare, as also the Nifty are in strength, and that is where our focus will be. Look at stocks like Paytm, Naukri, and Swiggy from the internet space, and of course, stocks like Sun Pharma, Bharti, Airtel, as also Eternal and Bajaj Finserv from the Nifty space on the long side. Let's get our guest in and find out what the view is on Dalal Street. Mr. Arun Kejriwal, a very well known market expert and investor, joins us on the show. Namaste, Arunji. How are you watching this flare up in oil and again the rise in tensions in the Middle East?
Good morning to you, Shell, and also to your viewers. So, what is happening is most unfortunate. It's a tragedy that one man is trying to decide the fate of the entire world. I don't want to sound like a pessimist, but to make his personal wealth, he's playing the markets, he's timing the markets, and if you look at it just from his perspective, he's a shrewd businessman. He talks the market up and then takes it down with an action. Look at the timing of what he has done. Even as they were completing the formalities of burying the departed leader in Iran 125, 127 days after his death, and that's the exact number of days that the war had begun. America was back again to attacking Iran, and in a vicious manner, trying to show that he has the might and the strength. What he has ensured is a united Iran and their people who are now making death claims against Iran and Israel. It's most unfortunate that what appeared to be uh, peacefully passing off and a ceasefire in place is now again taking us back to square one.
Right. So,
Let's leave this as a backgrounder and get back to the market.
yes,
Today
sir.
is the last day of the week, Shell, and where do we stand? Nifty 300 points lower than last week's close. Sensex 1,000 points lower than the previous week. We have seen markets typically they are a little nervous on Friday, and any gains built up during the day tend to get paired as the day progresses. So, with that hangover, we'll be opening today. Result season has begun, and like everybody expects, that with 2 months of uh, or all 3 months of the war part of it, it's not going to be the best quarter that one could expect or imagine. So there would be pressure on the results. However, there could be pleasant surprises simply because if a company shows resilience, the market would pick it up and take it up quite sharply. Can I guesstimate some of such companies? Uh, Not quite likely, but the pharma sector seems to be one where you can put your money because it is something that is not indirectly impacted by the war.
Right, sir. So what we'll do is, Arunji, Abha also joins us. A quick view on TCS earnings from you, then over to her.
So, to be quite honest, I had a late night meeting yesterday, so I have not looked at TCS results. I wouldn't like to comment on it.
Fair enough. Mr. Kejriwal, good morning. I wanted to ask you, in terms of the underlying economic conditions when it comes to the domestic economy, what's your view? Because that's really an indicator of whether any of these global headwinds will cause, further or more accentuated pain going ahead, or whether we'll continue to be somewhat resistant to it. And also, in line with some of the other global equity benchmarks, earlier we'd underperformed, but do you feel perhaps in the second half of the year we will start to see that momentum come back?
So, good morning to you, Abha. You've asked a very interesting and pointed question. So, let's look at what is the Indian economy's strength and weakness in short. So, if you take out the two oils, the edible oil and the crude oil that we are dependent on to a large extent on imports, Indian economy is fairly balanced in the sense that uh, a large portion of what it produces domestically is consumed domestically. There are imports, there are exports of other commodities, but we are able to manage our internal affairs. Uh, what has happened in this dislocation because of the Iran-US war, we have been able to manage, say, about a month after the war broke out. So things have settled down. I'll give you another example of what I'm trying to say. Uh, the US imposed a 50% tariff on India. There was a big hue and cry that it would impact our economy. We survived. Some of the companies going public uh, in the intervening period, say the last 30, 35 days, have told us that their American exports continued and their buyers paid the tariff, knowing fully well that they did not have an alternative to buy from someone else. So, in a broader sense of it, the economy, the underlying economy, but for these two ponderables, that is the edible oil and the crude oil, we seem to be fairly resilient. And if you even see from a stock market perspective, we have been moving in a broad range of about 800 points on Nifty, 23,800, 24,500 on the upside, and moving around. Volatilely, yes, but moving in this range.
Arunji, you mentioned pharma in your opening comments. Where do you find strength at this point of time within the pharma basket?
So let's understand what happens in pharma. There is a large domestic consumption across the board from these companies. We also have exports from many of them. And you also have some companies in the value chain who are totally dependent on exports. However, you find plenty of comfort in the mid space or the mid cap space in pharma, and of course the biggies, simply because of their size and scale. And valuations, fortunately for us, in the mid cap, in the pharma space, are not overheated as of now.
All right. What are you making of the consumption story, particularly on the discretionary side, Arun? I mean, India's always counting on the consumption economy, but are you seeing any headwinds to that?
So, the last time I was on the show, Shell was talking to me about the monsoon, and let's see what the monsoon has done. We were crying for the rains, and when they came, in a mere 5 days, Mumbai has received 60% of the season's rainfall. So it's not that the monsoon has vanished, disappeared. It's more that the timing, the way it rains, is still decided by God and nature. So He has given you your water, but He decided to give it to you at one shot, which caught you unawares. It's resulted now in dislocation of cities and areas and flooding. So if you extend this further, what it means is that agriculture is not going to take a beating because there is water. Fortunately, because of the irrigation that has been done, some of the canals that are there, water for agriculture post the sowing will be there. The ground wetting that was needed with the rainfall has also started in most parts, and the monsoon has moved up to North India as well. So while there was a initial hiccup in the consumption story, we seem to be getting back on track. So while the uh, June quarter numbers that come out may not be the best, there could be some disappointment. The story will unfold in the coming quarters.
Arunji, again coming back to the broader market where you see value, apart from pharma, which is of course a domestic variation as well as some kind of predictability both in revenue as well as top line, what else interests you?
So let's understand renewable energy, people who are in the value chain in solar manufacturing, in the distribution, maybe in the EPC space of solar in particular. All these companies look very interesting. If you also look, people who are in solar power supply, so people who have put up solar parks and are selling power to consumers, industrial consumers, are in good stead, good space, and they seem to be making money hands over fist. Besides this, there are a host of companies in the engineering space who are doing niche products, who have their niche markets and are supplying primarily in the domestic market, some of it in the export. We have those typical three, four buzzwords in the market: defense, aerospace, railway. Now, these are people who have deep pockets and are able to spend money, who have large budgets. So, companies who are supplying to these three sectors all seem to be doing well. But if you are to summarize their activity, they are some capital goods suppliers, and many of them are components or product consumption items that they are supplying. So it brings you back to the theme of engineering. So engineering is another buzzword, but for want of a better word for trying to describe these manufacturers or companies, I'm using a generic term of engineering.
I actually want to talk more about metal, steel, cement, and that entire pocket, industrials, and why you feel that perhaps that's an area to look at going forward.
So, Abha, like I said at the beginning,
Yeah.
India, by and large, is a self-reliant company excepting two products. So engineering, steel, all of that industry is in fine fettle. Auto numbers were good. So consumption of steel, metals, cement, etc. is all good. But being the monsoon, cement demand would be a little low over the next 2 to 3 months. Your metal pack, but for the fact that it tracks LME prices and is therefore super volatile, uh, the production in the country, the consumption in the country, they are evenly matched. You don't have situation where there is a glut or there is a shortage. The companies are able to match the demand. Capex cycles have started in this segment as well, whether it is aluminium, whether it is copper, whether it is steel. And many of the bigger players have announced new plants that are going to come up, say, over the next 2 to 3 years. So I believe it's in fine shape and there would be action, but being a senior citizen, I would like to caution people that with the volatility, you need to have a strong heart when you dabble in these stocks.
Arunji, one space that has come up after a lot of correction in terms of price and time is the internet space. You see buzz on Eternal, on Swiggy, Info Edge, as also many other old favorites like Intermesh, Car Trade. So many names come to my mind. Where is value for a person who wants to buy into this space for 2 years?
So, a disclaimer at the beginning. I am not part of the internet crazy or Gen Z type of people who use a phone for virtually everything in their life. So I still believe in the Kirana store, or I still believe in walking up somewhere and getting my needs or expenses or purchases done. But the way internet is unfolding, companies which 4, 5 years ago seemed to be well ahead of time are now actually caught up, are with time, and are innovating as we talk. So this entire space is seeing huge revenue growth, and we also see new filings in the capital market for fundraise from similar companies, not identical, but in the internet space. So this is a hot item. Just one example that I could give you, uh, when when you had that first online uh, ticketing company which came, it appeared that one was more than enough. I think we now have 6, 7 listed players in the ticketing space, air ticketing, train ticketing, bus ticketing, and the number just seems to be growing. So there is appetite, there is innovation, and even in, let's say, a food delivery, Insta shopping, etc., because you have a Gen Z who is willing to spend, who is not concentrating on taking care of, say, the household needs, and wants everything at the, uh, what would I say, uh, at the click of a button, and they have that service. These companies are here to stay.
Overall, sounding incredibly positive, and I think a clean strategy as well to explore as one looks at the wider markets. When we are talking about some of these sectors, I also want to perhaps define whether or not we're looking at a sector as a basket, Mr. Kejriwal, or more for individual stocks, maybe broader marketplace versus the Nifty, or go ahead for the large caps, which are a little bit perhaps safer in this environment.
So, Abha, there are two ways to look at it. The the broader basket or the sectors are where you can look at. You need to drill down and find companies. In case you do not have the time or the initiative to do that deep dive into that sector, stick with size and scale. So stick with the biggies in that sector, because the biggies tend to perform better than the mid cap, small cap, because the chances of error in selection can be higher in a mid cap, small cap, and that can batter you if you make a wrong choice. Uh, Broadly speaking, you will have some companies not performing, but overall, not a great performance that we will expect in this quarter, simply because of the impact of war and people getting used to it. I think we have better times ahead of us, simply because we have weathered the storm, and we are now ready that this could be yet another long drawn war, or until there is a change of uh, regime in the US.
8:54, ladies and gentlemen. We are 6 minutes away from the pre-open on the last day of the week. Arunji, a view that you may want to offer on stocks such as Aditya Birla AMC, NAM India, now that SBI Mutual Fund is also coming up with its IPO. Is there something of interest in this space which is relatively better valued than what we already have in terms of record highs?
So the way to look at SBI AMC versus the listed players is that this is the largest mutual fund or AMC in the country. The difference between SBI and others is they have a large portion of EPFO money, passive investment like in ETF, etc. The reason why I'm highlighting this sector is the yield that the AMC earns on this AUM is substantially lower than what it earns on its, say, equity mutual fund portfolio, where it is managing it and it gets a substantial yield. Even the expense on such schemes is fairly low. So this makes the total AUM size, which is close to, I think, 30 trillion, 30 lakh crore, a little bigger than reality compared to the others. Therefore, the valuation matrix for this company also becomes a little more difficult. What is interesting from that meeting, which I happened to attend yesterday in Mumbai for the roadshow, was the way the growth is coming in India for the mutual fund and for the entire mutual fund industry from tier 2, tier 3 towns is amazing. I'm not sure how many of your readers would be aware that a new emerging center for investment in capital markets is now Lucknow. And you are finding amazing money coming in from Lucknow into the capital markets. It's based on the number of demat accounts, investment in IPOs, investment in mutual funds, etc. The reason why I'm highlighting this is it is moving away from the traditional Mumbai, Gujarat area where investment used to earlier happen. Now, India, we all know, is where it is in tier 2 and tier 3. If more such centers become active and money starts flowing to the capital market, capitalization of savings starts happening, the AMC business, the equity market business is just beginning to take shape. One other pointer that I would like to give you, a couple of years ago, there was a thought floated that India should have a sovereign fund to take care of the selling pressures and volatility caused by FPI selling in the Indian markets. Just imagine they have been selling a few, billions of dollars every year. And it is our domestic mutual fund industry which is earning its capital from investors who have been able to face that onslaught, and they are doing a fine job.
Okay, what we will do, ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 minutes away from the pre-open. Let's just take a final call on Arunji's stock picks. Arunji, in the last fortnight before we met, are there any additions to your portfolio that you've done for the long term?
So there have been a couple of IPOs which I've listed, which have taken my fancy. One such company which listed during this week, a couple of days ago, is NAC Packaging. It's a very interesting business. It makes that conventional packing, PP bags as they are known as. And to that, it does value add with lamination, printing, bottom stitching, and what you call pinch bags, etc., which are a interesting way to advertise your product when you store it in places like, say, the Walmarts of the world, where you are paying for storage space. So you get a six-sided display board effectively with your packaging. So that seemed to be a fairly interesting company. A disclaimer I would like to make: I had subscribed to the issue and owned some shares as well. So I think this is what is something that I have added since I spoke to you last. And of course, the InvITs and the REIT story continues. It gives you plenty of opportunities, even in this volatile market.
Okay. Arunji, just a bit of a pause on the markets. The pre-open is upon us. I'll join you shortly. So, a 150-point uptick on the Nifty, 350-point uptick on the Nifty. This will settle down. It's not going to happen that way. Let's look at the winners in the space. Dixon 10% higher, 14,824. This is the move that is coming in post the customs duty rejig that the government of India has initiated. Look no further than TCS. This is a space to watch post earnings, 1.2% higher. I'll pay attention to the other IT services companies also. Coforge, 1.5% higher. Wipro is 0.7% higher. Infosys, which is an index heavyweight, 2.7% higher post earnings. Remember, these are the companies that will now report in the wake of TCS. Persistent 0.5% higher. L&T Mindtree 0.9% higher. The Nifty is still galloping 200 points ahead, but this will settle down. A very quick look into NSE 500. You have strength which is coming into HFCL 4.8% higher. You have Sempro projects, no stopping this one, 1600, 3.2% higher. National Aluminium is in strength, 1.8% higher. Let's look at most actives, any gains. Yes, Blue Jet is something that Arunji has often highlighted, 1.5% higher, 583. Sun Pharma, what I marked, 0.5% higher. Let's look at the Nifty position. Top gainers, you have Infi, ICICI Bank, Dr. Reddy's after yesterday's accident is 1.2% higher. And you have M&M, Ultratech Cement, and Shriram Finance in top shape. Nifty still 175 points higher. It's looking good. Let's hope today's closes above 24,100. That will give strength on the weekly charts as also the daily charts. We'll be back shortly after a very quick break.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only
on
on India Today.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
only
on
on India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good morning, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take a look at the top stories at this hour. Vivo India has received government approval to form a smartphone manufacturing JV with Dixon Technologies, with the Indian electronics major set to hold a 51% stake in the new entity. NCR's housing boom is showing signs of a slowdown, with real estate sales falling 7% year-on-year in the first half of 2026. A widening gap between new launches and buyer demand is emerging across Gurugram, Noida and Delhi as affordability concerns push more homes beyond the reach of end users. India wants to move beyond being just a destination for global capability centers. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says the country's goal is to become a strategic leader in the global GCC ecosystem by driving innovation, next-gen technologies and enterprise leadership. India now hosts over half of the world's GCCs. Wall Street closes higher and remains on track for weekly gains, while Asian tech stocks rally, tracking strong gains in the US and in chip makers. Investor sentiment improves as oil prices ease, Brent at about 66, and President Donald Trump says Iran has reached out to strike a deal. TCS kicks off the Q1 earnings season with numbers largely in line with street estimates. Net profit slips 2.7% sequentially, while revenue rises 2%. The company says its AI business has reached a $2.6 billion run rate, backed by strong deal wins and global wage hikes. The rupee this morning at 95.26 versus 95.39 to the dollar, so strengthening just by about 13 paise. We'll take that. Any appreciation is, of course, positive for the currency. Now, we're joined by Shailendra Bhatnagar and Gaurav Sharma this morning. Gaurav from Globe Capital. Good to have you with us. Let me get Shailendra to just give us a technical setup. And I know that we're looking pretty much flat, but with a bump up today expected, Shail. So despite the midweek blip, it looks like we're going to be back on track.
Yes, Abha, and none other than TCS is driving this uptick, 2.7% higher, Infosys 2.3% higher. That's the most strength that we are seeing. HDFC Bank in the green and Reliance in the green. These are three of the most heaviest weighted counters. Count in ICICI Bank also in the green. So we are going to have a nice uptick today. Tech will lead, as also internet spaces. So keep an eye out on Eternal, Swiggy, Naukri, Paytm, and that ilk of stocks. And of course, a close above 24,100 would be most beneficial for this week, Abha.
All right. Gaurav, good morning. Let's talk about those TCS earnings. Pretty much in line, although slight miss on net profit. They have, of course, given some kind of indication of the deal pipeline going forward. What did you make of those earnings?
Very good morning, Abha and Shell. Thanks for having me today. So yes, it is the day for TCS. Company has reported reasonable set of numbers. There are certain key points to highlight here when we looked at their numbers deeply. Firstly, company managed to post a reasonable growth from their AI business. A 13.6% sequential revenue growth came in from AI that stood at $2.6 billion. Now, their AI business has started contributing to almost 8.5% of the total top line, which is a reasonable number. There is one more thing to understand when we talk about the AI business. Most of the contracts of the AI-led have a gestation period of about 1 to 2 quarters. So the company needs to add on to this business very quickly. Otherwise, volatility from this segment will be seen. In this quarter, the company also reported an exceptional loss. They booked a loss of 668 crores. That is due to a settlement of a legal claim. So that had a dent on its profitability, and it actually stood at 13,349 crores. So adjusting to these figures, this is a reasonable number that TCS managed to post. As I've already said, that AI-led things are volatile in nature. So most of it will depend on a quarter-on-quarter basis how much they are able to get in terms of new contracts, because they do not have an annuity kind of a nature. They do not have a recurring payout in that sense. Company also reported and gave a 12% dividend payout of 15th July as a record date for them. Overall, decent set of numbers from our side.
All right, that's the view coming in on TCS, and thanks Gaurav for an in-depth look at those numbers. I think it's important to have some of those key takeaways and also the progress on the AI front, and the stock is looking very strong in pre-open. We'll wait and see how it lifts the markets this morning as well. Just a couple of minutes to go. Gaurav, what are you making of the market momentum right now? FIIs have not fully back. Some meager inflows that have begun. But what's your prediction on that front?
I think even the slightest of the contribution for FIIs will take us into the green now. Markets have seen the bottom now. Rupee has started appreciating. The crude oil prices are hovering around a comfortable range. So these are better situations for India at large. With IT major TCS reporting reasonable set of numbers. See, we also have to keep this in mind. IT was the most hit sector all throughout the year. When the IT major kickstarts at this set of numbers, I think we have something to cheer about here. Let's see how the street takes it. That's a different question altogether, because sometimes even the street reacts in a different manner. Although we find comfort with these numbers, but again, things are different. So these are certain nook and corners we do have to always invest in. Pharma, healthcare segment, path lab business are some of the areas that are better suited even at the time when there is higher volatility.
All right. Now let's take a look at what is happening with SBI. They've announced the IPO dates for its subsidiary SBI Mutual Fund. The issue will open for retail investors on July 14th and close on July 16th. And that'll be the public market debut of India's largest asset manager. The company says the issue isn't about raising capital, but broadening investor participation. And we will bring you more of a conversation with the management and Shell a little later on the show post-market opening. We'll come back to that in a minute. But we have been talking a lot about Pharma and Shell. Top stocks to watch out for today. We're about 30 seconds to go from the opening bell.
Well, Abha, I'll keep an eye out on Sun Pharma, on NAM India, as also Aster DM and Navin Fluorine on the long side, and pay attention to the entire internet space post TCS. It's going to be a very, very strong day for IT. The index itself is up 2%, and TCS, by the way, has corrected somewhere like 57% from its all-time high.
and this is time for smart money to come into it. Abha.
All right, opening bell coming up on your screen. A few seconds to go there. Keep an eye on TCS. Let's bring that up first and foremost for you on your screens as we kick off trade. Market opening, good solid 200 points in the green this morning, 24,150, 190 points now. And TCS up about 3% this morning on the back of those earnings. As Gaurav mentioned, more or less in line, but it was the commentary that the market was eyeing, and that has been solid. The IT index is up 3%, primarily on the back of that. We'll, of course, pull up most of the stocks in that basket and take a look at how the sentiment is spreading across. Remember, TCS sets the tone going forward into results season. Outside of IT, we've got, all green on the screen, Infi, HCL, everyone running up on the back of the TCS earnings. And then we've got Shriram Finance, but otherwise it's IT all the way this morning. On the downside, let's take a look at perhaps a few that are sitting out, although on a day like this, it's tempting to just stick to the gainers. We've got Sun Pharma actually opening just about flat, as with Dr. Reddy's. Dr. Reddy's actually down 3% this morning. Let me pull that one up for you. And Tata Consumer. So very, very few losers though. Market breadth is definitely on the uptick. And Dr. Reddy's has said they're going to be delaying semaglutide supplies due to quality issues. And that's why the hit coming in this morning. The shipping disruption is likely to last until October. So they've paused on the weight loss drug. And remember, this was a major trigger for the counter. And that's why we're seeing that cut on DRL this morning coming in. Shell, what are you tracking?
Well, Abha, I'm tracking a lot of momentum on the markets. Look at the strength that we are getting on Infosys, 3.5% higher, Coforge, 3% higher. Let me just share the advanced decline ratio with you. 2140 shares in the green versus 543 in the red. It's a blowout on the Nifty IT index, 28,400 for you, 3.3% higher. Metals in top shape. PSU banks are coming back in focus. Nifty Bank a percent higher. So across the board, there is rally. Nifty IT index is now 915 points higher. Definitely, you'll see a 4-digit gain on the Nifty IT index, and a very, very quick look at the new highs in the market. They are Nuvama from the AMC space, Anand Rathi post its spectacular earnings, fresh record high, and Welspun Corp. Abha.
All right, a whole mixed bag of gains coming in there. Gaurav, you want to pick up on any of those stocks or themes before we dive into some of the other newsmakers?
Abha, I think State Bank of India is likely to gain momentum.
Okay.
When their subsidiary gets listed, they get value unlocking here. The State Bank of India holds over 61% stake in the mutual fund company. It is a reasonable sized company coming at with a whooping 11,000 plus crore IPO. So this is quite a big number. So this particular stock can be in focus, and we expect some upside coming into this space in immediate near term.
All right. In fact, let's listen into that conversation with DP Singh, the Deputy MD and Joint CEO, sitting down with Shell on the upcoming IPO.
The objective of the IPO is that when we become so big and we are, as I said, one of the marquee companies in India, and we have adopted capital markets as the pillar of growth for the country. I think most of the good companies should be listed so that the investors at large are benefited out of these kind of issues. And today, when there's a lot of demand from the investors, while entering into the financialization of assets, they are looking equity as an preferred asset class. But if good quality issues don't come in the market, then there will be demand-supply mismatch, and that will be a structural issue. And we have been nudged by our parent as well as the ecosystem that we should come out with the public issue so that we also become part of the capital market journey. As far as this is, since you all know that this is offer for sale, And see, both SBI and Amundi are selling their stake, and very honestly speaking, they didn't need money. They are not doing this IPO, this offer for sale for fundraise or something. They are having good enough strong balance sheets. But the only point was the proper valuations should come, and they should be public at large who should participate in these kind of issues. And today, when we are allotting these stocks, not only to the individual investors but to mutual fund companies also, then that also indirectly are benefiting the retail investor, because these whatever we will allot to the mutual fund companies, that will be put in these various schemes wherein the retail investor is investing money. So this was to bridge to the extent possible whatever we can do at our end. We are trying to do that, and we are extremely happy for that.
All right. Gaurav, I also want to get your take on Dr. Reddy's, with the hit coming in on the semaglutide launch for them, and given how much of a trigger this was for the counter. Could be a knee-jerk, but it's still going to be a disruption to business also, at least for a quarter. What's your take on that one?
There's a negative development, no doubt about it, and these are quality issues coming in, and they will have an impact. Further slides towards 1200, 1150 can also be seen in this particular stock. Therefore, caution has to be maintained. Traders, it is better, short-term traders should or maybe consider booking their positions. For an investor, a long-term perspective, they may still hold on, because these reactions do come in, and they are certain headwinds that always lie with the pharma space.
All right. Okay, let's also listen in to a comment coming in from the management of Novo Nordisk. Diabetes care in India also now set for major transformation. Patients who are currently relying on daily insulin injections may soon have the option of taking insulin just once a week. But the key question is, how affordable will it be, and will it be available across India or only in some key cities? Neetu Chandra spoke with Vikrant Shrotriya, Managing Director of Novo Nordisk India, on the pricing and rollout strategy. Let's listen in.
So, Vikrant, I want to understand from you, the obvious question that every patient will have is about the affordability. So, what will a weekly cost in India, and how does it compare with existing daily basal insulins? And you believe that pricing could become a barrier to adoption? What's your view?
And we are very sensitive player when it comes to India. We are one of the very strong players. We have been there for 40 years. And we have been very sensitive. And that is one of the reasons that every second person, in fact, in India, they use Novo Nordisk insulin. And that is fantastic, because it just gives us the moment of pride, whether it is the old human insulin or the first generation insulin, second generation insulin, and now a weekly will come. So we are trying to price it very nice. Actually, it is just rupees 2,611 for 700 units. Largely double than the normal pen actually which carries. So just to sum it up, it is 3.78 rupees per unit, which is significantly lower than the currently available second generation analog. So I'm very hopeful, and I feel very strong that more and more doctors could able to adopt it, more and more patients can initiate it when prescribed for controlling diabetes.
So can you also tell us what is the rollout plan? Will it be launched in metros before reaching to rest of the country? And what is your basically the plan? How are you planning to launch it in India and across regions?
Yeah, I mean, diabetes is not confined to, you can say, metro, mini metros, or, villages. It is there everywhere. In urban, of course, it is a little higher than the rural population. But we have got a plan for pan-India launch across India. We have got a very dedicated medical field force also, which will actually be communicating the benefit of this particular molecule to the doctors. And it's a pan-India rollout with our, what I call it, complete care cool chain, which has been established over the last 40 years. So I'm I feel very proud that India is actually the tier 1 country where we are launching this weekly, much more before than many of the developed nations. So I think it's a proud movement.
All right, so lots of buzz in pharma this morning. We've got a few minutes to go. Gaurav, let me also understand from you in terms of Q1, what else you're keeping your eye on? Would it be some of the earnings from the banks and financials? Would it be larger consumer trends? What are you going to be keeping an eye on?
Banking always remains our favorite bet. Yes, certainly we'll be eyeing at the PSU banking bank at the moment. It did underperform in the previous quarter. We are, although we remain optimistic all throughout, we are still optimistic on a certain PSU bank, SBI, Canara Bank, Indian Bank remain our topics. Apart from that, select metal stocks are on our radar, naming National Aluminium, Hindalco. They are our favorite picks. Certainly, we are expecting good sector numbers coming in from that area. One specific stock, Abba, I want to talk about is InfoEdge, Naukri. I mean, the kind of numbers, the business updates this company has reported is very much good. And we have credible reasons to believe that there is good room of an upside in this particular stock. Although it has rallied about 20 odd % from its recent lows and in just a couple of days. But we still find reasonable comfort in this stock. Their core revenue business comes from Naukri, which contributes reasonably, is up 17%. Other areas like 99 acres have also started showing recovery. Jeevansathi.com has lowered the loss by 50%. Their AI-led business is also improving. And on the top of it, the company sits on a cash balance of 4,963 crores, with which they have used flexibility for further investments as well as to scale up their platform business and also to reward their shareholders. Therefore, we believe that in the coming 2 to 3 quarters, this company has good potential to rise up towards 1,500, 1,600 odd zone.
All right, fantastic, and good to get a view in on that. It definitely has been one that has suddenly been emerging back in focus over the last few weeks. Shell, closing comments from you as well?
Well, Abha, strength in the market. The Nifty 50 index is now 200 points higher, and there are no surprises as to stocks that are pulling it up. It's Reliance contributing 29 points, ICICI Bank contributing 28, Infosys 18, HDFC Bank 17. So strength coming in there. And in terms of sheer volume breakouts, let's look at some good marquee names here. You have strength in New Gen and Blue Dart. These are all, Blue Jet Pharma. Very strong gains, 4.5% higher. MRPL, and of course, there is no stopping Kalyan Jewellers. Another 5% after yesterday's 19% uptick. Abha.
All right, that's the view coming in on the markets this morning. Do stay tuned. We'll have a lot more action for you during the day. 200 points up already, and we'll track how we close up for the week at 3 p.m. That's all from us for now, though. Gaurav, Shell, thanks for joining us, and we'll leave it there for now.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great start on Monday. The Nifty is 200 points higher, driven primarily by Reliance, the two banks, ICICI, HDFC, and of course, the blowout that we are seeing on TCS as also Infosys. Those are strengths that are there in the market. Let's overall look at the advanced decline picture that is upon us in terms of extreme strength. Look at the advanced decline ratio. Bulls running very smartly on the Dalal Street, 2,300 shares in the green, 470 shares are in the red. Out of 19 indices, 18 are in the green, led by the 500 point uptick on the Nifty IT index itself, 2% higher. Very, very strong advanced decline ratio across the board. Nifty 500 has 429 shares in the green. Small cap and large cap indices are also buzzing. Let's look at high beta stocks where you see lots of gains coming in. Look no further than the change that is coming into Karur Vyasa, 1.5% higher. You have strength in CDSL, 3% higher. Jewelers are in top shape. Look at Kalyan Jewelers, look at RBZ Jewelers. There is strength across the board when you look at spaces within the Adani setup. You have Sempro 0.5% higher. The PSU stocks are also in the green. MRPL 5% higher. Chennai Petro 4.5% higher. Hind Copper 3.5% higher. So that's the broader structure of the market. Kunal Parar joins us on the show to discuss what the charts are telling us. Senior Vice President for Technical Research at Choice Equity Broking. Namaste Kunalji and a very warm welcome. A view on the Nifty, 400 points higher today, 24,175.
Well, good morning, Sirji. And if you talk about Nifty, right now trading at 24,172, looks very attractive at present level. Yesterday, it managed to close above 24,000, and we are just seeing some following momentum after that closing. Now, at this level, one hurdle is there, it's a 24,200. Even earlier, Nifty faced the 7, afterward, we show some kind of correction. So at this level, if Nifty try to sustain about this 24,200, then further upside will be there even up to the level of 24,400 to 24,600. So at this level, Nifty has to sustain about this level. Whereas if we talk about support wise, then automatically that resistance has become good support for the Nifty, which is placed at 24,000.
Okay, 932. Let's look at the other parts of the market that are now in the green. We will be focusing on how thematic stocks are doing at this point of time. The percentage change on Zensar Technologies is 7% higher. Happiest Minds, all tech stocks in top form, 4% higher. You have strength coming in Maharashtra Bank, 1.9% higher. And of course, HFCL, after winning that 400 crore rupee order, Himachal Futuristic is 1.8% higher. How are auto ancillaries performing? You have strength in Electra Green, 3% higher, 1439. JK Tire is 2.5% higher. Let's look at the hotel space. They were also in top shape a couple of days ago when the India Tourism Index gained in strength. Nothing much to talk about hotels today. Let's look at the defense pack. I'm just doing a broader market check. You have Apollo Microsystems, 412, 3% higher. Midhani, 1.5% higher, 416. Idea Forge, BEL, BEML are all buzzing with gains. That's the broader structure of the market. Let's get back to Kunal and take his view on stocks within the Nifty. A view, Kunal, on Bharti Airtel.
Well, if you talk about Bharti Airtel Selji, right now stock is trading somewhere around 1910, down by 1%. But nothing to worry about this counter because of this downside momentum. Stock has a strong support at 1840, and any fall up to the level of 1875, that would become a good buying opportunities for creating a short-term position with strict stop loss of 1830. Now, if you talk about target wise, then first target comes with 1960. Afterwards, even it may march towards the level of 2030 as well. So yes, any plunge up to the level of 1875 would become a good buying opportunities.
Okay. Let's look at the time now. which is 934, as also other gainers that are there in the market. I would like to look at strength, which is now coming into the mid cap space. Let's look at gainers in the mid cap 100 index, ladies and gentlemen. That will give you an idea about how strength is moving across markets. BHEL 3% higher, 393. Dixon Technologies, we have to mark a JV with Vivo to set up a phone manufacturing unit, and of course the earlier moves for the government by the government to reduce customs duty on select electronics items as helping Dixon no end. Paytm I have already marked 2.7% higher, 1237. Let's get a view from Kunal on Paytm. What are the charts telling you at 1297 on Paytm, Kunal?
Trading at 1295 by a 2.5%, giving some kind of confidence and conviction as well. Stock has already been a breakout of its previous stock, which was placed at 1224, and the way stock is trading over 20 plus 50 days moving average, we may see some further march toward the northward direction up to the level of 1365 to 1400 level. But this is not the level where one can get into stock for creating any fresh position, because risk reward is not that much of favorable. But yeah, if you have this stock in a position, you can hold this position.
Okay, okay. What else, Kunalji, is catching your attention?
Well, one stock is there. It's from cement sector, commodity sector. Stock name is Ramco Cement. No doubt it's a monsoon season, so ongoing infra activity is going to be like at a very low space. But yeah, technically this stock looks very attractive at present level. Right now, Ramco Cement is trading at 930 level. If you talk about its daily chart and hourly chart, looks very attractive and it gives some kind of confidence. Right now, stock is trading at 932. One can get into this stock at present level with strict stop loss of 905. And if you talk about target wise, I think first target comes at first the formation. It's a 949. And if stock break this level, then further upside would be there up to the level of 980. So Ramco Cements looks very attractive at present level during this market condition.
Okay. Let's look at how stocks are moving. Look at Titan and Shriram Finance. These are stocks within the Nifty which are in good shape. Shriram Finance actually showing signs of extreme strength. There is the stock at 1046. Yes, this one will move fairly strongly. Kunalji, charts of Shriram Finance, what are they telling you?
Well, right now trading at 1046. It looks very attractive because the stock has already given a breakout of its previous stock, which was placed at 1040 level. But yeah, one concern is that stock has to sustain above 1050 to 1052. If stock sustains, then further upside would be there up to the level of 1090, and top of it, it may further march towards the level of 1120. So one has to wait to get the confirmation after this 1052 level.
Okay, okay. So that's the game structure that is there in the market as far as Shriram Finance is concerned. Let me point out other winners that are doing pretty well. M&M Finance is also at 343 in strength, but in terms of sheer best performer stock, it could only be Shriram Finance. Let's also look at other percentage gainers. 129 rupees higher. Amber Industries 129 rupees up. Persistent, Indigo all in strong gains. Any moves that could be seen? Yes, Indigo. You have a strong move coming in at 5301. This is 71 rupees higher. What are the charts of Indigo telling you?
Right now, stock is trading at 5300 up by 1.5%. Stock is trading at very good level and it is trading above previous stock, which was placed at 5245. But yeah, again, a small concern is there. It's an opening range ORB, So stock has to break this 5328 level. If stock breaks this level, it happens so, then even stock may march towards the level of 5432 to 5500. So no doubt stock looks very attractive at present level, but stock has to sustain above this 5328 for good spurt in meantime. So one has to keep an eye on this 5320 5330 level.
Any strength within the banking space which is catching your attention? What are the charts telling you?
One stock is there which looks very attractive. It's HDFC Bank. Now, since the last many days, I have been keeping an eye on this HDFC Bank trading at 824. Stock has already given a breakout of its range bound momentum and successfully trading above this range. And previous resistance was at 807 level. So right now stock is trading above this level. So it's a perfect stock, perfect level, perfect candidate for not only for trading perspective but also for portfolio creation. Right now stock is trading at 824. One can get into the stock with strict stop loss of 800. Simple side we will keep SL at 800. If you talk about target wise, the way stock is trading on its daily chart, first target comes at 845. And if stock break this level, then further upside would be there even up to the level of 875. So amongst the other private plus PSU counters, I think HDFC Bank is good for our traders and investors.
Okay, 941, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at some other winners in the market, and it's Axis Bank 1.7% higher. You have strength in Hindustan Unilever 1.5% higher, and a very strong move coming into Infosys now almost 1.8% higher. Kunalji, your favorite IT stock?
Well, no doubt, right now IT is trading up by 2%, but I am not focusing at all on these IT counters because it is giving me some kind of shallow rise strategies only. Not TCS is up by 2%, Infosys is up by 2%, but one has to avoid these IT counters. If anyone is having a view of more than 4 to 5%, 4 to 5 years only, it's ultra long term, then only IT counters looks attractive. But I'm not suggesting to go get into this stock even for long term or medium term. So it's from my side, it's shallow rise strategies. If anyone is getting a good profit in near term, one has to book profit at this level.
Okay, 942. Kunalji, thank you so much for your time. We'll be back shortly in terms of how the markets are working. A final view here, 242 points higher on the Nifty, 24,205 is with us, and that's the day's high, 1 percentage points higher on the Nifty. The second 15-minute candle is moving up, and that itself is strength. Let's also look at the other parts where you see lots of good moves coming in. Paytm I have highlighted since morning, now above 1307, 3.5% higher. You have Coforge and Persistent 2.5% higher. Let's look at volume that is into the market. Kalyan Jewelers 7% higher, 1481. Very strong moves coming in. TCS 2% higher, 2092 post earnings. Infosys 1.8% higher. Dixon Technologies 8.7% higher. HDFC Bank and DLF in strength. We'll pause it here, ladies and gentlemen, and hope for the best for the market. Friday is turning out to be super good for equities, and let's hope it continues that way. Thank you for your time. We'll be back shortly.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television. Ladies and gentlemen, the IPO pipeline is thick and strong, and it's quality issues that are offering themselves up for subscription to the retail investor. In the pipeline, ladies and gentlemen, is SBI Funds Management. The issue will be opening shortly, and joining us on the on these discussions are Mr. DP Singh, Deputy Managing Director and Joint CEO at SBI Funds Management, and of course Mr. Srinivas Jain, Executive Director at SBI MF. Mr. Singh, namaste and a very warm welcome, sir. This is a landmark as far as the largest AMC in India is concerned. How will life change for SBI Mutual Fund once it gets publicly listed? Are you looking forward to the event?
Of course, Mr. Bhandari, we are looking for the event. We are very excited, and this is something which we were looking for a long period. In fact, this is culmination of what we all have done together for the last 20 years. And we reached the level, we reached the pole position 7 years ago, and we are continuing to be at the pole position. And God willing, will for all the times to come, SBI Mutual Fund is going to remain on the pole positions. And we are very excited for this historic moment in our history.
Mr. Singh, SBI Mutual Fund is India's largest AMC. You manage somewhere like 13 lakh crores in debt and equity, and of which 9 lakh crores is equity. What are the objects of the issue, and how do you think will the market welcome this marquee FPO from your side?
See, I'll make one correction, sir. Out of 13 lakh crores, we have 10 lakh crore in equity-oriented funds, not 9 lakh crore. That is number one. And two, see, the objective of the IPO is that when we become so big, and we are, as I said, one of the marquee companies in India, and we have adopted capital markets as the pillar of growth for the country. I think most of the good companies should be listed so that the investors at large are benefited out of these kind of issues. And today, when there's a lot of demand from the investors while entering into the financialization of assets, they are looking equity as an preferred asset class. But if good quality issues don't come in the market, then there will be demand supply mismatch, and that will be a structural issue. And we have been nudged by our parent as well as the ecosystem that we should come out with the public issue, so that we also become part of the capital market journey. As far as this is, since you all know that this is offer for sale, and see, both SBI and Amundi are selling their stake, and very honestly speaking, they didn't need money. They are not doing this IPO, this offer for sale for fundraise or something. They are having good enough strong balance sheets. But the only point was the proper valuations should come, and they should be public at large who should participate in these kind of issues. And today, when we are allotting these stocks, not only to the individual investors but to mutual fund companies also, then that also indirectly are benefiting the retail investor. Because these, whatever we will allot to the mutual fund companies, that will be put in these various schemes wherein the retail investor is investing money. So this was to bridge to the extent possible whatever we can do at our end. We are trying to do that, and we are extremely happy for that.
We are also joined by Mr. Srinivas Jain. He's the Chief of Strategy for Digital and Technology and the Head of Investor Relations. Mr. Jain, can you throw some light on how sales and income at SBI Mutual Fund have moved over the last 3 years?
And I think thanks for giving us this opportunity. Like Mr. Singh said, I think we have built a fantastic franchise. Last 3 years also has been an amazing year for us in terms of a profit pool growth. We've seen a very good profit growth for this company. While, of course, AUM continues to be strong, we have a very strong market leadership, like 13 lakh plus crore of mutual fund asset. We have another close to about 15 lakh crores worth of portfolio management services business. So we built a very strong franchise in terms of the business. As of December, when we did file the DRHP, we were almost 30 lakh crores in assets across mutual fund and portfolio management services and alternative assets that we managed. While we build a strong business, we've also built a very strong, profit book. In last 3 years, we are one of the fastest growing asset manager among the peer group. We've been continuing to grow business across the board. Margin expansion is also a very interesting, story of in the last 2-3 years. We've not only grown profit pools, the margins are also going up significantly year over year. So these are very good structural trend for a company which is now getting listed for opportunities for investors to benefit from.
Mr. Singh, this question is aimed at you. Already you have 102 funds and the business is remarkable resilience in terms of monthly SIPs as also the kind of returns that have come up. ETFs, you are the largest player. SBI's Nifty ETF, 2 lakh crores. Sensex ETF is 1 lakh crores. What are the new fund offers in the pipeline, or is your portfolio complete?
Srinagar, see, as far as first, let me clarify these 102 schemes are there because there are a lot of close-ended schemes in this. The close-ended schemes are like FMPs, etc., which are for the fixed period, which will eventually get mature, and the number of schemes will come down because further FMPs are not coming in the market. There was a period when FMPs were very tax efficient and very good. People are putting a lot of money now. Since the tax efficiency in the fixed income product is gone, there will be no replacement of these FMPs, and over the period of time, this number will come down. Eventually, the number of schemes will be as per the categorization as put in by SEBI. Every category will have one fund for all the mutual funds. So will be the case in case of SBI Mutual Fund. Only differential is where we can have some thematic fund, but SBI Mutual Fund is fully aware that we'll come out with a thematic fund when we are very, very confident that one, this theme is scalable, this theme is good for the investor, and in this theme we'll get sufficient number of good companies where the investment can be made. We will not do it for the heck of acquiring AUM. There was a period in the market when there was a traction for the NFOs, but today the investors at large have evolved and they are not looking at that rupees 10 NAV scheme is good for bad. If the scheme is good, the objective of the scheme is good, it looks that is going to give good return, then thematic will come. But otherwise, in most of the categories, we are already there. 2 or 3 categories which SEBI recently announced, like SIF you talked about. SIF, there are 6 categories. We have already come out with one. We may come with the other categories over the period of time. Plus, there is a equity balanced hybrid fund, which is 50% equity, 50% debt kind of thing. That is another area which is in the pipeline. But other than that, when there will be no more NFOs, there are life cycles fund. Out of life cycle fund, there are 2 children benefit and retirement, which in any case are there. Further life cycle funds, so when we'll do some deep dive and looking at the demand and the potential, which we feel that will be very, very big, but we will come out with those over the period of time. But there's nothing that we are going to do all these things in the next 3 months. We will do it at the opportune time because the existing funds are doing so well. We would like to attract more and more investors into the equity schemes and equity hybrid scheme. And being the prodigy of SBI, we would like to push more of the hybrid funds rather than the active equity funds for the first time investors in the country.
Mr. Singh, this is a question aimed at you. How much do you think will the market value SBI Mutual Fund at? ICICI AMC is valued at 1.5 lakh crores. HDFC AMC is valued at 1.1 lakh crores. Because SBI is bigger than them, the mutual fund business, what is your ballpark estimation of what the listing market capitalization will be?
See, we'll be announcing the price range by tomorrow. But what we have is, generally, I will tell you that we are number one. We are the largest. We are fastest growing. So market should give us the value. But at the same time, we are conscious of the fact that we have to leave some money on the table for the investors who are going to join the bandwagon of this IPO. So for that purpose, though, yes, you said ICICI 1.5. And HDFC 1.1. So those are reference points, but we'll be having somewhere average of these two, and we'll see that how we can create wealth for the investors who are joining us. That will be a guiding principle, but exact valuation will let you know by tomorrow.
Okay. Mr. Jain, this question is aimed at you because you are looking at investor relations part. What has been the feedback that you've got from institutional investors?
Shailendraji, the feedback has been phenomenal. We were on a road show across India and, of course, on the world. And I think our initial response has been very, very good. We've got huge interest on the anchor book. We've also will be having some kind of a pre-IPO coming soon. So I think what you will surely see is the institutional piece is going to be very big. The retail roadshows will start tomorrow as we go and meet retail brokers and retail investors. We expect that also to be equally big, commemorating our retail business scale that we've been able to build. Obviously, all over the world and in India, people are looking for this for a while. I think it's hopefully going to be a very good IPO as we come close to it.
What has been the feedback from local retailers, local institutions?
I think the local institutions are waiting for this product. I think one, like Mr. Singh said, there is definitely there has been a little bit of a dry market for IPO for a while. This is one of the largest IPOs to come in recent times and a fairly big IPO at it. We have been chased by many of the mutual funds and large institutional investors to participate in our IPO. And I think both domestic investors and global investors would be very large investors in our IPO book. But retail, obviously, we can only judge when the roadshow begins, and more importantly, on day one collections and day two collections and day three collections when the IPO opens. But again, based on every feedback that we have got, this is a marquee IPO, and a lot of investors are looking forward for this.
Right. On that note, Mr. Singh and Mr. Jain, thank you so much, and here's wishing you all the best for a wonderful listing. And now we'll be meeting very, very frequently. Welcome to the treadmill, Mr. Singh. Quarter se quarter tak is now the destiny of every listed company. We wish you all the good luck in answering questions from all journalists and all analysts. And here's looking forward to your listing as much as you are.
Thank you. And we also look forward for your questions in the quarter on quarter like this. Thank you, Saranjit.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. D.P. Singh, Deputy CEO at the SBI Mutual Fund, and Mr. Srinivas Jain, looking after investor relations and digital strategy at the fund. The FPO should be out shortly, and it's a highly awaited IPO offering by the market. Thank you so much. Hello and a warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. After the problems and the spike in volatility yesterday because of what Mr. Trump said,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. Well, on the session today, we're looking at a sharp rebound in the markets. The Nifty is back up above 24,200 odd mark. We're looking at all the sectors of the Nifty contributing to the gains today, largely led by the metals and the IT pack. We're also looking at the broad markets also supporting the sentiments. 250 point of a jump right now on the Nifty. Let's see how things really pan out from here. All eyes, of course, remain on TCS after its quarterly earnings. Brokerage houses are remaining divided sharply with target prices ranging from a low of 1,800 to all the way up to 2,450. So is the street turning cautious on India's IT bellwether? Or do long-term investors still have a reason to stay optimistic is something that we will decode for you. We will also be decoding JP Morgan's bullish initiation on Lenskart. The brokerage sees up 16% upside onto the stock, backed by strong growth runway. We're looking at rapid store expansion, premiumization, and a robust outlook as well. Of course, among the other stocks, Dixon Technologies is also in focus after the government has cleared its joint venture with Vivo. We'll tell you why analysts believe this removes a key overhang and could unlock about 30,000 crore rupees of opportunity for the company as well. We're also looking at a recently listed stock that is bringing a surprise. The board is set to consider a stock split just days after getting listed. So we'll discuss what this means for the investors. This is, of course, from the cruise space, waterways that we are talking about, and of course it's also a strong day for the commodities. Copper prices are rallying and industrial metals are gaining momentum as well, and strong Q1 price trends are also indicating supportive earnings for metal companies. So we'll discuss all of those pockets for you in this upcoming session today. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have with us Mr. Chokalingam joining in, Mr. G. Chokalingam from Economics Research with us. Warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you so much for taking the time out. Good morning. And first up, on the markets itself, there was a sharp knee-jerk reaction when Trump threat again deterred investors from putting in fresh money because of fears of once again the war getting started, between US and Iran. But the markets have rebounded pretty smartly after that. What are you making of the current sentiment on the D Street, and where do we go from here on? We are already at 24,200 again.
For the last 6 months to 8 months, or even 1 year, we have seen Mr. Trump, reversing frequently his own stand. Both were evident from the tariff war as well as Iran war. So that is why market is not taking him seriously. Yes, day for yesterday the market reacted in a panic mode. But according to me, that fall should be decomposed into two parts. One, in 3 months, small cap index went up substantially. A lot of small cap stocks went up even 20 to 30, 40%. So there was, profit booking waiting to happen. So when this fear came, there was a sudden rush to, book profits. So I would not attribute entire over 2% fall to Mr. Trump's statement. So that was evident from yesterday. There was no positive development, still market rebounded. Even today it is rebounding. So the point I am saying is that the war cannot last for long. And because 35 countries which applied pressures in the earlier, at the peak of the intensity of the war, they would once again come back and apply pressure on both Iran and the US, to come on negotiation table. So I don't think that's going to be a major risk. And secondly, the domestic factors are very strong. In fact, it is very surprising to see that the cumulative rainfall deficit was as high as 42% on June the 30th. And as I am speaking now, the cumulative rainfall deficit has come down to just 14%. So more than 75% of the subdivisions have received normal to excess rainfall. So more than the external factor, according to me, this tremendous positive development has contributed to rebound of the market. Otherwise, the economic factors are very strong. It's surprising to see that goods export also rebounded in double digit for Q1, according to the government sources. So a lot of good things are happening. I'm pretty confident that the Sensex and Nifty will rise another 3 to 5% within 2 to 3 months time frame.
Okay, let's start understanding on the IT sector and TCS numbers as well. How do you view the company after the numbers have been reported as well? What do the earnings say about the IT sector's outlook? Let's focus on that. Particularly on TCS, we are looking at a 2% uptick that's actually coming in as far as the reaction to the earnings is concerned. We saw a revenue growth of about 2.2% sequentially. Profit, however, declined by 2.7%. Margins have improved about 130 basis points there as far as the consolidated sequential earnings growth is concerned for TCS. But we're actually seeing a sharp division when it comes to the brokerage houses, updates after the company has reported its numbers. We've seen Jefferies say an underperform rating with a target price of 1800. Citi has a sell rating and 1825 kind of a target. Goldman Sachs, however, is looking at a buy rating with a 2370 target, and JP Morgan is overweight with a 2400 target. Kotak Securities has a buy rating with 2450 target coming in. Let's try and decode that for all our viewers there. And Mr. Choklingam, first up, if you could help us understand on the earnings fine print, do you believe that it's not as bad as what the state was fearing in terms of the key numbers that have actually presented? And what does it indicate for investors' approach to TCS going from here, because the stock is already depreciated quite a lot in the run-up to the earnings?
Yeah, it's not as bad as expected, but thing is, I always put it in a historical perspective. Whether you take a, 5 year before or 15, 20 year before, the one thing is very clear: the wealth creation story is over, because on a larger base, the industry, also the large players like TCS, they are struggling to grow consistently on a year-on-year basis. The revenue and profit in double digit. So which is also evident from the bottom line results. Yes, revenue growth in double digit on year-on-year basis, but partly would have been benefited by rupee depreciation. But in dollar term, I don't think these companies can post a strong double-digit growth. That story is over. So, but of course, to be fair to the stock price, this is down substantially in the last 2-3 years. So, therefore, tactical possibility is there, or tactical opportunity is there to make anywhere 10 to 15%, because they are beaten down a lot. The rupee has fallen a lot, which is slightly favorable to the IT service companies. So, therefore, short term, yes, one can consider buying for a possible 10 to 15% return. But otherwise, if somebody is thinking of consistent, steady wealth creation for next 1 to 3 years, in my view, that is most unlikely.
Okay. And for the rest of the IT sector, what's your own expectation once the stage is already set for TCS? What is your own expectation for this quarterly earnings?
Similar expectation for even other large IT companies, because the large companies cannot deviate substantially from industry growth considering their size. But still, I prefer Infosys because there are a lot of initiatives taken in integrating AI with their service platforms. So that gives me a little confidence. So that also I am not recommending for wealth creation. It is tactical opportunity in the short term. Otherwise, one or two select mid-cap IT stocks one can consider, because what we saw from 2014 to 2019, when the industry was struggling, there were a lot of acquisition happened. So I expect further move towards consolidation of large IT companies, considering acquiring small and mid-sized IT companies, because organic growth is limited. So to that extent, investors can look at the small and mid-sized quality companies with a good balance sheet and credible management, which are trading at around 1 to 1.5 times the enterprise value to annual IT revenues.
Okay, let's actually shift focus to some of the other key stocks that are on brokerage houses' radar. We'll start off with Lenskart from the eyewear space. JP Morgan has initiated coverage here with an overweight rating. It's set 635 kind of a target that nearly applies a 15-16% upside from the current levels. They talk about scalable model is seen driving the long-term growth. They're talking about India's eyewear market offering strong opportunities at this stage. The tech-led strategy, which is building durable competitive edge in the same segment as well, and how they're talking about how the store count is seen crossing 5,600 by FY30. They're talking about premium products to boost revenue growth as well. Your own suggestion on how would you look at Lenskart so much has changed by way of how most of these brokerage houses are witnessing and looking at Lenskart. There was a hot debate before the IPO came in that the valuations are too steep. The stock underperformed initially, but then rebounded substantially. And now we are seeing just within 6 months to a year of getting listed, more and more brokerage houses are initiated bullish targets on the company, talking about how there is a lot of upside still left, given the scale, the competitive edge, and the technology edge that the company has in the same segment. How would you look at Lenskart right now?
See, achievement is credible. Last year, CAGR profit growth is almost around over 100%, no doubt. But with my learning over last 3.5 decades, one thing is very clear that arithmetic has got one beauty. That is, when the base grows much bigger, the rate of growth obviously comes under tremendous pressure. That is evident from the IT sector. In 90s, the base of IT export was 4 to $8 billion in the mid 90s or early 90s. That became $200 billion. So apart from all economic factors, the single most reason for IT sector to grow in over single digit in dollar term is that base. So now if you look at the Lenskart in 6 years, almost tenfold rise in the revenue. So I doubt whether this kind of super growth on the top line can be maintained. I may be wrong, but I have my own doubt because I believe this arithmetic limitation will start playing. And also the return ratios, ROC, ROE in single digit, and valuation is also over 190 PE, which gives you close to 2 PEG ratio. So considering all this, I believe it is fairly priced. So I would have a research view of sell if the stock rises further 5 to 10% from the current level.
Okay. Let's also talk about another stock from the electronic manufacturing space that's in focus. Dixon Technologies has come in focus because of its Vivo JV getting cleared. The government has cleared the Press Note 3 approval for Vivo JV. Dixon Technologies and Vivo have signed this JV agreement after approval, and JV will be 51% Dixon and 49% Vivo owned. The smartphone production will begin in Q3 of FY27, and major regulatory overhang is finally removed right there. We're also looking at a 30,000 crore rupees opportunity that's being talked about, and how, of course, the JV revenue opportunity is pegged at about 30,000 crores. 6 million Vivo phones are targeted in FY27. The volumes may actually jump to 20 million units by FY28, and Vivo, of course, products offer better realization and margins, and the JV is seen boosting the medium-term earnings growth for the company as well. Many brokerage houses are turning positive on this development. We've seen JP Morgan hiking the target price here to 16,700. Motilal Oswal Financial Services has a 16,100 target. UBS has kept a buy rating and sees the earnings booster ahead for the company. Equities has called the JV a key growth catalyst for the company. Phillip Capital says, but stays cautious with a sell rating right now. So that's an outlier there. How are you looking at Dixon Tech at this point in time? Just months ago, we were talking about again steep valuations in this space, because there was almost a vertical rally that has taken place in the entire electronics manufacturing space. Keynes Tech, Dixon Tech, Amber, these have been on top of the radar of investors and of retail investors alike. But how are you looking at these new opportunities getting created for the space? We also did see the government's aid coming in with regards to the electronics manufacturing, space, the, customs duty that's coming in there as well. But now we're looking at more and more growth opportunities that these companies are looking at. How would you look at Dixon?
My research view on Dixon is hold. Its return ratios are impressive. The PE ratio is less than 3-year average profit growth. So that gives a lot of comfort. I am giving hold, not buy, because as you mentioned about EMS, which has emerged as a theme, electronic manufacturing, but the government has given more than 16 approval, including to L&T. So the competition intensity is going to increase tremendously. So therefore, I am giving a hold recommendation. In case stock falls 5-10%, one can consider buy. Otherwise, one can wait for the new players to come in, and then how Dixon faces them and maintains its current growth. Then one can consider buying. Otherwise, right now in the short to medium term at current price and valuation, it is my bold recommendation from me.
All right, okay. I hope that this has also helped you out as well. Let's also look at, the space within the quick commerce food delivery basket. Zomato specifically has, we've all seen it today, talked about how it's turned 18. And, what it started off was a simple restaurant menu website as now become into one of India's biggest consumer tech companies as well. In 2008, it started as Foodie Bay, then a restaurant discovery platform. It got rebranded as Zomato, entered food delivery. It listed on the stock markets in 2021. In 2022, it acquired Blinkit, entering into the quick commerce space. And today, it operates food delivery, Blinkit, Hyperpure, District, all under the parent company Eternal now. Let's actually see how the opportunities have increased. Investors are looking at this growth story. Again, Mr. Chokalingam, when the company had got listed, there was so much of discussion and hot debate around how to value these new age tech companies which had no peers, no historic data before. They did not have profitability on the books, yet they were just talking about, an opportunity that probably never existed before. The consumer patterns that they managed to change in a very short span of time, especially led by the COVID-led pandemic as well. How would you really look at Zomato at this point in time? 290, we've seen ups and downs, volatility onto this stock. As the company is turning adult, what is it that retail investors should view in the listed space?
One, what they should look at is certainly, it's a new age theme, the revenue growth, how they are maintaining on year-on-year basis, on quarter-on-quarter, and also the profitability. And most importantly, one has to study the balance sheet also, because in the new age theme, there are one or two companies, they do a lot of discounts and carry that discount to the balance sheet rather than to profit and loss account. They consider as an asset for the future. So these are the three things one has to really see. And coming specific to Zomato, yes, achievements are credible on top line, even in improvement in the profitability. The valuation is stretched. So I would give hold recommendation because valuation is stretched. Maybe if it declines 5-10%, one can consider. And second, the competition intensity is also going to increase because the competitors are also getting a lot of support from foreign investors, and they are, increasing the cash pile to fight it out and improve the market share. So therefore, at least for another few quarters, I would give a whole recommendation. Later, the medium to long term, one can see which player is able to, withstand this competition and continue to grow and increase the market share. Now, little early to conclude on that part, ultimate, steady success are emerging out of this industry. So therefore, I would give a whole recommendation.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped you out, viewers, to look at Zomato, and of course, as it is completing 18 years in business, let's also look at one of the recently listed stocks. We'll talk about Waterways, the cruise maker, and of course the only major company in India that is dealing with cruise tourism. Let's actually talk about this company. Why? Because the board meeting is going to be taking place today, and there is a stock split surprise that everybody is talking about. The board of the company is looking at a stock split just 8 days after the stock has been listed. Remember, the stock had a knee-jerk reaction. It had hit a lower circuit on the day of its debut. It recovered thereafter. It has now erased all the debut losses. It is now trading slightly above the IPO price as well. The key question that everybody is asking is, will the split aim to improve liquidity and retail participation from here on? Investors are waiting for key decision from today's board meeting as well. The shares have gained in the last 5 out of the last 7 trading sessions there, and we're looking at the cruise growth story, the expansion which is underway, the 2 new cruise vessels which are going to be joining the fleet on lease, 1 ship to be added this financial year itself. And the retail IPO, remember, had got a subscription of over 4.4 times, but the overall issue got a subscription of 1.5 times as well. Promoters are continuing to hold about an 89% stake here, and they are focusing on capacity expansion to drive the future growth. But there were a lot of kind of fears about the company, and therefore we had seen an immediate knee-jerk reaction on the negative side. But talking about a stock split within just 8 days of getting listed, Mr. Choklingam, how should retail investors be reading this?
Not only for waterways, any listed company, the investor should not give too much importance to bonus and split, but still they matter a lot. How? The most important thing the investors to look for is how the company has been growing revenues and profits. I'll give two examples. If you pre-adjust, the Wipro share for all the bonus and split they have given in the 25 years, that is assuming that they have not given any bonus or split, stock price would have been in several lakh rupees per share, because in 90s the market cap was 3 to 500 crore. So people, tend to, even now, surprisingly, a lot of professionals with whom I interacted in my career in the last 10 years, when they see the price point at, 1 lakh 40,000 or 1 lakh 50,000 or 30,000, they would directly start saying that the stock is costly. So the stock doesn't become costly on absolute price basis, only on the valuation basis. But still, there are a lot of investors who give a lot of importance to absolute price. So to that extent, a company, if it can continuously grow in an impressive manner, both revenue and profit, then the split and bonus become important, because otherwise, the perception-driven PE will not increase. A lot of people will not join in participating in the demand for that particular equity. Like Wipro is trading at 3-4 lakh, not many buyer will be there on the street. That is why even MRF is struggling at around 130,000. There are a lot of small investors who are scared of this stock because they presume that it is a costly stock without looking at the PE ratio, which is less than 30. I'm not saying buy now, I'm just giving as an example. So therefore, any company, the investor should see if any investor should see whether it's split or bonus coming, how the company has grown the profits and revenues in the last 3 to 10 years. So that should be the criterion. And if it is impressive, strong double digit, then they should feel happy about splitting and bonus. Otherwise, they simply should ignore it. Now, coming to price, the valuations are quite stretched. Last 3 year profit growth is not, very impressive, and one may hold the stock. But otherwise, I have been recommending EAH Limited. None of the stocks which I recommended, I am holding. EAH Limited has a cruise, international waters. So in terms of valuation also, it is much cheaper than many domestic hotel players. So that is a stock I prefer in terms of my research perspective.
Okay. Let's also focus on one more sector that's in fact topping the charts today. 2% higher for the metals index. It's shining bright. Let's try and understand what's going on with the metal sector and how should investors be viewing this, especially with copper prices leading the rally. Copper prices have jumped 2.5%. Of course, it's erased the Iran-led losses, also Iran-US, war-led losses as well. The prices have now climbed to $13,489 per metric tons, and we're looking at markets now shrugging off these fresh US-Iran strikes as well. In fact, it's the China inventories that have fallen. The South America supplies have remained tight, and industrial metals have rallied afresh, gaining fresh momentum there. In fact, we are also looking at how Q1 could remain strong with regards to steel, aluminium, zinc prices remaining firm in Q1. We are also looking at, of course, better realization that is seen lifting the metals earnings. We're looking at the raw material cost remaining a key concern, however, and a risk thereof that one has to watch out for. But how Q1 is likely to favor leading metal producers going forward from here. The metal stocks are already, up and about. Let's try and understand from Mr. Choklingam what exactly should your approach be. How would you view names like Tata Steel, Hindalco? Do you see them benefiting from these price gains? And yet again, the focus shifting to these copper-based stocks and zinc-based stocks, iron-based stocks. What exactly is going to be in focus in Q1 earnings here?
There may be little disappointment because of the disruption caused by Iran war. The export business would have been impacted for many metal players, and so therefore it is better to wait for Q1 results and then take a firm view on the metal stock. However, in some copper, as you discussed, the prospects look good for a company because the copper outlook remains quite optimistic.
Okay. That's as far as the metal pack is concerned. Let's also focus on some of the other key pockets. Real estate has been buzzing. And what exactly is your thought process here on the real estate sector? Last couple of weeks, last couple of months, we've seen a steady pickup take place on the real estate story. Do you think the prices are offering enough value even from here on for investors? And what do you think are the key triggers there?
I like large players like DLF and Oberoi Realty in the realty space, pure realty space. And, but I also have a view that the kind of wealth they created by 2024 September, that kind of return is most unlikely from the current base, because real estate is highly cyclical, particularly the city-based real estate players. If you see in the last 25 years, after a prolonged rise in the land prices and realty property prices for 3 to 5 years, then they get into lull period because it affects the demand at the aggregate level. So they grow, but the rate of growth comes down after a prolonged boom in the realty prices. So I expect the growth to moderate. So therefore, one can consider buying a stock for medium to long term, and preferred stocks in the pure realty play are DLF and Oberoi.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has helped all our viewers to understand real estate pocket as well positively. Let's also look at, Mr. Choklingam, what's come afresh onto your radar. Where are you looking to deploy all the fresh money that's coming in? Now that the market sentiment is gradually improving, where would you put in your fresh money in terms of sectors and stocks?
Two stocks I would recommend. Now it is time to be little cautious on small cap because everything is rallying. So again, correction will come. You can't stop it because inferior stocks also participating. So considering that, two stocks, large mid-cap space, I am quite optimistic. One is Bharati Hexacom and second is CDSL. The CDSL continues to grow slightly better than NSDL. And of course, NSDL bridged the gap in terms of rate of growth on year-on-year basis with the CDSL in the latest month. Still, CDSL has 80% market share. I am overly bullish on CDSL because the stock market has started again, turning very robust. And IPO again, the boom has started. And then you are getting listing of, the two large IPOs, NSE and Geo. So all this would augur well for depositories because a depository transaction will get us tremendous boost in the short term. So therefore I like CDSL. And second, Bharati Hexacom. I think the telecom business is a strong growth sector for India now, short to long term, both short term and long term. The relation is expected to improve. And tactical opportunity is very high for Bharti Hexacom because the retail float is also in poor single digit. So I have observed in my learning that whenever the retail float is very low and the fundamentals are very strong, the perception-driven PE is much more than what the trend PE would indicate. So therefore, these two stocks I like, we have recommended, but I do not hold personally any of these stocks.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Choklingam, for being with us on the show and for guiding all our viewers on various sectors and stocks that you've also advised. Appreciate your time with us right here. Thank you so much for being with us. Viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note as far as what's hot is concerned. I hope you've taken down all those sectors and stocks that are truly buzzing on D Street and what should be your approach there. We've taken that guidance from Mr. Choklingam. But up next, we are going to be having a special discussion on the real estate sector. There's been a fresh report from Knight Frank Real Estate Consultants that has indicated that it's the premium housing segment that continues to dominate the demand and sales in terms of real estate sector back home, but it's the affordable housing segment that continues to reel under some pressure. We're also going to be understanding what the second half of 2026 can be. So far in the first half of 2026, the key highlights remain that the growth has been of course, moderated from the last 4 years of consecutive move that we've seen on the higher side, but it has grown over the last year for sure. So we are going to be decoding which are the real estate markets that are penciling in higher demand and sales, and where should you be looking at for investments there as well. So stay tuned with us. Up next, coming up, a real estate discussion.
a sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra. In this special discussion, we're going to be having all our spotlight and focus on the real estate sector back home. Housing sales across 8 major Indian cities have remained largely stable in the first half of 2026, rising by 0.7% annually to now holding about 1.71 lakh units, as demand, although has moderated from the last 4 years of strong post-pandemic growth, but is remaining steady. We're also looking at the real estate consultant report coming in from Knight Frank that points out that premium homes priced above 1 crore rupees have accounted for 54% of total sales. That reflects a shift in buyer preference towards higher value properties. Meanwhile, the demand for affordable and mid-income housing has weakened due to limited new supply there as well. Sales of affordable homes priced below 50 lakh rupees has declined 15% here as well. And we're also looking at the 50 lakh rupees to 1 crore segment, also seeing a 5% fall in sales as well. Knight Frank also points out that the sales have increased in all track cities except for Delhi NCR, which has recorded a 7% annual decline. So let's deep dive into finding out what are the key fine print from the latest report from Knight Frank. We have with us our special guest, Vivek Rathi, the National Director Research at Knight Frank India, joining in for the same. Warm welcome to you and thank you so much for joining in onto this special conversation, Vivek. I want to kickstart by understanding from you first with the regards to the homes that are priced below 50 lakh rupees that you say in your report have dropped by a massive 15% year on year. The key question for a large part of our viewers within the affordable housing segment will be, is this segment undergoing a cyclical slowdown or is it structural in nature now?
Thank you, Sakshi. So when it comes to the participation of all of the segments in this period, we should go back to the origins of this property upcycle in India and globally over the last 5-6 years. Now, initially, coming out of the pandemic, all of these segments participated, but the participation of the affordable housing segment gradually slipped year on year. And a range of reasons, right from income disruption in the lower segments to hardening interest rates and also revised price levels. At the same time, the mid and higher segments continue to do well because of the wealth effect and better income stability. Now, as a result of all of this, what we've seen is over a period of the last 6-7 years, affordable housing has shrunk in this upcycle. It used to command a demand share of 57-58%, which is now down to 17-18%. But I would see this more as a cyclical feature than structural, because if you look at the composition of the Indian diaspora, it is more aligned to the lower and mid segment than it is to the premium segment. But because of the way the cycle has shaped up, it's the higher value segment which has become attractive for the supply side of the market, and therefore more and more participation from developers is also coming in this segment. So it's becoming more of a supply challenge to begin with, not to rule out the need for interventions to boost demand, but it's becoming more of a supply challenge in the lower and mid segment.
Okay. Let's also look at the other factor that you mentioned in your report. That's 1 crore plus houses. The command a staggering 54% of the majority of all Indian residential sales right now. Given that the overall market has actually grown by a marginal 1%. So give us an understanding, is the luxury boom masking a distress in broad volume driving mass market? How would you view that?
So different ways of looking at it. If you look at the value of all of the housing or the revenue line of developers for FY26 or even in the near future, all of them will report better outcomes in terms of these numbers, because in the value and volume mix still shows growth. And the thing is, most of the developers are now participating in the mid to higher value segment, which is why there wouldn't be any complaints from the supply side, because the participation in the lower segment, even from the erstwhile players, has come down. So what has happened is there's been greater participation in the higher value segment, and that is being reflected now. More than 1 CR segment, if you see, both from the demand side as well as supply side, the stakeholders have participated well. Now, is this masking overall slowdown, like I said, it is more about what consumers want and are willing to, and accordingly been provided for by the developer community, and therefore both in terms of the composition, it has moved in favor of the premium segment, but at the same time we'll also have to recognize that the participation from this is becoming smaller and smaller, because even here the growth rates that we saw maybe 3 years ago, 2 years ago, is
Yeah.
not being as strong now. So even while these segments are growing, but the growth rates have come off even in the premium segment in recent year period.
Okay, but the 20 to 50 crore price bracket, the hyper luxury segment that you say in your report has skyrocketed 105% year on year. So what is driving this insatiable demand for the ultra luxury residential apartments?
First is obviously in terms of volume contribution is much less in compared to the other categories. At the same time, if you look at the last 3-4 years, what has happened is the wealth effect has been positive, barring the last 1 year. Secondly, these are customers who are into the upgrade demand category rather than the first time purchase category. And with all of both of these factors and matching up with the supply that is coming in this category, there has been an opportunity for consumers to express their desire in terms of purchasing these projects. So like I have always been saying, the desire or the sentiment for home buying continues to remain positive, subject to the affordability or availability of the right ticket size. And this is shaping up pretty well in the 1 CR plus and some of these categories, specifically like the 2 to 5 CR plus categories in markets like Mumbai, Bangalore, NCR, and Hyderabad.
Hmm. When you also talk about your new launches, you say that they have seen a growth of 4%. This seems to be outpacing the sales growth of 1%, pushing the total unsold inventory now to over 5.2 lakh units, while a 6 quarter-to-quarter sell ratio is currently deemed healthy. At what point does this persistent supply-demand mismatch begin to trigger some kind of a pricing distress?
So definitely, for the indicator you referred to, it simply highlights that the developers have been more buoyant and optimistic about the market fortunes than the consumers are participating in. Consumers are obviously very positive, but then developers have gone all out to fulfill this demand. As a result, supply has been ahead of demand for the last 2 to 3 years. Having said so, in isolation, it does not create for a concern. One, because even at the number level, in terms of the inventory levels, this is close to 2 year inventory, and 2 year inventory is generally comfortable considering the project construction cycles of 4 to 7 years. Number two, if you look at the ability of developers or the holding capacity of developers, which is reflected in their balance sheet strength and operational capabilities, that is also very comfortable. And therefore, overall, even at a rising inventory scale, which has been in a moderate measure for the last 2 years, it is not a concern. In fact, we need more and more supply for it to really have right impact on affordability and choice for customers. Just that more has to come in the mid and lower segments as well as we go ahead for the cycle to have long legs.
Okay. You're also, referring to the current phase in the real estate housing market as a late cycle consolidation with the low probability of a sharp correction there. Could you explain to us, what the situation means in terms of the housing demand currently and as well as the pricing trends?
So, when we look at the housing market, we as a country are running a housing shortage of close to 35 million housing units. Obviously, a large part of it is concentrated in the lower segment, followed by the mid segment. Now, as long as the affordability aligns with what supply comes in, the housing market will continue to witness sales. Now, in the last 1 year, what has happened is home loan interest rates after in the last 8 months, it's remained stable. Income environment or income stability factor continues to be supportive. At this, all of this has translated into affordability for most of these cities at a very acceptable level for consumers. Yes, there are pockets within cities which have become expensive, or at the city level Mumbai or NCR appear to be expensive from affordability index benchmarks level, but otherwise most of the other cities and micro markets within provide ticket sizes in categories which align with consumer affordability. And as a result of both the supply housing deficit that we've carried as a country and the affordability and the matching supply, we will continue to find customers who will express their desire and translate into home sales. So this is why we think housing sales will continue to happen if there is a reasonable movement in terms of housing prices. If and like I said, in this cycle, property prices, barring a few markets, have not gone out of the roof the way it did in the last cycle. The market has matured both from the supply side, and similarly, consumers also continue to repose their trust, and which is why they're participating this cycle.
Okay, I also read that NCR was the country's biggest underperformer with a 7.2% drop in the sales volume. Yet we have actually seen Delhi, Faridabad leading the entire country in terms of price appreciation at a roaring 18% year on year. So give us an understanding, and our viewers as well, how can a market which is suffering the worst volume decline simultaneously sustain the high prices and the spike there?
So one is for all the markets, including NCR, we still identify it as a market which is growing and is resilient. Yes, numbers do indicate 6-7% decline for this period. Having said so, the market is still growing even when you look at it from other indicators, whether it is employment creation, commercial real estate demand, and the likes. Infrastructure development has been happening at a very strong pace in the NCR region. Now, with all of this, and in the backdrop, we being in a housing upcycle for the last 5-6 years, what it translates into is a rising price momentum, generally speaking. And therefore, even if markets were to crack, you will see the reflection of it in prices at a very late stage, instead of looking at the first signs of volume weakness translating into decline in prices. Secondly, if you look at the value mix of housing in the NCR market, it's moved in the categories of 2 CR plus, particularly driven by Gurgaon. Now, these are the categories which are still growing, and that is being reflected in the numbers. So these are the consumers who have both the desire as well as the ability to participate, and developers are also participating in this category in markets like Gurgaon, and therefore the market has witnessed price rise to be continuing in this period in the backdrop of a moderate dip in sales.
Okay. Given what you have put out in the report in first half of 2026, if I ask you to share with us and our viewers an outlook on the residential space in terms of which are the markets that are likely to outperform, and what is the kind of demand trend that we are going to be seeing for investors who are looking to purchase houses, where should they be really looking at for maybe investment point of view as well? If you could share what are the trends that they should watch out for.
So like I said, we are in the 5th year of this property upcycle, and therefore it is going to be very tough for investors to make money. There could be pockets of opportunities. So it is this market is more of an end-use market. So if someone is looking for consumption, then it is a good market, both in terms of the choices that they have, and also the developers who are now responding with flexible payment plans and other incentives for consumers to participate, considering they do recognize some moderation in the demand trends. What do we expect in the subsequent part of the year? We think the market will match up to the 2025 levels, which were at multi-year highs. The range of reasons for it, like I said, developers will also be a little more accommodating in terms of closing sales, which will mean the price rise momentum will moderate this year. Home loan interest rates are very comfortable for buyers. Third is there's not been great wealth growth this year, but there's not been shrinkage as well on wealth, which would mean the premium segments may still continue to participate. Now, on the income side, which is the factor for affordability for the lower and mid segments, generally we've seen the domestic economy doing reasonably okay. 6.6, 6.7% economic growth rate, and most businesses, barring some disruption in the IT third-party services domain, is doing reasonably okay. So with all of this, we think 2026 will pan out to be fairly similar as 2025.
Okay. I also want to touch a little bit upon the commercial space as well. You've pointed out that India's office leasing space has touched 48 million square feet in H1, the second highest ever that you have recorded there. What's driving this sustained demand despite the global uncertainties, if you could mark out? You're also looking at the total office stock having crossed 1 billion square feet mark as well. So what does this milestone talk about the maturity of India's own commercial real estate market as well, the markets that are dominating, and of course on the fact that you pointed out that GCCs are now accounting about 43% of the total office leasing. So how are you looking at the commercial space?
See, the commercial office space market in India has evolved by great measure over the last two decades, and this evolution has happened across the value chain, right from the development of these projects to upkeep and maintenance and to investor participation, wherein the last 5-6 years has been equal measure of improvement because of the introduction of REITs. So now you have a full stack of a commercial market which is ready for participation, not just by domestic players but by international players, and you see that in new investors coming in the market. Now, when you look at the numbers for the office market, these are the numbers for the top 8 cities. 2025 was a record level at some 86, 87 million square feet. This year as well, annualized, it indicates, based on the first half performance, that we will easily catch up or grow over the last year's numbers. Range of reasons, but particularly the participation from global capability centers has been very strong this year, and also flex spaces, which is another category which has done well. Besides India-facing businesses or businesses which are oriented towards the consumption needs of Indian consumers, those have also done well. Now, in the backdrop of the geopolitical tensions which are in place for the last 3-4 months, what we've seen is the long-term commitment of corporates, whether it is from the US or Europe, continues to be maintained. Just that they are interested to build some flexibility, optionality in their plans to combat any kind of uncertain events which go out of hand. Otherwise, long-term commitment to the Indian market because of its tech talent pool or deep talent pool, or it is the office space, both quality and rent, continues. So way we see it is 2026. If there is no major disturbance in the Western markets, market will continue to hold on steady.
All right. Anything else before we let you go that you want to highlight from the report that we've not marked out yet?
I think one key feature is is the flight to quality that we see in commercial office spaces. This has been a trend for years, but if you see the latest period, it's been another high. Almost 91-92% of the demand is now coming in the grade A spaces. Taking cues from this, owners of grade B and grade C assets will also have to participate if they were to kind of continue to participate in the upcycle in the commercial space, because we are having a situation in the office market where the demand is continuing to increase, but the supply has consistently remained short over the last 5-6 years. So this is one area which will need attention from stakeholders.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Vivek, for being with us on the show and for decoding for all our viewers the findings of the H1 2026 report and sharing with us an outlook both on the commercial as well as the residential market as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up at that note, but I hope you got a lot of insights from how the real estate market is shaping up and the factors that are determining the demand, the supply and the price trends as well going forward from here. What's the expectation? All of that. In case you still have any questions about the real estate segment, then write into us on the comment section. We'll be happy to address that with another show following up on this.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluded his 3-day visit to Indonesia and has embarked on his next stop to Australia. But on the last day of his stay in Indonesia, the Prime Minister visited the temple Prambanan with President Prabowo Subianto. He offered prayers at the nearly 1,000-year-old Hindu shrine dedicated to the Tirumurti, Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma. Prambanan is the largest Hindu temple complex in Indonesia and one of Southeast Asia's greatest architectural achievements. After a major boost to defense, critical minerals and maritime security with President Subianto, Prime Minister Modi is eyeing defense ties, critical minerals and uranium during his meeting with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Australia is estimated to hold as much as 28% of the world's uranium resource. He will also meet Indian diaspora and will attend a community rally inside a Melbourne stadium on Thursday. India and Australia entered a nuclear cooperation agreement in the year 2015 that paved the way for uranium exports, but legal hurdles remain. India is looking ahead for inking a deal in lithium, another critical mineral resource of Australia. Besides, the visit is also being seen as very crucial from the point of view of Quad Summit, which will be hosted by New Delhi. Amid trade tariff threats by the US, New Delhi and Canberra have shown an increasing willingness to work together in defense.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra. Well, crude oil is back in focus after fresh US strikes on Iran that has reignited the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Brent prices have been climbing yet again as fears are growing over potential disruptions to the supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, a route that carries nearly 20% of the world's oil trade. At the same time, tighter fuel markets, Russian diesel export curbs, as well as the strong global fuel demand are adding to the price pressure. So where does the oil price go from here on? And what does it mean for India, for inflation, for oil marketing companies at large? We're going to be discussing all of that in this special edition. Let's welcome our special guest on the show. We have Mr. M.K. Surana, former CMD HPCL, joining in on the program to decode the oil math for us. Warm welcome to you, sir. Good to have you with us as always. Well, we also want to particularly understand from you, how do you view these fresh statements coming in from Donald Trump? Yesterday, of course, the Trump statements were pretty strong, where he said that he does not want to deal with the Iranians at all. And he also talked about MOU being completely over. He did talk about how it was a waste of time to deal with them. Today, again, we are looking at fresh statements that are somehow calming the markets worldwide, where he's talking about if there are fresh retaliations, then we are going to be hitting them 10 times harder, but it's going to be getting over very soon. But all of this we have seen impacting the crude oil prices. We are seeing Brent crude back above $78, $79 a barrel. How do you see this serious escalation?
Morning, and thanks for inviting me to your channel, and thanks to all your viewers as well. See, after the MOU was signed, everybody believed that probably it is a worst is over and the solution is in the offing, and that market reacted, the oil market reacted with a sudden drop in the oil prices. Now, last 2-3 days has only proved the fragility of that peace MOU of 60 days. Now, what it probably re-emphasized that the underlying risks are there, and the market right now is believing that probably in spite of the statement which are made, in spite of the some of the skirmishes which has happened both from the US side and the Iran side, they are more like a posturings because it has happened earlier also around a month back when the similar type of thing has happened when Iran has hit a missile and US has retaliated, etc. So that is why you are seeing a sudden jump, but you are not seeing the jump which would have been if the market would have believed that it is the MOU is really over. So in spite of the statement, the second statement was coming, but market is factoring in the underlying risk, but it is not believing that it is leading to a reassumption of the full-fledged war. And also market believes that probably the both the sides do not have appetite for it, more so from the US side. And therefore, we may assume that till the time a permanent solution is reached, we may continue to see volatility. But I would assume that the market will move between 70 to 85. But if there is at all, which is the probability are low, but if at all there is a
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome on Business Today television. The markets seem to be in fine shape, shrugging away the pessimism that crept in after violence flared up again in the Mideast sector and oil prices rose. For the moment, life seems to be good, mostly post the earnings that have come in from TCS, the sector bellwether. They have been met with considerable enthusiasm in the market, and things look better. How are we placed as far as the broader structure of the market is concerned, and how would your MF investments pan out in the coming 1.5 years? To discuss this and a lot more, and of course a very well-known equity scheme, we are now joined by Mr. Harish Krishnan. He's the CIO for the equity business at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, and has a very, very strong grasp on the market. Before joining Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund in the last 2 years, Mr. Krishnan has spent 18 years working with Kotak Mahindra AMC, as also with Infosys, but that was in the early part of 2002-2003. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Krishnan, and how are you reading sentiment at this point of time on Dalal Street? What looks good, what looks bad?
Namaskar, Shell, and it's always a pleasure to connect with you and your viewers. So from our perspective, the way we think about it is that ultimately markets track earnings, and earnings is a function of the competitiveness of Indian corporates, right? And so therefore, if we peel the layers of the onion and see, there have been 5 key reset points that have happened for business competitiveness in India to kind of improve. I'll start out with which happened in the last 18 to 24 months. The first point was that we got the domestic demand revival thanks to the tax cuts. The second has been that we are seeing a very encouraging credit growth and credit conditions being loosened by the RBI. Number three has been the fact that we've seen a weakness against various currencies, and in some sense, if you were to look at against Chinese yuan, we weakened by about 20%, making our currency even more competitive, and therefore our business is even more competitive. We've had trade deals with roughly 70% of the world economic blocks. The only large block that we don't have a trade deal is with China. And then, of course, you've got a state of the market where over the course of the last almost 2 years, pretty much a lot of froth and excesses which have happened from a valuation point of view have kind of got addressed. So therefore, when we look at all of these, of course, there are these niggling worries of, as you rightly put it, geopolitical developments. But we think that inherently, we are buying part ownership of a business. We're not really playing around with pieces of paper. And for us, therefore, we believe that, we are backing onto companies whose competitiveness has gone up even more. And therefore, we think that this is a favorable opportunity for us to increase our allocation to various well-run companies in India.
So, Mr. Krishnan, yours is a fund that I have tracked over the last 20-25 years, and it has given a phenomenal return. If you look at the long-term performance, what we have in front of us as far as pricing is concerned is a 16.2% launch since the regular scheme was launched in January of 2023. And if we go back in history, which is the previous century actually, let me get the right date, August 1998, the returns have been 21% CAGR, which is a phenomenal performance given the trials and the tribulations that the market, the country and the population has gone through. Now tell us what exactly is the fund placed in terms of structural allocation. I see that you've trimmed banks a bit, you have remained flat on software, retailing is something that you have raised, and finance and industrial products have also gone up in the portfolio. How does it look as of now?
Sure. So broadly speaking, there are four big themes which are there in India, right? You've got the consumption space, you've got the financial space, you've got the investment or the manufacturing space, and then you've got the outsourcing or the exporter space. And interspersed with that is, various commodities which feed into various of these buckets. Out of these four spaces, obviously we've got a view on demand and how opportunities are panning out. And we also marry them with valuations because at the end of the day, low valuations are possibly a far more important aspect to get a pleasing experience over a 3-5 year period. So when you put both of them in conjunction, what we've kind of seen is that over the course of the, from 2020 to 2024, the big piece that has done phenomenally well has been the investments piece, which includes, say, manufacturing, which includes capital goods, real estate, PSU, etc. And there is a lot going in for it. Defense. Clearly, from a demand point of view, we are very, very positive on how all of that pans out. However, when it comes to valuation, we believe that a lot of that is already priced in, and therefore we have kind of trimmed down our exposure to the investment pack as a whole. Within that, of course, there are pockets like, say, auto ancillaries, aerospace, certain niche capital goods, etc., that we are positive on. But by and large, that's a space that we've kind of reduced exposure to. The second area that we've kind of increased exposure to has been on the export opportunity or the outsourcing opportunity, and this is a combination of multiple sectors. Be that of manufacturing of auto anks, where we are very positive. Chemicals is another area which hasn't really done very well over the course of the last 3 years. Again, that's a space that we think the opportunities are quite encouraging. So that's another area that we are positive on. Similarly, even in terms of IT, where we think a lot of negative news is kind of priced in, we are reasonably positive on that space as well. The third aspect is that of financials. Over there, we are positive on private sector banks. We are positive on insurance place. We are not so positive on capital marketplace out there because we think a lot of the goodness is kind of priced in. And on the fourth pack is that of consumption, where we positive on retailers as a whole, especially in terms of new age businesses, which are at the intersection of consumer and technology. So that's where we are broadly positive on, and we have a positive tilt on commodities. So this is the way we kind of have positioned our fund from a 3-year perspective point of view.
Okay. While Mr. Krishnan will not comment on individual stocks, and I will not put him in a spot, but data of Aditya Birla FlexiCap Fund over June minus May, which essentially means what the fund has done in the month of June is follows. Positions have been added in ICICI Bank, Federal Bank, HDFC Bank, as also Trent Limited, and of course the biggest purchase has been in Astral Limited, as also there is a new entry in the form of Ajanta Pharma. Mr. Krishnan, a view on the pharmaceutical space, given the positivity that is surrounding it over the last 3 months and the fact that it has little or in fact nothing to do with the West Asian crisis. How are you looking at the drug sector?
So we think we are very selective on the pharmaceutical space because pharmaceuticals is inherently very bottom up. Even if the sector doesn't do well, there are enough opportunities within there because each company is attacking a different set of molecules and has got their own strategies from a commercial aspect point of view. So in that sense, where we are positive on is on the domestic pharma. So if you look at some of the investments that we have, by and large, the disproportionate focal point has been domestic pharma. And what we have seen is after a longish period wherein growth has been single digits as far as domestic pharma is concerned, we are starting to see an improving trend of going closer to about say 11-12%. So there's been some acceleration on domestic pharma. Associated with domestic pharma is the diagnostic space, which again, immediately after COVID did very, very well, brought in a whole amount of competition to the space. And over the course of the last 2 years, a lot of competition has vacated out. Pricing has become a lot more sensible. And so that's the other area that we are positive on within that space. As far as US generics is concerned, we have kind of booked our profits. We used to have large ownership out there, but we think that over the course of the next 2 years, growth is going to be kind of a struggle out there, primarily because some large molecules are there in the base which aren't going to get repeated. So more positive on domestic pharma, diagnostics out there. We have exposure on CDMO place where it seems to be a far more encouraging longer term trend, but we are underweight on global generics.
Okay, fair point. Mr. Krishnan, broadly within the portfolio, a lot of emphasis has been given on banks, and your opening comments mentioned that you see credit growth expanding. Now, there is also a view in the market that private sector banks will outperform their PSU counterparts because growth of deposits in private sector banks is far stronger compared with their PSU counterparts, but credit dispersal is better in the PSU banking setup. Which side of the equation do you stand in? Top 3 holdings of Aditya Birla FlexiCap Fund, ladies and gentlemen, are 3 private sector banks. You don't need to guess the names. They are what you think they are.
So, see, we think that a franchise of a bank or a credit institution is more driven by its liabilities than necessarily its credit growth. Giving credit. I'm not saying that it's very easy, but it's a lot more easier than raising the liability side. And what we do think is that there is a significant amount of technology that needs to go in to try and entice investors and savers to come into a banking franchise and then to be a universal kind of a bank. So therefore, we prefer franchises which have stronger liability profiles. That has been our key focal point. The second thing is, of course, with what's recently happened with respect to the FCNR deposits that are going to be raised. Again, it eases some of the worries of deposit raise because it's raising deposits in India over the course of the last few years has been a bit challenging. This provides some kind of a way out for that deposit accretion because there is likely to be a reasonably strong flow that's going to come through the FCNRB route, and that more likely is going to benefit the larger private sector banks which have got reasonably large overseas presence. So therefore, it's a combination of both. I think it's more a structural view for us that we need to back tech-based banks which have a better liability franchise and an improving competitive position.
Okay. The other important steps that the government took over the last 6 months or so was to, open up the insurance sector to global investments, as also make dramatic changes in terms of how domestic insurers could, do business in a better manner. How is Aditya Birla FlexiCap Fund positioned in that regard? I see that you've added a private insurer in the previous month.
So, if you look at both the capital marketplace, which includes, say, brokerages, asset management companies, wealth platforms, exchanges, etc., they've been on a significant wealth creation journey over the course of the last 5 years. Possibly the exact opposite has been seen in the insurance space, which earlier, prior to COVID, was once the darling of the street, but has kind of lost favor over the course of the last 4-5 years, primarily because there has been significant regulatory kind of changes in terms of doing business. What we generally see is that good times bring in a lot of competition, and which is what we are seeing as far as the capital market side is concerned. There are a lot of new companies which are kind of getting into these activities, and for sure there is a great penetration story, which is in a country like India there is a humongous opportunity for growth. But that same opportunity for growth is also true for the insurance space. It is equally underpenetrated, and over there what we have seen is that a lot of fringe players have actually kind of vacated out, which means that the larger players have kind of consolidated their market shares and further started to gain market share. So yes, it's been a struggle for the insurance pack as a whole over the course of the last almost 4 years from a performance point of view. But when we think of longer term capital allocation, we would prefer sectors where competitive activity is much lower. There is a longer room for growth, which is the case in insurance, and therefore we are present selectively in insurance both on the life side as well as on the general side, and that's been one of our key overweights at this point of time.
Okay, fair point. How about a view on the IT sector? As I mentioned in my opening remarks, you've had the opportunity to work with Infosys in the early part of its growth curve. How do you see TCS earnings as of yesterday? There isn't much change in how FlexiCap allocates IT, but what's the gut feel both as a techie as also a fund manager?
So I think rather than results, etc., which may not really move the needle in terms of a view, I think the all-pervasive aspect that we have is that some of the best outcomes that investors experience are when they buy things at low expectations. Again, I'm not saying that we need to buy something just because they are cheap, but that does provide for a far better outcome when we think from a 3-5 year perspective. The second key aspect is when you think of IT sector and you plot plot the market cap share and the profit pool share of the IT sector, and you do that for the last 25 years, there have been 3 points in time in the last 25 years where the market cap share, which is the market cap of the IT services divided by the top 1,000 companies market cap, has been, so the market cap share has been lower than the profit pool share. The first time it happened was in 2007, when the various subprime banks like Lehman, etc., were going belly up, and they used to be large outsourcers for Indian IT services, and that used to be a worry that if the clients themselves are going belly up, then possibly even future growth is at stake. Similarly, we saw it in 2017 where digital was the new wave, and that led to a huge amount of worry that can the Indian IT companies adapt? And the third such case is now what we are seeing, where the market cap share is lower than the profit pool share. So therefore, what we've seen is in the last 25 years, these typically tend to be great opportunities from a three-year perspective to buy them. So that's one. Secondly, of course, it's not to say that we are being dismissive of the AI worry. The reality is that a lot of work that coders have been doing can be automated, but we do think that as a cost comes down, the demand of technology can potentially go up. So that's the second key aspect that we think about. Thirdly, yes, there is going to be a need for overhauling a lot of legacy software which various companies and enterprises have in their domain. For now, of course, they are kind of putting that off, and there has been a sluggish kind of a decision-making environment today, wherein clients are not really opening up their purse strings. I would imagine that over the course of the next 2-3 years, that is also likely to change. Lastly, for example, when we think about AI, we saw, customer AI. I remember about 18 months ago when, various GPTs did come through, there was a wow moment as far as customers were experiencing. Today, that wow moment is being experienced by enterprises. But I do think that, the marginal wow moment will keep reducing over time, at which point, the funding will go from the model development to the application layer development. And that is where I think agile firms in the IT space will kind of see an improving demand environment. So it's not easy. It's not something where we think that we can make near-term returns, but this is generally a space where over a 3-5 year perspective, we do think the total returns of this pack can be quite encouraging.
Okay, fair point. When you look at the broader structure of the market, of course, the rupee plays a very crucial part in both investment decisions as also the broader structure of how Dalal Street functions. What's the view at ABSL AMC as far as our currency is concerned? Is the worst behind us?
So it does appear that, the precipitous slide that we've seen is kind of behind us. I think all of these developments, including a large potential flow that's going to come through, does mean that the pace of rupee depreciation should be a lot more now gradual. Yes, we do require foreign capital. That's a reality, be it for businesses in India as well as, given the fact that we have a current account deficit that needs some kind of stabilization from foreigners. That being said, I think that we've seen a very sharp fall. So therefore, we think that it's going to be more close to where we are today, between 93 to 95 is where we would think the rupee is going to kind of settle at, with a gradual depreciation of anywhere between 3 to 4% from then on. As we look at the next years to come.
Okay, fair point. And how would that impact the major holdings that you have across the AMC?
I think more than anything else, currency depreciation is actually net positive for equities. A lot of people kind of don't get this construct, because when we think about in nominal terms as an Indian investor, a bulk of the returns have come thanks to currency, and that's primarily because a lot of the revenue pools that Indian corporates actually build are actually built in dollar terms or dollarized terms. Think about energy, oil and gas, IT, pharma, metals, even auto anks. Their end prices is determined by the commodity prices, which in turn is influenced by dollar. In our assessment, close to about 55% of the top line of India Inc. is in some way dollarized. Right. So therefore, a weaker currency, which means that a rupee at a lower level compared to a dollar, typically can try and improve the top line growth. Now, this doesn't happen immediately, just as the rupee slides, companies pass it on to their customers. This happens with a lag. Now, when that happens is when you see a expanding revenue top line. Yes, for sure, margins will get a bit under pressure, because even the raw materials are going to be at an inflated level. But what we see is that, that expanded top line typically improves the overall earnings. So if you look at the last almost, say, the last 2 years, from 24 and more specifically in 2025, and you dissect the earnings of corporate India, the margins are at all-time highs for most companies. It's the revenue growth which has kind of come down to single-digit terms, which is kind of pulling down overall earnings growth. And we think, therefore, the revenue growth itself can accelerate. Of course, inflation being higher, currency pricing, coming through with a lag. And then, of course, there is also a demand improvement thanks to the activity of, say, tax cuts, etc. Along with that, credit growth being a lot more, favorable, would mean that that should be an improvement in revenue acceleration. And when that happens, we think overall earnings is going to be improving trajectory, and which is where we think that big value can be created. So therefore, we are positive that the currency is depreciated from an Indian investor point of view. I of course understand that for a foreign investor, if they're going to lose out so much on the currency, then they have their own worries, and which is why all of these activities by the RBI, etc., would possibly put an end to the significant depreciation that they would have otherwise experienced, and therefore that also acts as a catalyst for foreign investors to come back into India in some form or shape, and therefore a combination of both of them therefore makes us positive on Indian equities as a whole.
My final set of questions, Mr. Krishnan, at this point of time, are you a little more hopeful about Dalal Street than what you were maybe 2 months ago?
So the way I would characterize it, Shell, is that in 2024 we were very, we felt that there was a lot of optimism riding on the street, right? That is why everybody was focusing on multi-baggers and sugar stocks and textile stocks, etc. That is where focus on macro kind of mattered to reduce down the risk. Over the course of the last 18 months, everybody has been focused on macro. And therefore, we think that the big opportunity is micro rather than macro. And so one of the simple ways in which we can actually assess that is, you can just do a Google trend search on multi-baggers and stock market crashes. And it might surprise that if you look at for India, the number of people searching for stock market crashes kind of overshot the number of people searching for multi-baggers in March and April of this year. Which meant that people are far more worried about their investments rather than choosing the focus point of greed, which means that it makes a lot more sense to invest at that point of time. So from a perspective over the course of the next 2-3 years, we are positive on equities. We think this is a market for micro, which means to back some great businesses which have got impacted by macro. Nobody knows macro beyond a point of time. Nobody knows what Mr. Trump would do tomorrow, and therefore to get worried about that, one is going to miss out a very big opportunity that's going to be in front of us, and therefore we would use all of these volatile phases to increase our exposure to equities.
Fair point. On that positive and hopeful note, Mr. Krishnan, we'll call it time, and we look forward to interacting with ABSL AMC much more now that you are at the helm. Once again, congratulations, and looking forward to good times ahead for Dalal Street.
Thank you so much.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the CIO for the equity business at Aditya Birla AMC, Mr. Harish Krishnan. Thank you for watching. Stay glued.
A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is Daily Calls, a show that answers all your specific stock queries on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is on your screens. Send us your questions here along with your name, location and contact details. In case you're watching us on our show YouTube Live Business Today, then go to Daily Calls Live. Use the comment section there to send me your questions. I'll be happy to address all of that with our top market experts also joining in pretty shortly. With the markets are holding up above 200 odd points higher at 24,181 odd levels. The market sentiment is positive with only FMCG now slipping a tad bit into the red. Rest all of the sectors are actually hovering higher. Metals, IT, real estate, they're leading the pack with gains of about 1.5% and more. You're also looking at the mid and the small caps about 1.4% higher each as well. So that's as far as how the sentiment is panning out. Let me quickly also welcome our guest on board. We have our favorite on the show, Mr. Pradeep Haldar is joining in to share with us a fresh take on the markets and of course to answer your queries as well. Pradeep, welcome. Good afternoon. कैसा लग रहा है अभी बाजार आपको? एक झटका तो डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने एक बार फिर से दिया था बाजार को कि यूएस और ईरान के बीच में एक बार फिर से जंग छिड़ने वाली है, लेकिन बाजार जल्दी उससे रिकवर करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है. लेकिन इसी से पहले हमने 24,500 का जो रेजिस्टेंस है वो एक बार फिर से प्ले आउट होते हुए देखा बाजार में. अभी क्या ट्रेंड नजर आ रहा है?
जी हाय, गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, आपको भी एंड बिजनेस टुडे के सारे ऑडियंस को एक स्टैंडर्ड डिस्क्लेमर के साथ स्टार्ट करूंगा. जितने भी स्टॉक्स एंड इंडेक्स को लेकर आज बात करने वाला हूँ, कोई भी स्टॉक्स एंड इंडेक्स हमारे पोर्टफोलियो में नहीं रहता है. नो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. ऐसा कुछ रहा है हम क्लाइंट को भी देते हो सकते हैं कुछ कॉल, कुछ स्टॉक्स उनके पास हो, हमारे पास नहीं होता है. एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन ग्रांटेड बाय सेबी, मेंबरशिप ऑफ बेसी, सर्टिफिकेशन फ्रॉम एनआईएसएम इज नो वे गारंटी परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ दैट इंटरमीडियरी और प्रोवाइड एनी एश्योरेंस ऑफ रिटर्न टू द इन्वेस्टर. देखिए क्लियर एक चीज तो है कि मार्केट एक तरफा आपको शांति से ऊपर आते हुए नहीं दिखाई देंगे और ये अच्छा है एटलीस्ट. चलो कि 23,800 पे बहुत बढ़िया एक सपोर्ट देखने को मिला है और बार बार 23,800 नहीं टूट रहा है और 20 एक अभी एक रेंज बन गया है मार्केट के लिए. 24,000 ब्रेक होने में 23,800 का सपोर्ट और 24,000 के ऊपर रहने में मतलब 24,350 से लेकर 300 के आसपास का एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन. तो कहीं ना कहीं देखिए आज अगेन फ्राइडे है, सैटरडे संडे क्या हो रहा है किसी को नहीं पता. कहीं ना कहीं इसीलिए जो इंडियन इन्वेस्टर्स है दे डोंट वांट टू कैरी द पोजीशन, वो वीकेंड में लेके नहीं जाना चाहते. अगर लंबा व्यू है, थोड़ा बहुत पोजिशनल व्यू है तो फिर सही है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. लेकिन एक दो दिन, एक दो हफ्ता का मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो थोड़ा पोजीशन हल्का करके ही जाने वाले. और आज भी मुझे लग रहा है कि 2-2:30 बजे के बाद एक सेलिंग प्रेशर आने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है मार्केट में. लेकिन वो सेलिंग प्रेशर कब कंफर्म होगा? अगर निफ्टी 24,115 अगर इसके नीचे 15 मिनट का चार्ट में सस्टेन होती है तब जाके आपको अगेन 24,000, उसके बाद आपको एक बार 23,950 अब तक आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. और सेम चीज बैंक निफ्टी के साथ भी. बैंक निफ्टी 57,886 के लेवल पे चल रहा है अभी. बैंक निफ्टी अगर 57,650 एंड इसके नीचे 15 मिनट सस्टेन करता है तो अगेन बैंक निफ्टी पे आपको एक बार 57,250 उसके बाद 57,000 तक एक मूव डाउन साइड आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. ये मैंने बता दिया आज कल परसों 2-3 दिन का व्यू. लेकिन अगर आप मुझसे पूछेंगे कि प्रदीप नेक्स्ट 2-3 महीने का क्या व्यू है, 2-3 महीने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है. 2-3 महीने का व्यू नो डाउट पॉजिटिव है. स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक व्यू रहेंगे यहाँ पे, थोड़ा बहुत जाना पड़ेगा. लेकिन इंडेक्स थोड़ा बहुत अप डाउन सबको दिखाई देंगे ड्यू टू सम जियोपॉलिटिकल रीजन. आप देखिए रिसेंटली ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ इंडिया का जो अभी बातचीत चल रहा है, जो डिफेंस पार्टनरशिप चल रहा है, मार्केट पॉजिटिव न्यूज पर रिएक्ट नहीं कर रहा है. लेकिन अगर एक झटका आज रात को डोनाल्ड ट्रंप कुछ भी कारण से देता है, मार्केट उसको सीरियसली ले रहा है. तो मार्केट जिसको सीरियसली ले रहा है हमें लगता है कि हमें भी उनको फॉलो करना चाहिए. लेकिन लेवल मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर ही रहने वाला है.
यहाँ से आपको पूरा एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग मिल गया है व्यूअर्स कि बाजार अगले 2-3 दिन में कैसा ट्रेड करेगा और 2-3 महीने में कैसा ट्रेड करेगा, जिससे दोनों पर्सपेक्टिव्स आपको समझ में आएंगे और बाजार में ट्रेड कैसे लेना है ये भी आपको एक आइडिया मिलेगा. चलिए इसी के साथ अब शुरुआत करते हैं सवालों के सिलसिले के साथ. बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे साथ जुड़ भी रहे हैं व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए भी और यूट्यूब के ज़रिए भी. तो स्वागत है आप सभी का जो अर्ली शोबर हमारे साथ जुड़ भी रहे हैं. सबसे पहले हम एक सवाल लेते हैं हमारे व्यूअर का जो कि खास तौर पर आया है आईटी सेक्टर को लेकर कि टीसीएस के अर्निंग्स के बाद आईटी सेक्टर में कैसा एक मूव दिखेगा, ये आपसे जानना चाह रहे हैं. ओवरऑल टीसीएस के नंबर्स उतने बुरे तो नहीं आए हैं और देखा जाए तो स्टॉक में भी थोड़ा अपटिक आया, लेकिन इंडेक्स भी आज अब 1.7% ऊपर है. लेकिन डर अभी भी बना हुआ है. जो इस सेक्टर ने अंडर परफॉर्मेंस देखी है उसको देखते हुए कैसे देखते हैं आप टीसीएस को और आईटी सेक्टर को?
देखिए ओवरऑल अगर टीसीएस का रिजल्ट आप देखेंगे, ऑलमोस्ट रेवेन्यू जो है ऑलमोस्ट 72,275 करोड़, 13.9% ईयर टू ईयर बेसिस पे, एंड क्यू ए क्यू देखेंगे 2.2, नीट प्रॉफिट देखेंगे 13,350 करोड़ के आसपास, ऑलमोस्ट 4.6% का जंप। सो कहीं ना कहीं एक्सपेक्टेशन के आसपास ही है, ज्यादा अच्छा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा, ज्यादा खराब भी नहीं आया है। अब जहाँ पे इतना ज्यादा क्राइसिस चल रहा था और उस क्राइसिस के अंदर ही अगर ऐसा मैनेजेबल हो रहा है, मुझे लग रहा है कि नेक्स्ट कमिंग फ्यूचर यहाँ से अच्छा ही होगा। और क्यों यहाँ से सेलिंग प्रेशर आपको आते हुए नहीं दिखा, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी पिटा हुआ स्टॉक है। आप देखेंगे ऑल टाइम हाई से इंटर निफ्टी आईटी एंड स्पेशली टीसीएस भी नियर अबाउट 50% के आसपास का, तो एक अच्छा खासा 50% से भी ज्यादा नीचे आ चुका है। सो इसीलिए जो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है प्राइस एक्शन में, वो नेक्स्ट आपको होते हुए नहीं दिखाई देंगे। अब थोड़ा बहुत जो ऊपर आए भी थे, आज डे हाई देखेंगे ऑलमोस्ट 2133 के आसपास, तो सस्टेन नहीं हो पाया बिकॉज कुछ न्यू यहाँ पे बूस्ट नहीं मिला, कुछ रीजन नहीं मिला अभी इमीडिएटली ऊपर जाने का। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक अच्छा खासा गिरावट के बाद यहाँ पे आपको एक टाइम करेक्शंस होते हुए दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन वैल्यू जोन में आ चुका है। मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ से आपको बाई करके ही चलना चाहिए। 2400 2500 तक कुछ भी पॉजिटिव कुछ न्यूज आने पे आपको इमीडिएट लेवल पे नेक्स्ट 1 से 1.5 महीना 2 महीना लग सकता है, टीसीएस आते हुए दिखाई देंगे, क्योंकि अभी मुझे लगता है कि एक ओवर सेलिंग जोन पे ही है। एंड आप देखेंगे ऑलमोस्ट 13-14 के मल्टीपल पे अभी भी चल रहा है। सो एटलीस्ट कुछ भी अच्छा न्यूज होता है तो आपको 20 मल्टीपल्स भी ट्रेड करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो वैल्यूएशन अट्रैक्टिव है, बने रहना चाहिए, होल्ड करके जाना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped you. Let's take the next question. This one is from one of our viewers. This is Jinal Shah from Ahmedabad, who says, I want to know about, okay, this one we've already taken on IT stocks. We'll take the other one. This is Piyush Arora, who wants to know about Lumax Industries. 5300 पर इन्होंने ये शेयर लिया हुआ है और पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे एक टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस टाइम फ्रेम तो इन्होंने मेंशन नहीं किया है पीयूष अरोरा ने कि कब तक ये होल्ड कर सकते हैं इस शेयर को, पर एक ओवरऑल व्यू, क्योंकि 5300 पे लिया है, अभी 5320 चल रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा ऊपर आ चुका है इनके खरीदारी के भाव से। मेरे ख्याल से एक ट्रेडर्स के हिसाब, ट्रेडिंग के लिहाज से ही पूछ रहे हैं टारगेट और स्टॉप लॉस क्या बना सकते हैं नियर टर्म में।
अब देखिए ये स्टॉक बेसिकली ये ट्रेडिंग के पर्पस नहीं है, ये इन्वेस्टिंग अगर आप करते हो तो फिर सही है, लेकिन आपका जो बाइंग प्राइस हुआ है सो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा मुझे लग रहा है कि महंगा वैल्यूएशंस के आसपास हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉप लॉस स्ट्रिक्टली 4454.50, अगेन मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ 4454.50 पे मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए। लास्ट 4 5 6 महीने का एक अच्छा खासा सपोर्ट जोन यहाँ पे ही है। अगर ये कभी ना कभी ब्रेक होता है तो आपको एग्जिट करके जाना चाहिए स्टॉक से। जब तक ये नहीं होता है मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी एक कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के अंदर ही आपको ट्रेड करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। ओवरऑल थोड़ा बहुत फंडामेंटल अच्छा होने के कारण कंपनी का जो रैली रिसेंटली आया था हम लोगों ने देखा है। 2024 में भी हम लोगों ने 2600 करोड़ के आसपास का सेल्स देखा, 25 में भी हमने 3400 करोड़ के आसपास का सेल देखा। इनफैक्ट मार्च 2026 क्लोजिंग के हिसाब से भी 4180 करोड़ के आसपास का सेल है। सो लगातार लास्ट 3 से 4 सालों में अगर हम देखेंगे 2024 में 103 करोड़ का पैट, लास्ट पैट पोस्ट किया था 172 करोड़ के आसपास, तो 172 करोड़ के आसपास का पैट है। प्रॉफिट ग्रोथ भी अप्रोक्स 33% के सीएजीआर के साथ मेंटेन हो रहा है। सो आपको स्ट्रिक्टली स्टॉप लॉस के साथ बने रहना है। अगर स्टॉक कभी भी 5866 एंड अबव क्लोजिंग होता है उस टाइम पे एक बार आपको 6800 एंड 7000 तक शॉर्ट टाइम में मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Momita from Kolkata. She says, Hi Sakshi, I'm very happy to see Pradeep sir on the show. I want to know from him about BSE. I have this stock at 2434 and I can hold it till NSE listing. Should I do that or should I sell it since it is now falling ahead of the NSE IPO?
जी देखिए मैं ना ये एक मुहिम चला रहा था लास्ट 1 1.5 सालों में। मैंने जितने भी शोज वगैरह किया कभी मैंने बीएससी का सेल कॉल नहीं दिया, बिकॉज ऑफ द सिंगल वन रीजन, एनएससी का आईपीओ आने वाला था। अब एक चीज समझना पड़ेगा कि लास्ट 1 1.5 साल में भी जिस तरीके से बीएससी ने परफॉर्मेंस किया है, ऑलमोस्ट 2050 के आसपास का लो था, 2800 3000 पे थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रगल हम लोगों ने देखा, 3000 से सीधा सीधा 4300 4200 तक एक अच्छा खासा रैली हम लोगों ने देखा है। अब बीएससी का लास्ट टाइम का जो सेलिंग पॉइंट है आप देखेंगे 3000 से सीधा आ गया था 2050 में 1000 पॉइंट का एक डाउनफॉल। तो ऑलरेडी एनएससी का आईपीओ जो है चर्चा में है और बीएससी का स्टॉक ऑलरेडी एक अच्छा खासा रिटर्न दे चुका है। सो मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू यही है, अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म वाले हो बने रहना चाहिए। 151 ईयर्स कंप्लीट हुआ है कल 9 जुलाई 1875 में बीएससी का 150 ऑलमोस्ट 151 ईयर्स कंप्लीट हुआ है। सो मुझे लगता नहीं कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम है। बाकी स्टॉक का एक बार करेक्शन 3300 3250 तक मुझे लग रहा है कि पॉसिबल है। अगर उतना नीचे आप नहीं देखना चाहते हो सो एक बार यू कैन बुक योर प्रॉफिट, बाकी फिर से नीचे आने में आप बाई करके जा सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर अप्रोच शॉर्ट टर्म है, अगर अप्रोच लॉन्ग टर्म है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
Right. Okay, I think there is some disturbance that we are finding in Pradeep sir's line. We will try to clear that up as soon as possible. But I hope you've definitely understood what he had to say on your advice on your query as well. As far as BSE shares are concerned, let's also take a look at the markets. Meanwhile, viewers, that we connect with Pradeep ji again. Today, IT stocks have taken the lead now. At half-time trade, you can see it topping the charts 1.8% higher. You're looking at the metals up by 1.7%, real estate up by 1.7%. These are the three topmost driving factors in the markets right now. You're also looking at a lot of broader market moves coming in because both mid and small caps are doing well. I'll just give you an understanding of where the double-digit gains are coming in. Goldium International 18% higher. You have Newgen Software 13% up in the session. That's another one that's moving. NAC Packaging, recently listed stock, that's up by 7 odd percent. Kalyan Jewelers, there is no stopping this entire stock. Let's actually pull up a long-term chart of Kalyan Jewelers as well. Today it's up by 7%. Let's look at the last 1 week chart if we can pull up that one. It will give you an understanding of how the stock has moved. Let's look at the last 1 month, and that's where the maximum move will come in. 25% of a rally in last 1 week alone on Kalyan Jewelers. And that's where maximum of the momentum has come in. Last 1 month shows you 40% kind of a rally coming in. That's where the stock has truly outperformed, and it continues. So we will focus on that too. Shoppers Stop is higher by 8.5% today. You're also looking at Happiest Minds, that's higher, almost by about 7%. You're looking at Muthoot Microfinance up by 7%. Birla Soft from the IT pack, again mid-cap IT space, is doing very well at this point in time. So both Happiest and Birla Soft, they are doing well at this point in time. You also have many other mid and small cap IT names that are pulling up higher. Graphite makers, you have HEG 7% up in the session as well. That's also doing very well. Zensar Technologies, again another one from the IT pack, that's up and about. Newgen Software we already marked out. So many names from the IT pack yet again are going into the earnings season with a lot of expectation that recovery could be had there. The Nifty next 50 names will also show you some interesting names that are up. You have Adani Group stocks that are buzzing. You have Adani Green, Adani Energy Solutions. You also have Ambuja Cements from the basket, Adani Power, that's also higher in the session. Several of these stocks are actually moving up. Then you have Solar Industries from the space also moving up. DLF from the real estate pack doing well. Mazagon Dock Defense pack is doing well at this point in time. From the auto basket, you have Hyundai Motors that's doing well as well. Then you also have some railway related counters actually also pulling up in the session. We have names like IRFC that's pulling up in the session. PSU banks are doing well at this point in time too. Then let's also look at the small cap stories unfolding. We have CDSL doing very well, 5.8% higher. This was one of the stock picks discussed on our channel by top market experts. Brainbees Solutions, the parent company of First Cry, is also higher in the session. All right, Pradeep is with us on the program back. Hi Pradeep. Okay, so if you can listen to me, we'll take the next query now. This one is from one of our viewers, Srikant from Bengaluru. He says, good afternoon Pradeep sir, car trade tech 2760 per liya hai. 1 month ago, he was thinking of exiting, but he had a strong belief to hold. But the current price, please let him know whether he should hold on for more upside for the next 6 months or exit it now.
Yeah, I hope now I am audible because of इतना बारिश हो रहा है आज सुबह से और कल रात 2 बजे से, इनफैक्ट मतलब हमारे ऑफिस में जितने भी ब्रॉडबैंड है सब डाउन हो गया है अभी। सो देखिए कार ट्रेड अभी बेसिकली 2779 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है। हमें लग रहा है कि बने रहना चाहिए। बहुत बढ़िया एक पैटर्न फॉर्मेशन हुआ पे जिस तरीके से प्राइस रजिस्टर्ड किया है इसने। एक बार फिर से आपको 3100 एंड उसके बाद अगर सस्टेन होता है तो 3400 तक भी आपको मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। मैक्स टू मैक्स 1 से 2 क्वार्टर आपको होल्डिंग टाइम रहेगा। बिल्कुल बने रहिए एंड वेट कीजिए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल भी हमारे पास व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए ही आया है। हमारे एक दर्शक हैं जय तिरुपुर से, और लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, दिस इज़ अ ग्रेट शो, थैंक यू सो मच जय फॉर राइटिंग इन। केन्स टेक्नोलॉजीज़ का शेयर्स इनके पास है 3246 पर। कैन आई होल्ड और एग्जिट, ये पूछना चाह रहे हैं। एंड कैन आई मूव टू ज्योति लैब्स फ्रॉम केन्स टेक, वुड दैट बी एडवाइजेबल? तो केन्स टेक 3246 पर लिया है, प्रॉफिट में आ चुके हैं, यही बने रहें या ज्योति लैब्स में शिफ्ट हो जाएं एफएमसीजी स्पेस से?
या मुझे लग रहा है कि केन्स टेक्नोलॉजी पे आप बने रहिए। अच्छा स्ट्रक्चर फॉर्मेशन हुआ है। अभी आज थोड़ा डाउन है लेकिन स्टॉक का एक स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 3050 3050 के लेवल पे मेंटेन कीजिए। टारगेट रहेगा 3750 तक। आपको शॉर्ट टाइम में एक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। ज्योति लैब का स्ट्रक्चर बहुत ही डाउन है और एक डाउन ट्रेंड में है, तो जब तक एटलीस्ट स्टॉक 235 एंड अबव क्लोजिंग नहीं हो जाता तो यहाँ पे आपको नेक्स्ट मूव पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा है। तो केन्स टेक्नोलॉजी में मुझे लग रहा है कि रहना बेटर रहेगा। 3800 तक भी मूव पॉसिबल है एक बार।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from one of our viewers, Basan Guda, और जो लिखते हैं कि सर, do HDFC bank shares look good, and can they reach 900 mark this week, and what should be the strategy?
आई थिंक यू शुड वेट एटलीस्ट 1.5 years। सो अगर आपके पास वो 1.5 साल 1 साल नहीं है तो आपको HDFC बैंक आई डोंट थिंक लेने का कोई मतलब है। 823 इज अ वेरी गुड जोन। रिसेंटली कुछ कॉर्पोरेट एक्शन भी हम लोगों ने देखा है। उस टाइम पे बिलो 800 था एंड 745 से 770 बहुत बढ़िया वैल्यू जोन में था। 800 के ऊपर आना मतलब स्ट्रेंथ आ चुका है। बैक टू HDFC बैंक फॉर्म में जाने वाला है। बहुत जल्दी आपको 900 एंड उसके बाद 940 950 तक भी मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन 1-2 हफ्ते का व्यू HDFC बैंक पे नहीं होना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है कल्पेश कचरिया का मुंबई से। ये लिखते हैं, आई हैव अ शॉर्ट पोजीशन इन जुलाई एक्सपायरी ऑन कल्याण ज्वेलर्स एट 479। मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये 430 या 415 तक का लेवल आ जाए। इस पे मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ सर की राय। देखिए, कल्याण ज्वेलर्स एक बहुत ही अच्छे अप ट्रेंड में, अभी मैं पढ़ भी रही थी जब लाइन टूटी थी प्रदीप जी के साथ, तो मैंने देखा कि एक हफ्ते में 24% बढ़ चुका है, पिछले एक महीने में 40% तक का गेन आ चुका है। जब से Q1 नंबर्स आए हैं, एक तरफा रैली कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में देखने को मिल रही है। ऐसे पूरा सेक्टर वापस से एक बार फोकस में आ चुका है, जो कि एकदम कंसोलिडेट कर रहा था। प्रदीप जी, इस समय पर जो लोग रिस्क लेके अभी शॉर्ट पोजीशन कॉन्ट्रा बेट लेना चाह रहे हैं, उनके लिए क्या राय है?
आई डोंट थिंक ये कोई सही स्ट्रैटेजी है। और जहाँ पे हमने देखा कि मार्केट नहीं चल रहा है, अगर इस बाजार में कोई स्टॉक आपको एक एक हफ्ते में 20-20 25% चल रहा है, आपको ऐसे स्टॉक्स में शॉर्ट नहीं करना चाहिए। सेकेंडली, कल्याण ज्वेलर्स अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से मोर देन 50% से भी ज्यादा करेक्शंस हो गया था। तो ऐसा नहीं कि सडनली ये मूव है, और ये मूव एक्चुअली नॉर्मल है बिकॉज इतना ज्यादा पिटाई के बाद एक नॉर्मल 20-25% का एक रिकवरी आना, दैट इज ए नॉर्मल थिंग। एंड सेकेंड थिंग, अगर आप शॉर्ट कर रहे हो तो आपको वीकनेस एंड कमजोर कौन सा स्टॉक है जहां पे सेलिंग प्रेशर है या तो होने वाला है, ऐसा स्टॉक ढूंढना पड़ेगा। अगर मैं लास्ट 30 मिनट 1 घंटा 2 घंटे का भी चार्ट देखूं, कल्याण ज्वेलर्स का ट्रेंड बहुत बढ़िया है। अगर मैं एकदम छोटा सा भी शॉर्ट करने का जो तरीका है, आप कोई भी स्टॉक उठाइए, देखिए, अगर लास्ट 30 मिनट का ट्रेंड लास्ट 1 से 2 दिन से वीक है, ऐसे स्टॉक को आप शॉर्ट करने के बारे में सोचिए। कल्याण ज्वेलर्स के लिए ये एक्टिवेट होगा 450 एंड उसके नीचे 450 ब्रेक होने में एक शॉर्ट पोजीशन बनाया जा सकता है। 425 से 415 तक फिर से आपको एक मूव डाउन साइड पे आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। बाकी अभी तो बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा है। जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन है, एक बार 495 से 500 तक जाने का कोशिश यहाँ पे किया जा सकता है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे व्यूअर का, अरुण है हैदराबाद से। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, होप यू आर डूइंग वेल, आई एम अ रेगुलर व्यूअर ऑफ योर शो, दिस इज़ अ वेरी यूजफुल शो फॉर रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स, थैंक यू डियर अरुण फॉर राइटिंग इन सच वार्म वर्ड्स फॉर द शो डेली कॉल्स। आई होप दैट truly you're getting the best of the guidance that we are aiming to provide to you through top market experts like Pradeep ji who come on our channel. Your question today is on NLC India. 112 शेयर्स हैं आपके पास 311 पर. आप पूछ रहे हैं कि प्लीज एडवाइस can I continue to hold on and what will be the long term target on
Yeah,
NLC India?
yeah, you can hold with a stop loss of 290 and with a target of 338 and second target 368 से 370 तक बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है. टाइम फ्रेम 1 to 2 months का होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. बिल्कुल यू कैन होल्ड.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from one of our viewers again, and this is Sumit Lakhar, who says, I have a question regarding one of my investments. I purchased 150 shares of Federal Bank at average price of 316 per share. Should I hold this stock for short term or long term? And what is your overall view on Federal Bank?
देखिए, फेडरल बैंक का स्ट्रक्चर बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है. रिसेंटली हमने इसमें कॉल भी जनरेट किया है ऑलमोस्ट 304-5 से एंड 380 तक आपको शॉर्ट टाइम में मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. इनफैक्ट 425 से 430 तक भी मूव पॉसिबल है. 20, 50, 100 एंड 200 एक्सपोनेंशियल मूविंग एवरेज प्राइस के ऊपर सस्टेन कर रहा है. और आज जिस तरीके से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बैंक भागा है और कुछ ऐसे प्राइवेट बैंक्स चल रहा है एंड फेडरल बैंक भी मुझे लग रहा है कि स्ट्रक्चर बहुत बढ़िया आपको बने रहना चाहिए. 380 से 400 ऑन द वे.
Okay, let's take the next one then. This one is from Ravi Kalra. ये लिखते हैं, Hi Sakshi, good afternoon. How are you, Pradeep sir? Please let me know about Senco. I bought this at 362, 1000 shares. I booked profit in Kalyan, but I want to know whether Senco I can continue to hold on or any other gold company that you are saying. तो पहले कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में ये प्रॉफिट बुक कर चुके हैं. सेनको अभी भी है इनके पास 362 के भाव से. क्या करना चाहिए?
Yeah, thank you for your comment and I'm doing good and सेनको गोल्ड मुझे लगता है कि आपको अभी बने रहना चाहिए एंड आपको कल्याण ज्वेलर्स में आपने प्रॉफिट बुक किया है सो सही है. ऑलमोस्ट बढ़िया स्टॉक ने रैली किया है. सेनको गोल्ड का जिस तरीके का बिजनेस है रिसेंटली जो रिजल्ट भी मैनेजमेंट की तरफ से गाइडेंस मिला था बहुत बढ़िया है. 364 के आसपास का भी प्राइस है. एक बार मुझे लग रहा है कि स्टॉक आपको 435 से 450 तक मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे एंड आपको बने रहना चाहिए. 322 के लेवल पे एक स्टॉप लॉस होना चाहिए.
ओके, गॉट दैट. चलिए, यहाँ पर भी आपको एक बार राय मिल चुकी है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं गुरविंदर सिंह. लिखते हैं, प्रदीप सर, आपके एडवाइस पर मैंने एकम्स ड्रग्स लिया था 545 पर. मुझे अच्छा प्रॉफिट हो रहा है और आज भी देखें तो एकम्स ड्रग्स फार्मास्यूटिकल 692 पर चल रहा है. अब पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे, क्या प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर या फिर बने रहें? टारगेट स्टॉप लॉस क्या होना चाहिए?
आप ही के शो में मैम आज से 1.5-2 महीना पहले हमने पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक को रिकमेंड किया था और टारगेट भी आया है. और मैं आपको ये बोलूंगा कि आप बने रहिए क्योंकि स्टॉक का स्ट्रक्चर बहुत ही बढ़िया है. रिसेंटली जो ब्रेकआउट आया था, ब्रेकआउट के बाद अभी सस्टेन भी हो रहा है. मंथली चार्ट पे, वीकली चार्ट में भी अच्छा लग रहा है. नेक्स्ट टारगेट होना चाहिए यहाँ पे 825 से 830 तक. तो अगर आप 3 महीना टाइम देंगे हो सकता है एक बार 740 750 आने पे एक बार प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी देखने को मिले. लेकिन 830 850 जाने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है.
चलिए, तो 1 से 1.5 महीने पहले प्रदीप जी ने यहाँ पर एडवाइस दिया चैनल पर. एकम्स ड्रग्स में इन्वेस्टर्स ने अराउंड 545 के लेवल्स पर इन्वेस्ट भी किया. अच्छा खासा 20 से 25% तक का इजाफा तो उनको 1 से 1.5 महीने में ही मिल गया है. और यहाँ पर और भी ज़्यादा अपसाइड देखते हैं प्रदीप जी. और यहाँ पर अभी भी आपको कह रहे हैं कि 800 के ऊपर के टारगेट्स आराम से देखने को मिल सकते हैं. तो आप बने रह सकते हैं. एंड कंग्रेचुलेशंस कि आपने हमारी गेस्ट की एडवाइस को सुना और आपको उसके बारे में प्रॉफिट भी हो रहा है. रोहित जैन का सवाल लेते हैं. ये भी फार्मा स्पेस से सिप्ला पर पूछना चाह रहे हैं. 640 की इनकी खरीद है. क्या राय होगी प्रदीप जी आपकी यहाँ?
देखिए, सिप्ला बेसिकली अगर हम देखेंगे टेक्निकली चार्ट में कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है कि एक कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के आसपास अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत रहने वाला है. स्टॉप लॉस 1381 रहेगा. टारगेट एक बार आपको 1486 आते हुए दिखाई देंगे. 1490 एंड अबव क्लोजिंग पे एक बार आपको 1580 तक मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे. बट इट विल टेक सम टाइम. मल्टीपल रेसिस्टेंस है तो एक तरफा मूव नहीं मिलेंगे आपको क्लियरली.
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है जतिन दवे का. लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी एंड हाय प्रदीप सर, गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू ऑल्सो. जतिन न्यूजेन सॉफ्टवेयर पर पूछना चाह रहे हैं. 486 पर खरीदा हुआ है, 1000 शेयर्स हैं. टारगेट स्टॉप लॉस अगले 3 महीने के लिए क्या लेकर चलें?
न्यूजेन सॉफ्टवेयर का ना रिसेंटली मैनेजमेंट चेंजेस हुआ है एंड न्यू सीईओ यहाँ पे आया है, सो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट स्टॉक में एक पॉजिटिव मोमेंटम देखने को मिला है। इससे पहले भी बाटा के साथ हुआ था, जब 2-3 हफ्ता पहले जब बाटा के मैनेजमेंट चेंज हुए थे उस टाइम पे मूव देखने को मिला। लेकिन ओवरऑल देखेंगे कंपनी का परफॉर्मेंस लास्ट कुछ क्वार्टर में अच्छा नहीं रहा है, तो इस वजह से एक अच्छा खासा सेलिंग प्रेशर देखने को मिला है। ये जो पूरा रैली चल रहा है दैट्स कॉल्ड डेड कैट बाउंस। अब डेड कैट बाउंस पे इस मार्केट में भरोसा नहीं कर रहा हूँ, और आज ऑलरेडी स्टॉक 14-15% चला हुआ है। सो अगर आपके पास है जस्ट सेल ऑन राइज व्यू रखिए, ऊपर लेवल पे एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया स्वाति जैन का। लिखते हैं, हाय गुड आफ्टरनून प्रदीप सर, प्लीज़ रिव्यू वेरांडा लर्निंग। 42 शेयर्स है मेरे पास और 162 के लेवल पर मैंने ख़रीदा हुआ है, यहाँ पर आपका क्या ओवरव्यू है?
आप देखिए, अगर आपको लर्निंग एंड इस स्पेस में ही रहना है, मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक से एक बार आपको एग्जिट हो जाना चाहिए। एंड ऑलरेडी आपके शो में ही हमने 2 हफ्ता पहले 3 हफ्ता पहले फिजिक्स वाला रिकमेंड किया था 110-15 के आसपास आई थिंक। सो इस फिजिक्स वाला को आप देखिए, 149 के आसपास अभी भी ट्रेड हो रहा है। कभी भी एक डीप अगर मिलता है 130 से 135 के आसपास, आप थोड़ा लॉन्ग टर्म अप्रोच रखेंगे, सो मुझे लग रहा है कि फिजिक्स वाला आपको 250 तक भी मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। आज से आप कुछ टाइम पहले ही देखेंगे फिजिक्स वाला का जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस था, एक लॉस मेकिंग कंपनी था, वहां से धीमे धीमे कहीं ना कहीं खुद के एक्सपेंशन ऑफलाइन एंड एज वेल एज ऑनलाइन पे तो इनका अच्छा एक मार्केट कैप था ही। सो वो एक बैलेंस शीट में हम लोग देख रहे। अभी आप देखेंगे 2024 का आसपास का जो नीट लॉस था वो 1100 करोड़ के आसपास था। 2025 में 240 करोड़ के आसपास का लॉस पोस्ट किया था। रिसेंट जो मार्च 2026 में लॉस पोस्ट किया ऑलमोस्ट 24 करोड़ के आसपास। तो अभी भी लॉस में ही है फिजिक्स वाला, लेकिन आई बिलीव कि नेक्स्ट 1-1.5 साल 2 साल में ना प्रॉफिट में आपको होते हुए दिखाई देंगे, मिनिमम 150-200 करोड़ के आसपास जिस तरीके से ट्रेंड चल रहा है। अब उस टाइम पे फिजिक्स वाला का प्राइस इतना बढ़िया हो जाएंगे, आपको सब लोग डिस्कशन, अभी सब लोग लास्ट वीक इतना भागा है तो सब लोग अभी डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं। सो बहुत बढ़िया वैल्यू जोन में है, आपको लेके चलना चाहिए। रिसेंटली फिजिक्स वाला ने अपने एम्प्लॉयज के लिए 7,41,000 के शेयर्स भी स्टॉक ऑप्शंस में दिया है। अब उसका मार्केट वैल्यू आप देखेंगे 9.9 करोड़, ऑलमोस्ट 10 करोड़ के आसपास। सो बढ़िया मैनेजमेंट है, और जिस तरीके से प्लानिंग के साथ ऑफलाइन एक्सपेंशन भी चल रहा है, 250 ऑन द वे, तो अगर आप रहना चाहते हो एटेक में तो मुझे लगता है कि दिस इज द वन ऑफ द मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट स्टॉक।
ओके, लेट्स टेक द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। नितिन पूछते हैं, सीएमआर ग्रीन में सर 230 पर एंट्री ली है, अभी क्या करना चाहिए सीएमआर ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजीज पर?
सीएमआर गिन का देखिए चार्ट ज़्यादा अवेलेबल नहीं है, और वैसे ही आईपीओ हुआ था 267-70 के लेवल पे एक टॉप बना है, उसके बाद नीचे आ चुका है। तो मैं बोलूँगा आप अवॉइड कीजिए प्योरली। किसी को लेना है तो 270 के ऊपर एक बार हम बात करेंगे, रिव्यू करेंगे। आईपीओ हाई के ऊपर ही जाने पे लेना है। और अभी तो स्टॉक रिसेंट लिस्टिंग होने के बाद देखिए ऑलमोस्ट 2 महीना भी 3 महीना भी नहीं हुआ है, तो मुझे लगता है कि 2-3 महीना पहले ट्रेड होने दीजिए। फिर थोड़ा कंसल्टेशन के बाद अगर न्यू बायर्स इसमें आते तब जाके स्टॉक भागेंगे, उससे पहले तो भागने का चांसेस नहीं लग रहा है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया लवीश का, ये इंदौर से हैं और 200 शेयर्स राणे होल्डिंग के हैं, इनके पास 1780 के भाव पर ख़रीदा हुआ है। पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे, और भी ख़रीदना चाह रहे हैं तो क्या करंट लेवल्स पर ख़रीदारी की जाए और स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट क्या हो सकता है?
अब देखिए, अगर आपके पास ऑलरेडी स्टॉक है, मैं ही बोलूंगा एक बार आप एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए ऑलमोस्ट 1623 लेवल पे, एंड बने रहिए। टारगेट 2036, एंड इसके बाद आपको 2320 तक मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो डेफिनेटली यू कैन होल्ड योर पोजीशन, एंड एवरेज भी हम करके जा सकते हैं।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है लवीश का हमने सवाल ले लिया है, तपन का लेते हैं, कोलकाता से ही हैं और लिखते हैं, प्रदीप जी नमस्कार, प्लीज़ शेयर योर व्यूज़ ऑन वेस्यूवियस इंडिया। आई एम प्लानिंग टू ऐड दिस स्टॉक इन माई पोर्टफोलियो। मेरा टाइम होराइजन 1 ईयर का है। वेस्यूवियस इंडिया आपको कैसा लगता है और क्या ये सही डिसीजन होगा करंट प्राइस पर खरीदने का?
मैं पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक को ट्रैक नहीं करता, तो मैं इसमें कोई कमेंट नहीं कर पाऊंगा। आई एम सो सॉरी।
Okay, Tapan, unfortunately we will be not able to give you view on this. Pradeep ji does not track this stock. If you have any query apart from this, let us know. सिद्धार्थ हैं नोएडा से, लिखते हैं, सर किम्स होल्ड कर रहा हूँ 823 पर, टेक्निकल स्ट्रक्चर क्या सही लग रहा है? मैं प्रदीप सर से जानना चाहता हूँ क्या ये सही काउंटर रहेगा अगले 2 महीने के लिए अगर मैं पोर्टफोलियो में बना के रखता हूँ किम्स हॉस्पिटल को?
ओके, किम्स हॉस्पिटल, राइट? ओके।
करंटली अगर हम इस शेयर को देखें, कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट मेडिकल
या
साइंसेज
कृष्णा
को,
इंस्टीट्यूट मेडिकल साइंस,
जी
ओके, हाँ, बने रहना चाहिए। इसका फंडामेंटल अच्छा है, मैं 2 हफ्ता 3 हफ्ता पहले ही देख रहा था। ओवरऑल फंडामेंटल एंड स्ट्रक्चर भी अच्छा लग रहा है। वीकली चार्ट में कहीं ना कहीं एक सस्टेनेबिलिटी है, बने रहना चाहिए। एग्जैक्टली आपको 1150 से 1200 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। स्टॉप लॉस आपको 752.90 पे मेंटेन करके चलना चाहिए।
ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास अर्पण का, कोलकाता से। ये लिखते हैं, प्लीज़ हेल्प मी विद BHEL, व्हाट इज़ योर गाइडेंस ऑन दिस स्टॉक एंड कैन आई इन्वेस्ट इन दिस स्टॉक एट द करंट लेवल्स?
BHEL अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि अच्छा खासा एक रैली के बाद थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हो गया है। और 370 380 तक भी आया था स्टॉक, अभी 393 लेवल पे है। अगेन एक न्यू हाईज आपको बनते दिखाई देंगे, ऑलमोस्ट 420, उसके बाद 450 तक होल्ड करने का सलाह रहेगा। स्टॉप लॉस आपको जो रिसेंट लो था यहाँ पे 372 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके चलना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. Let's also take a question from Varun Parik. He says, I'm from Ahmedabad. मेरे पास सियाट के 95 शेयर्स हैं, 3600 के, और आगे मुझे इस पर क्या करना चाहिए, मैं आपसे एक व्यू लेना चाहता हूँ। टायर स्टॉक्स में हमने जब ये क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस का इम्पैक्ट देखा था तो एक अंडर परफॉर्मेंस नज़र आई थी, और अभी भी कोई बहुत ज़्यादा विजिबिलिटी में नहीं है टायर स्टॉक्स। कैसे देखते हैं प्रदीप जी आप सियाट को?
सेम अभी देखेंगे, उतना विजिबिलिटी भी नहीं है और न्यू फ्रेश बायर्स भी नहीं आ रहा है। और मेरा लॉजिक सिंपल है, जहाँ पे अब देखिए स्ट्रेंथ है, कहीं ना कहीं ऐसे स्टॉक्स में ही आपको फोकस करना चाहिए। और फिर से कहीं ना कहीं डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के जो हरकतें हैं, अगर बाई चांस क्रूड फिर से 80-84 हो जाता है, नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल, ये बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है। और तो फिर टायर स्टॉक फिर से आपको पिटते देखे देंगे। और स्पेशली सीएट का आप देखेंगे मंथली चार्ट पे एक फ्लैग फॉर्मेशन है। सो एकदम लॉन्ग टर्म 3-4 साल का व्यू है, तभी यहाँ पे आप एंट्री करने का सलाह होगा। अदरवाइज मार्केट में और भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, ऐसे अपॉर्चुनिटीज पे फोकस रखिए, एक बार अवॉइड करने का ही सलाह रहेगा। लेकिन फंडामेंटली अच्छा लगता है इस काउंटर, आपको 4400 4500 तक मूव मिड टू लॉन्ग टर्म में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
Okay, got that. I hope that this has answered your question. Let's take another query. This one is again from our YouTube viewers. Okay, we have Swati writing in. She says this is a very useful show for us. Thank you so much, Swati, for writing in. टानला प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर पूछना चाह रही हैं, एक टारगेट आपसे 546 पर खरीदा हुआ है, मीडियम टू लॉन्ग टर्म टारगेट क्या हो सकता है टानला प्लेटफॉर्म्स का?
बने रहना चाहिए। एक स्टॉप लॉस 522 पे होना चाहिए स्ट्रिक्टली। एंड पहला जो टारगेट होगा आपका 578। उसके बाद अगर 580 को होल्ड करके सस्टेन होती है तो आपको 652 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
विकी पाटिल का है, ये तेजस नेटवर्क्स पर आपसे एक शॉर्ट टर्म व्यू जानना चाह रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं आप इस स्टॉक को? एक टाइम था जब ये वन वे मूव दिखा रहा था ऑन दी अपसाइड, उसके बाद काफ़ी कंसोलिडेट कर चुका है, अभी करंट स्टेटस क्या है इसके चार्ट्स पर?
देखिए रिसेंटली मोर देन 80% से भी ज्यादा स्टॉक का मार्केट कैप नीचे आ गया था। एंड धीमे धीमे जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे एक बेस फॉर्मेशन हुआ है, मुझे लगता है कि बने रहना चाहिए स्टॉक। एक अच्छा खासा बेस बना है। एक टारगेट आपको यहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट 640 650 तक मिलेंगे शॉर्ट टाइम में। ज्यादा टाइम आपको वेट करना नहीं पड़ेंगे, मैक्स टू मैक्स 10 to 12 ट्रेडिंग या तो 15 ट्रेडिंग सेशंस, मैक्सिमम आप एक महीना ही वेट करके जाइए। 640 से 650 तक पॉसिबिलिटीज है, एक बार आपको उछाल में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ओके, लेट्स टेक द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। ये सवाल आया है गगन का, ये लिखते हैं, नमस्कार प्रदीप सर, संवर्धन मदरसन 28 जुलाई की एक्सपायरी के लिए 150 की कॉल है, बाय किए 4.2 पर 5 लॉट्स, क्या करना चाहिए?
अब देखिए ये कॉल या तो पुट लेना थोड़ा रिस्की है, बाकी मैं कैश का ही लेवल आपको बता पाऊंगा। कैश में मुझे लग रहा है कि 132 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस होना चाहिए। एंड 144 का लेवल है, बहुत बढ़िया स्ट्रक्चर है। स्टॉक आपको फिर से 158, उसके बाद 195 तक मुझे लग रहा है कि मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और लास्ट 3 से 4 महीना में बेस बहुत अच्छा से बना है। सो ये भी आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, स्टॉक शॉर्ट टर्म 1-2 हफ्ते वाला नहीं है। एटलीस्ट आपको 2 क्वार्टर होल्ड तो रखना चाहिए ऐसे स्टॉक।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं कि यहाँ पर आपको एक राय मिल गई है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है सुरेंद्र कौर घुमन का, ये कैरेसिल के ऊपर आपसे पूछ रहे हैं। 275 शेयर्स ले रखे हैं इन्होंने अपने पोर्टफोलियो में 840 के भाव पर, शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए ही आपसे व्यू जानना चाहते हैं, क्या इसमें अपसाइड दिखती है कैरेसिल?
या अगर कैरिसल का चार्ट हम देखेंगे 1181 के आसपास का प्राइस है। स्ट्रक्चर इसमें पॉजिटिव ही लग रहा है। जो सपोर्ट लिया है रिसेंटली, जो लो था ऑलमोस्ट 1100 के लेवल के आसपास एंड 1080 के आसपास, तो अगर आप बाइंग पोजीशन में है तो 1082 विल बी स्टॉप लॉस एंड बने रहना चाहिए। स्टॉक आपको 1300 क्रॉस होने पे एक बार 1450 से 1500 तक मूव देखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि सिंस 2024 स्टॉक रैली नहीं हुआ एंड 2024 का जो टॉप था उसके बाद फिर से अभी सस्टेन भी हो रहा है। तो 2024 का टॉप जो रेसिस्टेंस था अभी वही रेसिस्टेंस सपोर्ट के तौर पे काम कर रहा है पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक के लिए। तो बिल्कुल बने रहिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगता स्टॉक।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है नेहा खन्ना का प्री कॉल के ऊपर। करंट मार्केट प्राइस पर आपसे जानना चाहती हैं ये शेयर कैसा लग रहा है और क्या इसमें निवेश करना चाहिए।
देखिए ये स्टॉक ना थोड़ा बहुत मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं आपको वेट करके जाना चाहिए। इमीडिएट लेवल पे मूव आपको मिलेंगे नहीं, लेकिन फंडामेंटली अच्छा है। एटलीस्ट अगर 3 से 4 क्वार्टर का आपका व्यू है तो फिर स्टॉक आपको बने रहना चाहिए। स्टॉप लॉस मैं यहाँ पे 581 लेवल पे मेंटेन करना पसंद करूंगा। बहुत बढ़िया फंडामेंटल है। जिस तरीके से मैगडी मूविंग एवरेज कन्वर्जन डाइवर्जन एंड सुपर ट्रेंड एज वेल एज आरएसआई बुलिश है स्टॉक का वीकली चार्ट में, यहाँ से मुझे आप ट्रेंड ही लग रहा है।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये जयश्री का सवाल है कोयम्बटूर से। ये लिखते हैं कि आई वांट टू नो योर व्यूज सर ऑन करूर वाइसिया बैंक। इज इट द राइट टाइम टू एंटर बेस्ड ऑन चार्ट्स फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म।
देखिए पर्टिकुलर बैंक का चार्ट अगर हम देखेंगे सिंस जून 2025 बहुत बढ़िया रैली हो रहा है। इनफैक्ट 200 से बात करते करते आ गया 304 के आसपास। अभी भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगता। मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी भी आपको स्टॉक 335 उसके बाद 400 तक रैली आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। अगेन आपको 3 से 4 महीना टाइम देना पड़ेगा। और अगर आपको बैंकिंग में इन्वेस्ट करना है सो सम टाइम यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि कौन सा बैंक पे कब इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए। सो अभी मुझे स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एंड एचडीएफसी बैंक स्पेशली बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। और ये जो लास्ट वीक होके गया ना म्यूजिकल चेयर, हम लोग बचपन में खेले थे कि इस बैंक का चेयरमैन इस बैंक पे, उस बैंक का सीईओ इस बैंक पे। तो ये सब कॉर्पोरेट एक्शन होने के बाद मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी एचडीएफसी बैंक अच्छा प्राइस में है। 800 के ऊपर भी सस्टेन हो गया है। सो 745 780 के लेवल पे बहुत बढ़िया सपोर्ट लिया है। और एक 40 करोड़ का ना स्कैम भी सामने आया था। तो ऐसे आते रहते छोटे मोटे प्रॉब्लम्स, लेकिन कॉर्पोरेट एक्शंस होने के बाद का जो रैली है और बैंक निफ्टी भी अच्छा प्राइस में है। हाँ डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प हम बार बार प्रॉब्लम बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन लेकिन मार्केट नीचे भी तो नहीं आ रहा है। सो इट विल टेक सम टाइम। बाकी एचडीएफसी बैंक बहुत बढ़िया वैल्यू जोन में है। सो अगर बढ़िया हाथ में एचडीएफसी बैंक जैसे बैंक यहाँ से करंट जोन से भी अब 12 से 15% का अपसाइड है। सो आई डोंट थिंक आपको कोई और बैंक पे अभी जाना चाहिए।
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This one is from Shiva Gopal. ये SBI Life पर आपसे जानना चाहते हैं ये शेयर आपको कैसा लगता है। एक ओवरऑल व्यू जानना चाह रहे हैं, कैसा शेयर है।
देखिए रिसेंटली हम लोगों ने देखा है कि अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज दोनों स्टॉक्स में ही कहीं ना कहीं एक बेस बनते हुए देखा। एसबीआई लाइफ इंश्योरेंस उतना भागा नहीं है, लेकिन हेल्थ सेक्टर बहुत भागा है रिसेंटली। एसबीआई लाइफ में मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी भी वैल्यू जोन में है। आपको फिर से एक ऑल टाइम हाइस आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 2070 का एक टारगेट रहेगा यहाँ से। स्टॉप लॉस मुझे लग रहा है कि एक बार आपको 1746 में मेंटेन करना चाहिए, क्योंकि लास्ट इससे पहले मंथली लो वहां पे ही था। सो बने रहने का सलाह होगा। अच्छा लगता है ओवरऑल स्पेस।
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from one of our viewers on Sharda Cropchem. 899 पर इनके पास है 3 महीने का व्यू। आपसे शारदा क्रॉपकेम पर जाना चाह रहे हैं।
ओके, सो पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक का अगर हम चार्ट देखेंगे सो मुझे अभी थोड़ा डाउट है लग रहा है, क्योंकि स्टॉक का जो चार्ट है कहीं ना कहीं जब तक 985 एंड 990 एंड अबव क्लोजिंग नहीं हो जाता तो यहाँ पे शार्प मूव नहीं पॉसिबल है। अगर इसके ऊपर क्लोजिंग होती है तो उस केस में आपको 1130 तक मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और मंथली चार्ट पे देखेंगे एक फ्लैग फॉर्मेशन बना है। तो एक बार आपको थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन रेंज पे नेक्स्ट 2-3 महीना होते हुए दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन बढ़िया लग रहा है चार्ट में। थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन टाइम अगर आपके पास है आप बने रहिए विथ स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 865 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके चलना चाहिए आपको।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए आया है स्वामी का। और ये लिखते हैं IQ टेक्नोलॉजीज़ पर मेरे पास 1000 शेयर्स हैं 213 पर। व्हाट इज़ द फ्यूचर? आई कैन वेट फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म इफ़ इट इज़ एडवाइस। 216 पर ही चल रहा है, आज 8% ऊपर है और पिछले एक महीने में 40% तक का एक हमने इजाफा देखा है इस शेयर में, आईक्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज़ में। तो काफ़ी बढ़िया रैली देखने को मिल रही है, यानी कि आपने अभी ऑन द मूव ही इसे ख़रीदा होगा। ओवरऑल व्यू जानना चाह रहे हैं कि कैसे देखते हैं आप इस शेयर को अभी, आईक्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज़?
रिसेंटली देखेंगे कहीं ना कहीं स्टॉक ने एक बेस बनाया अच्छा खासा एक डाउन ट्रेंड के बाद। 200 पे एग्जैक्टली एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए एंड बने रहिए, लेकिन थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन रेंज मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक झेल सकता है 235 से 240 तक। रिसेंटली वॉल्यूम बेस्ड बाइंग हुआ है तो एक बार 240 तक मूव हो सकता है। 240 क्रॉस होने के बाद यहाँ पे नेक्स्ट पॉसिबल होगा। फ्रेश बाय किसी को नहीं करना, जिनका क्वेश्चन है उनके लिए 200 का स्टॉप लॉस आप मेंटेन करके जाइए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट आगे बढ़ते हैं, एक और सवाल ले लेते हैं। हमारे पास यूट्यूब के ज़रिए एक फ्रेश क्वेश्चन आया है ऋषभ अग्रवाल का। लिखते हैं, गुड आफ्टरनून साक्षी, गुड आफ्टरनून प्रदीप सर, प्लीज शेयर योर शॉर्ट टर्म व्यू ऑन वी गार्ड इंडस्ट्रीज। कैन आई एक्सपेक्ट द लेवल ऑफ 350 ऑन दिस काउंटर वी गार्ड?
वी गार्ड बहुत दिन बाद ये स्टॉक किसी ने पूछा है। इनफैक्ट मैं डेली शोज करता रहता तो ऐसे वी गार्ड वाला क्वेरी आई थिंक लास्ट एक महीने में किसी ने नहीं पूछा।
नहीं पूछा
तो
है।
देखिए ओवरऑल 520 से एक सेलिंग प्रेशर हम लोगों ने देखा था और वो सेलिंग प्रेशर आज भी कंटिन्यू हो रहा है, क्योंकि 307 के आसपास का भी प्राइस है और जब भी कोई मूव आता है 2 महीना भी सस्टेन नहीं हो पाता, फिर से कहीं ना कहीं सेलिंग प्रेशर में कंटिन्यू हो रहा है। कंटिन्यूअसली लोअर लो फॉर्मेशंस वीकली एज वेल एज मंथली हायर टाइम फ्रेम में एक कहीं ना कहीं सेलिंग प्रेशर देखने को मिल रहा है। तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट मैं एक बार आपको ये बोलूंगा कि अगर आपके पास पोर्टफोलियो में स्टॉक है, एक बार कुछ भी रैली मिलता है उस रैली में ट्रैप्ड मत होइए, एक बार एग्जिट होने का ही व्यू बनाइए। मार्केट में ऐसे बहुत सारे स्टॉक है जो भी बहुत बढ़िया वैल्यू जोन में है, ऐसे स्टॉक्स में फोकस कीजिए। आप देखेंगे 2023 तक अच्छा चला था, उसके बाद 2024 का जो टॉप है 2024 नहीं चला, 2025 नहीं चला, 2026 भी खत्म हो जाएंगे, नहीं चलेंगे। तो पैसा बहुत लिमिटेड है, स्टॉक बहुत ज्यादा है, सो आपको ना बोलना वो सीखना चाहिए। तो मेरे तरफ से तो ना रहेगा, आप एक बार दुखी मत होइए, आप पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक से एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए। ऐसे ही आज और एक मैं एक स्टॉक रिकमेंड करने वाला हूँ, आप चाहे तो इस स्टॉक में भी आप इन्वेस्टमेंट, आपको नेक्स्ट कुछ 1-2 महीने में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छा मुनाफा होने का पॉसिबिलिटीज हो सकता है।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए एक और सवाल लेते हैं और ये सवाल आया है कल्याण ज्वेलर्स के ऊपर। सवाल ये है कि क्या ये स्टॉक डबल हो सकता है करंट लेवल से? क्या राय है आपकी? ऑलरेडी हमने जैसे अभी डिस्कस किया कि ये शेयर ऑलरेडी 40% रैली हो चुका है। सवाल ये आया क्या ये डबल हो सकता है, इसलिए मैं दोबारा पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि बहुत लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या यहाँ से भी डबलिंग का पोटेंशियल भी है क्या?
देखिए ये कोई गवर्नमेंट का थीम भी नहीं चल रहा है, और सेकंड अगर हम गोल्ड प्राइस देखेंगे एंड जिस तरीके से इन इन लोगों का कल्याण ज्वेलर्स सेंको गोल्ड का बिजनेस है, प्रॉफिटेबल बिजनेस है। अब द थिंग इज कि कल्याण ज्वेलर्स ने जो एक तरफा रैली किया है, मेरा ऐसा पर्सनली मानना है, आप देखेंगे कोई भी थीम जो 2021 में चला, 2 में चला, 3 में चला, 2024 उसके बाद 5 के आसपास का जो टॉप बनाया था ना, वो थीम अभी 25 के सितंबर के बाद नहीं चल रहा है। सो इतना ज्यादा पिटाई होने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक अच्छा रैली भी शॉर्ट टाइम में आ चुका है। मैं वो बिलीवर नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ कि यहाँ से आपको डबल होते हुए दिखाई देंगे, क्योंकि ऐसा थीम थोड़ा बहुत एग्रेसिव हो जाएगा। वो एग्रेसिव मुझे वहां पे ही होना है जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट का फोकस है, तो गवर्नमेंट का फोकस भी ऐसा नहीं है। तो एक सस्टेनेबल मूव अगर बैलेंस शीट में नेक्स्ट 2 से 4 क्वार्टर होती है, तो फिर आपको यहाँ से बहुत मुश्किल से स्टॉक एक बार 540 से 550 आते हुए मैं देख पा रहा हूँ। लेकिन ज्यादा एग्रेसिव नहीं होना, एक स्टॉप लॉस अगर किसी के पास है तो आप 415 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके जाइए।
ठीक है। और प्रदीप जी बहुत सारे सवाल ये जो है आईपीओ स्पेस पर भी आ रहे हैं, तो एक बार एक ओवरऑल व्यू ही ले लेते हैं। पहले तो जो आईपीओज खुले हुए हैं, कुसुमगर आईपीओ का आज डे 3 है। ऑलरेडी इसमें हम देखें तो सब्सक्रिप्शन काफ़ी स्ट्रांग नज़र आ रहा है और लेज़र पावर इंफ्रा आईपीओ का आज डे 2 है। दोनों में से अगर देखें तो ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग कुसुमगर आईपीओ के रैली होने की बात कर रहे हैं लिस्टिंग गेंस के हिसाब से। दोनों में से कोई आईपीओ आप ट्रैक कर रहे हैं क्या और इन्वेस्टर्स को राय दे रहे हैं?
देखिए लेजर पावर एंड कुसुम्बू दोनों पे ही मेरा ऐसा व्यू है कि अभी मार्केट कहीं ना कहीं उतना एक बूम जोन पे नहीं है। सो यू हैव टू वेरी क्लियर अबाउट दैट कि आप एक इन्वेस्टर हो या आप एक ओनली फॉर लिस्टिंग गेन के लिए आ रहे। सो लिस्टिंग गेन के लिए आ रहा है तो मैं सेकंड को ज़्यादा प्रेफर करूंगा। एंड कहीं ना कहीं एज ए इन्वेस्टमेंट व्यू मैं यहाँ पे ज़्यादा नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करेंगे और यहाँ से ज़्यादा आपको लिस्टिंग गेन मिलने का लेजर पॉइंट में तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन यहाँ पे है, आई डोंट थिंक कि ये लिस्टिंग गेन थोड़ा बहुत आपको मिल सकता है, लेकिन उतना भी ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हम लोग नहीं है। तो मैं तो दोनों स्टॉक को एक बार अवॉइड करने का सलाह दे रहा हूँ, क्योंकि पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक दोनों में ही मुझे लग रहा है कि एज ए इन्वेस्टर्स आ रहे हैं तो ठीक है, लेकिन लिस्टिंग गेन के लिए आपको व्यू नहीं रखना चाहिए। एज ए इन्वेस्टर अगर आपके पास 1.5-2 साल का व्यू एक होराइजन है और तब जाके आप भरोसा कर रहे हो तो दैट इज ओके। बाकी लिस्टिंग गेन के दिन ही व्यू बना पाएंगे, और ज्यादा मैं आईपीओ में व्यू देता भी नहीं हूँ, तो मैं इसमें ज्यादा कमेंट भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा अभी।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए, यहाँ पर भी आपको राय मिल गई है। और अंत में ये बताइए प्रदीप जी, आपके पसंद के कौन से स्टॉक्स हैं जो हम आज डिस्कवर कर सकते हैं? कोई पसंदीदा शेयर जो आपके फ्रेश रिसर्च में आया हो?
जी, एक स्टॉक जो मुझे वैल्यू जोन के हिसाब से अट्रैक्टिव लग रहा है, कंपनी का नाम है जुबिलेंट फूड वर्क्स। देखिए,
Okay.
एक तो होता है ब्रेकआउट ट्रेडिंग, प्राइस एक्शंस, लेकिन एक होता है कि वैल्यू इन्वेस्टिंग। सो मुझे लगता है कि जुबिलेंट फूड वर्क्स लिमिटेड अगर हम देखेंगे 439 के आसपास है एग्जैक्टली। अगर आप देखेंगे फरवरी 2023 का भी जो सपोर्ट था ऑलमोस्ट 410 से 415-20 के आसपास था। उसके बाद अगेन हमने मंथली सपोर्ट देखा है अप्रैल 2024 में भी सेम जोन, एंड दोनों बारी स्टॉक 575 580 तक 600 तक भागा है। लास्ट टाइम का जो लो था उससे भी स्टॉक एक बार 765 का टॉप बना के आया है, और अगेन स्टॉक अभी 439 440 के लेवल पे अभी प्राइस चल रहा है। तो अगर आपके पास फ्रेश 3 महीने का व्यू है, 413 का रहेगा स्टॉप लॉस, 413 विल बी योर स्टॉप लॉस, और यहां से आप करेंट जोन से बाई करके जाइए। फ्रेश 20 से 25% का एक अपसाइड मैं देख रहा हूँ। ऑलमोस्ट 550 का पहला टारगेट, उसके बाद 600 तक जाने का, 640 तक भी जाने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है। इसमें कंफर्टेबल मैं इस वजह से हो पा रहा हूँ बिकॉज स्टॉक में रिस्क ज्यादा नहीं है। तो खोने के लिए मेरे पास ओनली फॉर 413 ही है। 413 आएगा मैं भेज दूंगा, मैं रखूंगा नहीं स्टॉक को, लेकिन मिलने पे मुझे 485 का पहला टारगेट, सेकंड टारगेट 550 का, थर्ड टारगेट मुझे 600 एंड अबव भी जाने का हाई पॉसिबिलिटीज है। और बिकॉज ऑफ, क्योंकि हिस्ट्री में हमने पैटर्न चेक किया है, देखा है कि 2-3 बार ऐसा हुआ है इससे पहले भी, और कुछ भी मार्केट में बदल जाता है, फंड फ्लो एंड टेक्निकल जो पैटर्न रहता है ऑलवेज रिपीट होने का पॉसिबिलिटी ज्यादा रहता है। तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट काइंड ऑफ रीजन, एंड इसके साथ साथ भी फंडामेंटल बहुत सारे रीजन है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि स्टॉक आपको यहाँ से 20% का अपसाइड नेक्स्ट एक क्वार्टर के लिए आपको बाय करके चलना चाहिए।
ऑलराइट, सो देखिए कितना टाइमली यहाँ पर सजेशन आपको दिया जा रहा है प्रदीप जी। एक तो फ्राइडे, दूसरा लंच टाइम, और तीसरा इन्होंने जो स्टॉक चुना है वो पिज्ज़ा मेकर जुबिलेंट फूड वर्क्स का चुना है आपके लिए। अगले कुछ ही महीने में आपको 25% तक का तो रैली यहाँ पर नज़र आ सकती है। काफ़ी लंबे अरसे के कंसोलिडेशन के बाद मानते हैं कि 439 के लेवल से जम करके 600 के भी ऊपर और ऑलमोस्ट 650 तक के भी लेवल्स आपको देखने को मिल सकते हैं जल्द ही। थैंक यू सो मच प्रदीप जी। होप यू हैव अ नाइस पिज्जा ट्रीट राइट आफ्टर दिस एंड हैव अ फैंटास्टिक वीकेंड अहेड। We'll of course thank you right here, but we'll of course await your presence next week as well on daily calls. Thank you. All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note. In case you still have any questions that we've not been able to answer, then please keep sending to us. We'll be back with another edition now on Monday as far as daily calls is concerned. Stay tuned for that.
A sea of tricolor, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है.
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है. इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी.
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है. इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है. एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है. डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी.
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था. पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं. यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है.
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है. इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी.
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. sea of tricolors, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolors, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway
warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on Business Today Television. We begin with our coverage of first quarter earnings for the fiscal year to March 2026 and begin this episode with welcoming Mr. Feroz Aziz, Joint CEO for Anand Rathi Wealth. Remember, the stock has been a multi-bagger and the earnings again without doubt are fantastic. Let me just share the basic numbers with you. You have a very, very sharp increase in both profitability as well as top line. The numbers are right there in front of you on the screen. Revenue from operations is up 17% to 322 crore rupees year on year. The profit margin has improved dramatically to 34.4% on a net basis, and the profit after tax is 24% higher at 116 crore rupees versus 94 crore rupees in the year ago quarter. And the most exciting thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, Anand Rathi Wealth's AUM under management now exceeds 1 lakh crore rupees. Welcoming Mr. Aziz. Namaste Feroz ji, a very warm welcome. What a wonderful set of numbers. Congratulations. 1 lakh crores is what you now manage. What are the subsequent quarters looking from now on? The one that's gone by has been fantastic.
Namaskar, Sahil sir. Yes, the God has been kind over the last quarter, but Trump hasn't been as kind as he could have been. Of course, markets have had their own uncertainties and utar chadav, as we call it in the Hindi lingo. But I think AUM has gone up to 1,06,300 crores. The way Anand Rathi measures AUM is very, very different than, because there's no accounting standard to measure AUM. See, revenue and profits are credits to bank accounts. AUM, everybody has their own mechanism. So quite a few wealth management outfits count a lot of assets which they don't earn on at all or earn abysmally small. And they say that we're managing X amount of money. At Anand Rathi, we're very positive about how we manage as against how much we manage. And we only try and garner that money which is intergenerational. So that's point 2. Point 3, so the denominator which we use to measure our AUMs is very, very global standardish, is the point I would make. And then now we have given a guidance of 1,20,000 crores for the year end of FY27. I think if God's kind, that should happen. Just that AUMs are on the last day of a specific financial year. And it would be interesting to note, in this full calendar year, 30th March, which was the last day of the last financial year, was the worst Nifty level, 22,313. So we recorded 93,000. And last year, we didn't meet our AUM guidance. I'm just highlighting again. We were planning to be at 1 lakh crore in March. So we have made up for that, and we are now at 1,06,300.
Okay, wonderful. So that benchmark has now been scaled. Tell us how much of this AUM is because of rise in market over last year, and how much of it is fresh addition of funds?
Shell, sir, our fresh addition of funds were 2,700 crores. We had an internal target of 3,000 crores. We did 2,700 crores, out of which the good part is 1,900 crores came into equity mutual funds. In a quarter which went by, which was very, very uncertain, clients generally delay all their investments because it's emotionally very difficult to cut a check when you're reading a lot of news, especially with the social media throwing a lot of information at one phone. So coming back, 2,700 crores was the number which came out of net flows. The second reason why you get a better AUM is if your mutual fund selection or your products do very well and better than the market. So Nifty for this full quarter on an average basis was about 5.5-6% greater than what it was the previous quarter. And mutual fund selection, for example, outperformed Nifty by about 5-6% just in a quarter. Of course, it's an aberration. So all the three cylinders fired well for the last quarter. Nifty did about 6-7. Excess return of, for example, mutual funds was reasonably good. And 2,700 crores of net flow brought us from 93,000 March 30th to 1,06,300 on 30th of June.
Okay. So let's just get the basic numbers right, then we'll come back to the market. I need to understand this rise in the rise versus the Nifty in your AUM, how did it come about? We'll come to that a little later. Let's get the basic numbers right. So, sales, profit and profitability, all three of them are higher. Has distribution reach in terms of physical cities and higher number of RMs also increased in the quarter gone by?
Yes, there has been. I look at it year on year. We don't look at this business quarter on quarter. Of course, as a listed company, people publish it quarter on quarter, but we look at it year on year. That's our business we generally run. There are 30 relationship manager increase over the last 1 year, little over 30. And if that's the RM increase, we also, as a wealth management outfit, have a very different strategy. We earlier used to hire people from outside, from other wealth management or banks. And then we realized that the cultural fabric and the client centricity needs to be imbibed much before a person turns 35, 40. And that's why we started hiring 7, 8 years back. We started hiring people from colleges. So as we speak, we have more than 490 account managers who are apprentice working with 417 odd relationship managers. So these apprentices become my relationship managers. So 75% or even 80% of our last 100 RMs have come from internal promotions. अगर बचपन से किसी को लो, professional बचपन, and then redesign their mind of doing, you have to be client centric. That's when we'll be able to carry the brand promise for decades as against years.
So it essentially means that I can't apply for Anand Rathi Wealth unless I get back to college.
I'm glad that I got in when I was 30, 31. Yes, you're right. We both are not qualified to join Anand Rathi currently.
Okay, perfect. Now, so it's both a volume increase as well as value increase, geographic increase as well as number of RMs. So that basically explains the 18 and 21% rise in profit and sales. Now, let's look at the construct of the AUM and come back to the previous point where you mentioned that your choice of funds outperformed the Nifty's value by 5 to 6 percentage points or 500 to 600 BPS. That's what I understood.
Absolutely right, Sal. So there are 14 schemes in my model portfolio. I track the same 14 schemes for all our clients. And yeah, as of almost 30th, I think the outperformance would be about 7%. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, again, let's get back within these 14 schemes. For the quarter gone by, although that's a very small number, let's look at the year-on-year comparison. Within these 14 schemes, what outperformed the Nifty?
See, Shelsa, this last quarter was an exception. From 1st November, when we released the new model portfolio with amendments, that was 1st November till 30th of March. There was 1% underperformance also, right? So per year, we look at 4% outperformance on Nifty. It does not come, unfortunately, linearly. So I'm just highlighting the previous 5 months were bad. This 3 months were good. There are 14 schemes, incidentally, and it rarely happens, that all schemes have outperformed Nifty for this quarter.
Okay. How is it, Firozji, that this number, which is 14, has been constant for quite a while? There has been no new addition. Is it that fund managers are unable to please your research team, or you refuse to go beyond 14?
So we don't move beyond 14 generally. First, we used to have 10 as the maximum limit. When we did a study of people who have actually done better than our model portfolio, because quite a few clients might have done, or especially somebody who was investing somewhere else, if you have done better than us, we try and use that as research material, and we realize that you can have more number of schemes and there's no problem. That's when we moved to 14. So the 14 went through about 3 to 4 changes on 1st of November. The total number didn't change, but there were about 3 to 4 changes on 1st of November in the previous 14, and the new 14 have only 10 or 11 of them intersect.
Okay, understand. So there have been 3 or 4 new entrants and 3 or 4 laggards or relative underperformers have moved out.
Yes, Shelsa, but what we do is we don't exit or enter a scheme on the basis of past performance. For example, if that was to be done, SBI Infra was my worst model portfolio scheme on 1st of November. Now it's one of my 4th best now. My best one was HDFC FlexiCap, but after my review period, HDFC FlexiCap is my 2nd worst. Funds are cyclical.
Yes.
So I'm just highlighting for the benefit of the viewers because most of us, as per our heart, we like to buy the better ones. Of course, Shail sir, not for you. Of course, you are a master.
No, no.
More for the audience.
I understand the complexity and, times when funds go to sleep. What can you do? That's the nature of I won't say animal or beast, but that's the nature of the business where, it just decides to take a pause and it's okay. We know over longer periods of time, if nothing works for 1 or 2 years, then 6 months will see a 50-70% return. So your business is for the patient investor. Aram se neend aani chahiye. Now, what are the 3 or 4 additions that have come in this universe of 14?
Yes, that came on 1st of November. I now don't remember which one came on. I'll tell you. Bandhan Large and Mid Cap definitely entered on 1st of November. Invesco India Focused Fund also came on 1st of November. During the every 15 months we do a review and release the model portfolio. These two I'm sure entered lately. The rest of them I don't know which one was from the past because it's already been about 8 months since the last review.
Fair point. Now, I want to understand these 14 are pure equity plays. For instance, there is no hybrid aggressive or there is no bond portfolio as such?
Shelly, no, because we have managed HNI. The asset allocation we do at our end. If I was in the business of retail, I would definitely take these hybrid schemes because unke paas hoga 5,000. I can't give full personalized services. So I'll just buy one scheme and be done with it. Since our HNI is our segment, which is by definition about 9 to 10 crores of total assets, out of which they may give us 2-3 crores to begin with, we think asset allocation should be a wealth manager's decision rather than a fund manager's.
Okay, fair point. Coming back to the HNI families, I was just seeing the press release. Has there been an increase in number of clients as well?
Shelsa, you got the last 3-4 seconds got smudged.
Okay. I'm just asking, is there an increase in the number of clients as well, Q on Q as well as year on year?
Yes, Shelsa, we've added about, we've come to now 13,900 odd clients, families. We were at 12,800 thereabouts last year, same time.
Okay, fair point. Now, coming back to this sectoral churn that is happening in the markets. Firozji, because you look ahead and you also look at earnings potential of all maybe top 20, top 30 stocks in every fund, what is Q1 telling you in the sense that what is the trajectory of these funds?
What is now? First, you spoke about earnings, Shelsa. Like you said, earnings are very critical, right? Earnings can be ignored for a certain part of time. Price will have to someday converge to earnings. So if you look at earnings, Nifty's earnings in rupee terms, which people generally don't track, was 1,195, 1,190 for last year as per Bloomberg. 1,186 was our estimate. And if you look at the previous year, it was 1,070. The previous to previous year was 980. And it'll be very interesting for a viewer to note when there is so much pessimism, you should also look at what was the earning of FI 10 years back. It was 330 rupees. So 3 lakh crore की profit आती थी Nifty 50 कंपनियों की. इस साल 9.5 lakh crore की करीबन profit आई है in rupees. उस 50 कंपनियों की जो Nifty के आज शामिल है. और last 10 year की Nifty की earnings growth 12.9% रही है और price growth 9.3% रही है. जब भी ऐसा होता है, whenever you see Nifty price has underperformed Nifty earnings by 3%, those are times where you accumulate your equity, where your heart will reject it. But you look at this data and it's clear that Nifty price has underperformed earnings for the last 10 years by 3.5%. So what do I see of just this quarter earnings? Of course, I again see that all the 4 major indices, Nifty 50, Nifty 100, 150 small mid cap and 250 small cap. These I call crucial because these are subsets of NSE 500. As per AMFI, these are the most crucial ones. All these have the potential for this financial year to grow their earnings by about 9 to 12% for the full financial year.
So essentially, let me just put it very simply. The CAGR of Nifty as an index is 9.9% in the last 10 years. And the CAGR of its earnings is 12.9.
Yeah, 9.3 and 12.9, precisely.
Okay.
Yes.
And essentially, in the most commonsensical of
1, 2, 3, 4.
it should be
check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right? Okay. So what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, this is what basically Firozji is trying to explain, that if your earnings growth is at 10% and your stock has not compounded by 10% but by 7.5%, then the stock will have to catch up in the world of markets. And that is what is happening in Nifty. When so Firozji, we were discussing this 350 basis points gap between earnings growth and of Nifty as also its CAGR compounding. So in the world of common sense, these should be 1:1.
Correct. Or at least on a 10-year period, they should converge.
Yes.
So these are good indicators. Of course, they may not converge precisely, but the whole point is whenever this kind of disparity happens, it's time to build your equity portfolio to the reasonable proportions which justify your long-term money. 5 साल से ऊपर का पैसा अगर इस समय में equity में नहीं है, माना कि डालने के बाद 5-10% गिर सकती है, मैंने उधार लेके 22,600 में लिया, काफी करोड़ों में माल लिया इन equity, बट उसके बाद अगर 21,000 दिखती तो भी मुझे इतना डर नहीं होता क्योंकि वापस आ जाएगी ऊपर. So not accumulating and creating a long-term wealth is not possible if you don't exhibit courage today for long-term money. ऐसा नहीं कि 2 साल का पैसा आपने डालना. So that's why I'm trying to show this data to make the clients act. And that's when they were able to, our own clients were able to act because they look at it rationally by seeing this data and they're prepared for 5, 7, 10%, 15% downsides.
उस डाउनसाइड में हम बेच थोड़ी ना रहे हैं फंड, हमारा तो सिप चल रहा है. So we are also buying further potential gains at lower prices. Fair point. Now, when you explain this very well for the Nifty, what is it for the small cap 250 and what is it for mid cap select or the mid cap index that you mentioned?
Sir, I don't have the precise numbers because why don't I do that precise number is because they're very fluid indices. Last year to last year, 67 stocks बदल गए थे 250 में से. लोगों को एहसास नहीं होता कि इतने निफ्टी में 4 स्टॉक बदल गए थे. So that is the difference in terms of the fluidity. Here, more 7-8% of the stocks change every year. There, almost 2/3 or 1/3 of the stocks change. 2/3 remain constant. So, looking at a more static index like Nifty, so I've not done the study to be correct.
In 10 years, Firozji, take it from me, the small cap 250 10 years ago is not the small cap 250 today. In fact, many of them would have been moved to mid caps and large caps. I'm just saying that that's the nature of the beast. And that's how indices compound, because the job of the guy who makes the index is to get in growth engines. And when the growth engine becomes a spaceship, then he ships that engine from small cap to mid cap and from mid cap to large cap. That's how indices are made and that's how compounding generally happens. My final set of questions, Firozji, given the fact that we met in March and you made a very nice statement at that point of time that March was the month in which Anand Rathi Wealth convinced its customers to buy the maximum number of funds. I think that number was 800 crore rupees.
Correct.
How has that performed between March and July, although it's too short a period? Nevertheless, you bought nearly the bottom.
Yes, Shelsa, let's assume March, like we would have met on another market interview, I would have told you this number of equity net sales, which is also a published number, fortunately. So from 1st April, our model portfolio, most of our clients follow the model portfolio to the T. 1st April till now, Nifty has delivered 6.94 till 8th of July from market standpoint, and the model portfolio has done 7.99% extra. If I read out, the best scheme has been for this financial year in Invesco India Small Cap with a return of 25.58. Invesco focused is the second best, 23.38, and so on and so forth. Quant is the third best, and so on and so forth. The worst one for the financial year, of course, a short span of time from our model portfolios, ICICI dividend yield with 8.56 as against Nifty of 6.94. So even the worst one this quarter has outperformed, or till 8th of July has outperformed Nifty by about 1.62%.
Perfect. 162 basis points, right?
Yes.
I just want to clarify 1.62% and 1.62 percentage points are two different things.
Well, 1.62% or 162 basis points.
Basis points. So, the model portfolio of Anand Rathi Wealth has outperformed the Nifty by how many basis points? 700 basis points.
799 basis points or 7.99 percentage.
So, if the Nifty rose 7%, then the portfolio advised by Anand Rathi Wealth rose by 14 or 15%. That's how it needs to be explained. My apologies, as far as maths is concerned, it's a bit of a thing to mention the right percentage or right percent. Anyway, be that as it may, Firozji, what ahead? How do you see the market from now on?
So see, whenever a question comes to our mind, we lean on data. Generally in Anand Rathi, that's what they've said. Clean and transparent data without color, like Pani. Pani may it has to be orderless, colorless. Data can be orderful and colorful also. So you have to not massage the data. So now let me give you a plain data without an interpretation. We checked that Nifty has done 2 years of negative return on 9th June 2026. Okay, election ke result ke pehle, before the third term of Modi ji, Nifty was greater than what it was on 9th June of this year. So we looked at the last 26 years and saw any time if 2 years was negative, that has happened on a rolling basis 50 times out of 291 times. 291 observations of 2 years rolling with a monthly shift. Out of which 50 times Nifty has delivered a negative return on a 2-year basis. We took these instances and saw market का क्या हशर था 3 साल के बाद. इस समय में किसी ने जिगर दिखाया होता और इन्वेस्ट किया होता तो 3 साल की मिनिमम रिटर्न थी 4.1, maximum compounded of course, and maximum return the 56 compounded again, and mean return was 21.6 and median return was 20.2, which implies any time when you see 2 years of negative return on Nifty, the average a person would have made if he bought on those 50 instances would be 20.2 as a median and 21.6. So now coming to what do I see in our company, like if I was running a steel plant, iron ore would have been my raw material. If I'm running a wealth management outfit, Nifty is my raw material. निफ्टी की मीडियन प्लस रिटर्न आने की संभावना मैं बोलूंगा 95% है अगले 3 साल के. मीडियन इज 11 से ज्यादा आने की संभावना 95% है. ये हमारा जजमेंट है. अगर वो रॉ मटेरियल ऊपर वाला बेचता है तो हम 14-15% की फिनिश प्रोडक्ट हमारे क्लाइंट को देने की क्षमता रखते हैं आज और कोशिश करते हैं कि वो रहे.
और जिस फंड में आप इन्वेस्ट करेंगे वो निफ्टी को आउट परफॉर्म करेंगे तो उनका रिटर्न और ज्यादा होगा.
कोशिश रहेगी सर.
On that very optimistic note and how should I say a mathematical look into the future of markets, Firozji, we'll call it time. As always, what a pleasure, and we wish you all the best for 1,20,000 crores as AUM as soon as it can be. Have a nice day, sir.
Grateful, sir.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Feroz Aziz, Deputy CEO at Anand Rathi Wealth. Fantastic set of numbers. The stock, of course, has been a multi-bagger. What you see in terms of price is 1:1 bonus. And till about 4 years ago or 3 years ago, I think the IPO price was sub 500 rupees. And what you see is a massive, massive compounding rally. Thank you for watching. We'll be back shortly.
A sea of tricolors, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन ट्वीट एंट्री जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today. A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today.
years ago, Kerala woke up to one of the biggest tragedies in its history, the Wayanad Mundakai Churumala landslide, in which more than 100 people lost their lives and many people are still missing. Later, we're back in Wayanad covering one more landslide. Now this region, Kalladi, where this landslide took place, is very close to Churumala Mundakai. It's on the way to Churumala Mundakai region, and repeated incidents like this are raising a lot of concerns among the citizens of Wayanad, especially people living close to Mepadi, where these two landslides have taken place in a span of 2 years. Now this raises more concern also because there's a tunnel construction going on, a tunnel project construction going on connecting Kozhikode and Wayanad to ease the connectivity problems of the residents of Wayanad. Now this project was launched by the previous LDF government and the UDF government, who were in opposition at that time, had raised concerns, opposed the project, raising concerns regarding environmental concerns. Now the UDF government, after coming to power, did not issue an order stopping this project. The construction continued because earlier we've seen how the people of Wayanad were positive about this project because it eased their connectivity problems. It saved around 70 kilometers time between Kozhikode and Wayanad, as the people of Wayanad depend on Kozhikode for a lot of requirements, especially medical emergencies. So in that case, this was a positive project. This was a project seen positive by the people of Wayanad. But the concern here is regarding the safety measures. Now, the government did get environmental clearance to begin the construction of this project, but there were concerns raised back then also regarding the environmental concerns, regarding the studies that were conducted of constructing a project in ecologically sensitive zones like this. Now, when we spoke to some of the public representatives, they say that there is a soil nailing method that's been used here, which is not ideal, considering that this is a very ecologically sensitive. Our land, our soil is very sensitive. The climate is very sensitive. In when you look into all those factors, the soil nailing is not a right method. Now, the government said that this is a man-made disaster, as the construction company did not remove a certain set of mud that was accumulated despite giving orders. The construction company says that was not the region where the landslide took place. So a lot of confusion, a lot of clarity needs to be brought in, and that will be brought in after the detailed analysis and detailed report submitted by the subcommittee that will be appointed to probe into the incident. Based on that, the government will take a call regarding whether this project can be continued.
With the death toll rising and families still waiting for news of the missing, this disaster has once again brought the spotlight on Mepadi's fragile terrain. Experts have long warned about unstable slopes, extreme rainfall, and unchecked development in these hills. As rescue operations continue, the focus will inevitably shift from relief to accountability, and whether enough has been done to prevent history from repeating itself. With Shrimol from Wayanad in Kerala, Bureau Report, India Today. Months after the Karur stampede claimed 41 lives, Chief Minister Vijay is set to return to the district to meet families of victims again. The visit marks Vijay's first trip to Karur since assuming office as Chief Minister. After reaching Karur at 11:30 a.m., Chief Minister will meet the families and hand over job appointment letters to 32 people who lost their loved ones in the stampede, with one government job being offered to each affected family. Earlier, a PIL challenging the government's decision to provide these appointments was filed before the Madras High Court. However, the court dismissed the plea, clearing the way for the appointments. Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized Vijay's visit.
இந்த ஆணை பிறப்பிக்கப்பட்டது என்பது ஒரு வரவேற்கத்தகுந்த விஷயம். பட் ஆனால் அன்னைக்கு கரூர் நடந்த சம்பவத்திற்கு அவர் அன்றைக்கு அங்கிருந்தே ஒரு ஆறுதல் கூறியிருந்தால் இதைவிட அது இன்னும் நன்றாக இருந்தது. இது உண்மையில் இது முழுக்க அரசியல் காரணம் தான்.
Not just the opposition, Even Vijay's ally, the CPIM, has questioned the move to provide financial assistance, saying that with the probe still underway, the Chief Minister should not undertake such an initiative. Apart from meeting the victims' families, Chief Minister Vijay will also lay the foundation stone for a 1700 crore rupees non-leather footwear manufacturing project, which is expected to generate around 13,500 jobs in the region. Only 5,000 people will be allowed to attend the event. The police have made elaborate security arrangements, deploying around 100 teams and more than 5,000 personnel across the district.
Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay's first official visit to a district is to Karur, the place where tragically 41 lives were lost in the unfortunate tragedy that happened last year. The Chief Minister will also be handing out appointment orders to 32 people, the families of victims who lost their lives in the tragedy. He'll also be laying the foundation stone of a non-leather footwear factory in Karur district. With camera person Irfan, Anaga Keshav reporting for India Today from Chennai.
For generations of Mumbaikars, a visit to Churchgate wasn't complete without stopping at K. Rustam. An ice cream sandwich, a family tradition, a city landmark for more than 80 years. Today, that legacy stands shaken because behind the colorful counters, officials say they found something no customer ever wants to see. Live rats, houseflies, and serious violations of food safety norms. The iconic ice cream parlor has been ordered to shut down.
It's a very common, you can see in the evenings that this is a common hangout place for many Mumbaikars around here in South Mumbai. And here the raid was conducted on 8th July when they found a lot of aberrations, like there were live flies, there were live rats that were found. Apart from that, there were a lot of expired products that were being used in these ice creams that they had, and all these aberrations were noted by the FDA. Of course, all those expired products were immediately destroyed by the authority.
Investigators say dairy products were stored at unsafe temperatures, while several food items lacked mandatory labels, batch numbers, and manufacturing dates. Staff handling food also allegedly lacked mandatory medical fitness certificates. In 2 days, the FDA inspected 16 establishments, issued notices to 10, suspended licenses in Nagpur and Dhule, seized 9.6 lakh rupees worth of banned food products, and made one arrest in a gutka case. For thousands, K. Rustam wasn't just an ice cream parlor. It was a Mumbai institution.
People in the evening, you come and see if it is like a morcha come over here. That much people love it, and see in this mixing of this little bit of this is there, but I don't think it may be one of the reasons. I don't say it is wrong, but still little liberty or something should be there. There are many. I don't want to mention the places or anything, but you will find more than this, worse than these things people are eating and all that things.
But this action is also a warning that no brand, no matter how iconic, is bigger than food safety. With Vidya in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है। डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today.
Ago, Kerala woke up to one of the biggest tragedies in its history, the Wayanad Mundakai Churumala landslide, in which more than 100 people lost their lives and many people are still missing. Years later, we're back in Wayanad covering one more landslide. Now this region, Kalladi, where this landslide took place, is very close to Churumala Mundakai. It's on the way to Churumala Mundakai region, and repeated incidents like this are raising a lot of concerns among the citizens of Wayanad, especially people living close to Mepadi, where these two landslides have taken place in a span of 2 years. Now this raises more concern also because there's a tunnel construction going on, a tunnel project construction going on connecting Kozhikode and Wayanad to ease the connectivity problems of the residents of Wayanad. Now this project was launched by the previous LDF government and the UDF government, who were in opposition at that time, had raised concerns, opposed the project, raising concerns regarding environmental concerns. Now the UDF government, after coming to power, did not issue an order stopping this project. The construction continued because earlier we have seen how the people of Wayanad were positive about this project because it eased their connectivity problems. It saved around 70 kilometers time between Kozhikode and Wayanad, as the people of Wayanad depend on Kozhikode for a lot of requirements, especially medical emergencies. So in that case, this was a positive project. This was a project seen positive by the people of Wayanad. But the concern here is regarding the safety measures. Now, the government did get environmental clearance to begin the construction of this project, but there were concerns raised back then also regarding the environmental concerns, regarding the studies that were conducted of constructing a project in ecologically sensitive zones like this. Now, when we spoke to some of the public representatives, they say that there is a soil nailing method that's been used here, which is not ideal, considering that this is a very ecologically sensitive. Our soil is very sensitive. The climate is very sensitive. When you look into all those factors, the soil nailing is not a right method. Now, the government said that this is a man-made disaster, as the construction company did not remove a certain set of mud that was accumulated despite giving orders. The construction company says that was not the region where the landslide took place. So a lot of confusion, a lot of clarity needs to be brought in, and that will be brought in after the detailed analysis and detailed report submitted by the subcommittee that will be appointed to probe into the incident. Based on that, the government will take a call regarding whether this project can be continued.
With the death toll rising and families still waiting for news of the missing, this disaster has once again brought the spotlight on Mepari's fragile terrain. Experts have long warned about unstable slopes, extreme rainfall, and unchecked development in these hills. As rescue operations continue, the focus will inevitably shift from relief to accountability, and whether enough has been done to prevent history from repeating itself. With Shrimol from Wayanad in Keralam, Bureau Report, India Today. Months after the Karur stampede claimed 41 lives, Chief Minister Vijay is set to return to the district to meet families of victims again. The visit marks Vijay's first trip to Karur since assuming office as Chief Minister. After reaching Karur at 11:30 a.m., Chief Minister will meet the families and hand over job appointment letters to 32 people who lost their loved ones in the stampede, with one government job being offered to each affected family. Earlier, a PIL challenging the government's decision to provide these appointments was filed before the Madras High Court. However, the court dismissed the plea, clearing the way for the appointments. Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized Vijay's visit.
இந்த ஆணை பிறப்பிக்கப்பட்டது என்பது ஒரு வரவேற்கத்தகுந்த விஷயம். பட் ஆனால் அன்னைக்கு கரூர் நடந்த சம்பவத்திற்கு அவர் அன்றைக்கு அங்கிருந்தே ஒரு ஆறுதல் கூறியிருந்தால் இதைவிட அது இன்னும் நன்றாக இருந்தது. இது உண்மையில் இது முழுக்க அரசியல் காரணம்தான்.
Not just the opposition. Even Vijay's ally, the CPIM, has questioned the move to provide financial assistance, saying that with the probe still underway, the Chief Minister should not undertake such an initiative. Apart from meeting the victims' families, Chief Minister Vijay will also lay the foundation stone for a 1,700 crore rupees non-leather footwear manufacturing project, which is expected to generate around 13,500 jobs in the region. Only 5,000 people will be allowed to attend the event. The police have made elaborate security arrangements, deploying around 100 teams and more than 5,000 personnel across the district.
Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay's first official visit to a district is to Karur, the place where tragically 41 lives were lost in the unfortunate tragedy that happened last year. The Chief Minister will also be handing out appointment orders to 32 people, the families of victims who lost their lives in the tragedy. He'll also be laying the foundation stone of a non-leather footwear factory in Karur district. With camera person Irfan, Anaga Keshav reporting for India Today from Chennai.
For generations of Mumbaikars, a visit to Churchgate wasn't complete without stopping at K. Rustam. An ice cream sandwich, a family tradition, a city landmark for more than 80 years. Today, that legacy stands shaken because behind the colorful counters, officials say they found something no customer ever wants to see. Live rats, houseflies, and serious violations of food safety norms. The iconic ice cream parlor has been ordered to shut down.
It's a very common, you can see in the evenings that this is a common hangout place for many Mumbaikars around here in South Mumbai. And here the raid was conducted on 8th July when they found a lot of aberrations, like there were live flies, there were live rats that were found. Apart from that, there were a lot of expired products that were being used in these ice creams that they had, and all these aberrations were noted by the FDA. Of course, all those expired products were immediately destroyed by the authority.
Investigators say dairy products were stored at unsafe temperatures, while several food items lacked mandatory labels, batch numbers, and manufacturing dates. Staff handling food also allegedly lacked mandatory medical fitness certificates. In 2 days, the FDA inspected 16 establishments, issued notices to 10, suspended licenses in Nagpur and Dhule, seized 9.6 lakh rupees worth of banned food products, and made one arrest in a gutka case. For thousands, K. Rustam wasn't just an ice cream parlor. It was a Mumbai institution.
People in the evening, you come and see if it is like a morcha come over here. That much people love it, and see in this mixing of this little bit of this is there, but I don't think it may be one of the reasons. I don't say it is wrong, but still little liberty or something should be there. There are many, I don't want to mention the places or anything, but you will find more than this, worse than these things people are eating and all that things.
But this action is also a warning that no brand, no matter how iconic, is bigger than food safety. With Vidya in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
A sea of tricolours, chants of Modi, Modi, and nearly 30,000 members of the Indian diaspora at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium. Modi's third Australia visit turned into the country's biggest Indian community event, with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese joining him on stage.
मैं जब साल 2014 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया था तो 28 साल के बाद भारत का कोई पीएम यहां पहुंचा था। पिछले 12 वर्षों में मैं तीसरी बार यहां आया हूं। यानी इस बार हैट्रिक लगी है।
The visit delivered significant outcomes. The biggest takeaway was the uranium trade agreement. The Uranium Pact is a massive boost to India's energy security. It ensures long-term supply of uranium and is a boost for India's civilian nuke projects. The pact also diversifies India's uranium supply sources and is a major boost for Modi's clean energy goals. Apart from the Uranium Pact, India and Australia expanded cooperation in defence, space, technology and counter-terrorism while reaffirming their commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific.
न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी।
Further, we have confirmed their ongoing cooperation on critical minerals, including a refreshed MOU between Geoscience Australia and Geological Survey of India.
Diplomacy also came wrapped in cricket. Prime Minister Modi compared India-Australia ties to a test match, saying lasting partnerships are built on patience, trust and teamwork.
क्रिकेट भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रिश्तों की अपनी डिप्लोमेटिक लैंग्वेज है, इसलिए हमारी मीटिंग्स भी क्रिकेट जैसी लगती है। एजेंडा वनडे जैसा फोकस है, डिसीजन T20 जितने तेज है और पार्टनरशिप टेस्ट मैच जितनी लंबी और गहरी।
There was a viral moment too. After co-chairing the India-Australia CEO Forum, Modi and Albanese clicked a selfie that quickly took over social media. Modi also urged Australian businesses to invest in India's growth sectors. From a record-breaking diaspora event to landmark strategic deals, from cricket diplomacy to a viral selfie, Modi's third Australia visit combined symbolism with substance, giving fresh momentum to India-Australia ties. Bureau Report, India Today.
Ago, Kerala woke up to one of the biggest tragedies in its history, the Wayanad Mundakai Churumala landslide, in which more than 100 people lost their lives and many people are still missing. Years later, we're back in Wayanad covering one more landslide. Now this region, Kalladi, where this landslide took place, is very close to Churumala Mundakai. It's on the way to Churumala Mundakai region, and repeated incidents like this are raising a lot of concerns among the citizens of Wayanad, especially people living close to Mepadi, where these two landslides have taken place in a span of 2 years. Now this raises more concern also because there's a tunnel construction going on, a tunnel project construction going on connecting Kozhikode and Wayanad to ease the connectivity problems of the residents of Wayanad. Now this project was launched by the previous LDF government and the UDF government, who were in opposition at that time, had raised concerns, opposed the project, raising concerns regarding environmental concerns. Now the UDF government, after coming to power, did not issue an order stopping this project. The construction continued because earlier we have seen how the people of Wayanad were positive about this project because it eased their connectivity problems. It saved around 70 kilometers time between Kozhikode and Wayanad, as the people of Wayanad depend on Kozhikode for a lot of requirements, especially medical emergencies. So in that case, this was a positive project. This was a project seen positive by the people of Wayanad. But the concern here is regarding the safety measures. Now, the government did get environmental clearance to begin the construction of this project, but there were concerns raised back then also regarding the environmental concerns, regarding the studies that were conducted of constructing a project in ecologically sensitive zones like this. Now, when we spoke to some of the public representatives, they say that there is a soil nailing method that's been used here, which is not ideal, considering that this is a very ecologically sensitive. Our land, our soil is very sensitive. The climate is very sensitive. When you look into all those factors, the soil nailing is not a right method. Now, the government said that this is a man-made disaster, as the construction company did not remove a certain set of mud that was was accumulated despite giving orders. The construction company says that was not the region where the landslide took place. So a lot of confusion, a lot of clarity needs to be brought in, and that will be brought in after the detailed analysis and detailed report submitted by the subcommittee that will be appointed to probe into the incident. Based on that, the government will take a call regarding whether this project can be continued.
With the death toll rising and families still waiting for news of the missing, this disaster has once again brought the spotlight on Mepari's fragile terrain. Experts have long warned about unstable slopes, extreme rainfall, and unchecked development in these hills. As rescue operations continue, the focus will inevitably shift from relief to accountability and whether enough has been done to prevent history from repeating itself. With Shri Mol from Wayanad in Keralam, Bureau Report, India Today. 9 months after the Karur stampede claimed 41 lives, Chief Minister Vijay is set to return to the district to meet families of victims again. The visit marks Vijay's first trip to Karur since assuming office as Chief Minister. After reaching Karur at 11:30 a.m., Chief Minister will meet the families and hand over job appointment letters to 32 people who lost their loved ones in the stampede, with one government job being offered to each affected family. Earlier, a PIL challenging the government's decision to provide these appointments was filed before the Madras High Court. However, the court dismissed the plea, clearing the way for the appointments. Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized Vijay's visit.
இந்த ஆணை பிறப்பிக்கப்பட்டது என்பது ஒரு வரவேற்கத்தகுந்த விஷயம். பட் ஆனால் அன்னைக்கு கரூர் நடந்த சம்பவத்திற்கு அவர் அன்னைக்கு அங்கிருந்தே ஒரு ஆறுதல் கூறியிருந்தால் இதை விட அது இன்னும் நன்றாக இருந்தது. இது உண்மையில் இது முழுக்க அரசியல் காரணம்தான்.
Not just the opposition. Even Vijay's ally, the CPIM, has questioned the move to provide financial assistance, saying that with the probe still underway, the Chief Minister should not undertake such an initiative. Apart from meeting the victims' families, Chief Minister Vijay will also lay the foundation stone for a 1,700 crore rupees non-leather footwear manufacturing project, which is expected to generate around 13,500 jobs in the region. Only 5,000 people will be allowed to attend the event. The police have made elaborate security arrangements, deploying around 100 teams and more than 5,000 personnel across the district.
Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay's first official visit to a district is to Karur, the place where tragically 41 lives were lost in the unfortunate tragedy that happened last year. The Chief Minister will also be handing out appointment orders to 32 people, the families of victims who lost their lives in the tragedy. He'll also be laying the foundation stone of a non-leather footwear factory in Karur district. With camera person Irfan, Anaga Keshav reporting for India Today from Chennai.
Look, this investment Guru Steps will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NLC advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NLC.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
ICFI University, building tomorrow's leaders today.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on Dalal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets trade sharply higher as positive global cues and softer oil prices lift investor sentiment. Sensex jumps over 850 points and near 77,600 mark, while the Nifty climbs 250 points to around 24,200 mark, led by gains in metals, real estate, oil and gas and PSU banks. All eyes on IT stocks as TCS has delivered an inline Q1 performance and reiterated the AI growth story. Investors are now turning their focus on HCL Tech, Infosys and Wipro during the earnings week. Adani Enterprises trades higher after announcing a strategic partnership with France's Dixon to manufacture low-carbon chemicals in India. The collaboration aims to convert captured carbon emissions into valuable industrial products. Kalyan Jewellers extends its winning streak, with the stock now surging over 7% in the session today and nearly 34% in just the last 3 sessions. The rally has added 12,000 crores to its market cap after Citigroup has reiterated a buy rating and a target price of 750 onto the stock, boosting further investor sentiment. ONGC gives an in-principle approval to expand India's strategic petroleum reserve by 1.75 million tons at Mangalore. The project aims to boost the country's energy security and enhance crude oil storage capacity amid global geopolitical uncertainties. Let's straight away look at how the markets are trading in the last 20 minutes of trade, viewers. We are looking at the day's high move on the markets. You can look at the Nifty, which is now up by over 1%. 24,200 odd mark can be seen slowly and gradually. Despite all the choppiness, we pulled up higher to the day's high point. You can actually see all the sectors of the Nifty contributing to the gains, with the real estate sector now zooming ahead. You can see a 3.5% rally on the real estate stocks. PSU banks have rallied 3% higher, with some of the Q1 numbers leading to a buoyant sentiment. Entire sector seems to be in a good mood. You can see Indian Bank, Bank of Baroda, all of these stocks leading the rally at this point in time. Bank of Maharashtra also is up and about in the session. You can clearly see huge volumes in the second half of the session as and when some of the numbers have started to pour in. IT index also is up by over 2%. That's another heavyweight that's looking positive right after TCS has reported inline set of numbers coming in. Broader markets also good, about 1.5% each can be seen on mid and small cap 100 indices, but it's only the FMCG stocks that are just flat with a negative bias, but rest of the pocket looks good on the markets today. India VIX is down by 8.5%, now at 12.2 odd levels. Let me welcome our guest on board. We have Gaurang Shah, Senior Vice President at Geojit Investments, now joining in to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Welcome to you, Gaurang. Good to have you with us. And the markets are back in good mood. There was just a knee-jerk reaction on Trump's taco trade that played out, but the markets have moved on pretty swiftly. So how are you looking at the sentiment currently, and where do we go from here?
Thank you so much, Sakshi, for having me on your show. Good afternoon to all your viewers and to you. A small disclosure, we may go into stock specific as well. So all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this afternoon on the show, Sakshi, they're part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we don't have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interests. So, Sakshi, Hindi mein ek kahavat hai, soch mein moch. And I think that's a big moch as far as President Trump is concerned. The kind of statements, kind of words he uses, I think it's absolutely disgusting. Fact, he has to realize that he is a president of most developed economy and a strong country. It's really heartening to see the kind of statement and words he used. Having said that, taco trade is a perfect term that's been used, Sakshi. And I think the only person who would have benefited out of doing this is President Trump and his family members and his businesses. And it's often been in public domain. And I think it's been a long while now. The world has started to realize that he's someone that is not absolutely trustworthy, and discounting him would be the need of the hour in terms of what he says. Having said that, uncertainty has still prevailed, and this uncertainty will play on till the time we have a decisive resolution as far as the geopolitical situation in the Middle East is concerned. But at the same time, Sakshi, I think some domestic data points have emerged quite stronger. Concern on monsoon has been easing off with the kind of advancement that has been happened. And of course, we need to see the geographical reach and spread of the monsoon. Along with that, the curtain raiser for first quarter earnings this financial year by TCS last evening post-market closing. The good thing, Sakshi, was that there was no negative or dark spots. Of course, that does help in terms of the sentiments and the kind of approach that people had for the IT. Remains to be seen for the next 35 odd days what other companies have to deliver in Q1 numbers. And let's hope that they do not disappoint. And these levels that we are seeing, Sakshi, if we are able to maintain at these levels, then possibly entering Monday next week, provided we don't have any unpleasant surprise from the Middle East, we could easily be marching towards 24,300 and 24,500 once again.
Okay, fair point. So those are all the triggers that are working in favor, and there could be a positive momentum going forward as well. Let's actually look at a breaking news coming in, viewers, and this is with regards to the oil and gas sector especially. It's talking about the premium petrol demand that has doubled in Delhi. Sources are telling Business Today television that consumers are opting for high-octane fuel. Sources have said that XP95 and XP100 have seen a sharp spike in demand, and sources have also told that affluent areas is where fuel premium petrol boom can be clearly seen. In fact, we also have come to know that premium fuel sales have jumped at all the Delhi pumps as well. Let me actually go across to my colleague Aishwarya Patil, who's breaking that story for us on India Today. Aishwarya, first up, give us an understanding of what have you observed across Delhi pumps. Is there a clear shift in preference when it comes to XP95 and XP100 petrol? This is with regards to what is happening with the E20 and debate around that fuel as well. What more can you tell us?
Well, there have been looming concerns around E20 fuel, and a whole lot of high-end vehicle owners, some of them sports or supercars, have made this little bit of a shift towards XP or the premium petrol variants across Delhi pumps. There are more than 100 pumps in Delhi itself. Now, what we've heard and some of our reports, some of our sources are suggesting that consumers are ringing petrol pumps continuously for the last couple of months or so, and have been seeking a switch towards this premium petrol. Now, IOCL has XP95 and XP100, which is their high octane petrol, as well as BPCL, which has the speed variants of petrol. Their demand has gone up in the last couple of weeks or so, around 2x, almost doubled, or 5x increase in demand is what some of these petrol pumps in Delhi are seeing. E20, the base fuel, that has seen a shift of about 5 to 8%. Remember, these numbers are not comparable in the sense that the volumes of E20 or the base fuel is about 14 to 15,000 liters per day per retail outlet, and as far as XP or the premium petrol is concerned, that used to be about 100 liters per day. That's gone up anywhere between 500 to 800 liters per day is what some of these petrol pumps are reporting so far.
All right, okay, thanks a lot, Aishwarya, for getting us that update. So there is seems to be a clear fear among a lot of citizens with regards to the impact of E20 fuel on the vehicles. Nothing is substantially proven yet, but just because of this fear, there is some kind of a demand spike on pure petrol at pumps. As Aishwarya has pointed out, in some cases about 5x and 8x as well is being seen. Gaurang, let me come to you. How would you view the oil marketing companies, the oil and gas sector? There's been so much of debate around E20, the flex fuels, the biofuels, and how the government is focusing more on environment. There is a question clearly whether Indian vehicles have been tried and tested for these petrols, biofuels as well. But what's your own take as to how should investors who are heavily invested in these sectors be looking at this development?
Well, actually, so first of all, I think there are a lot of these so-called experts who have come on various media and given their own opinion. I don't know how much certified they are, to be very honest with you. And I don't have any certified knowledge about that as well. But I will respect the statement that was made by Honorable Minister Mr. Nitin Gadkari on this. And government does not just go ahead and launch something. They do a back-end study proper with authentication and certification. So there have been a lot of, talks and counter talks about this over the last 3 to 4 days since the time this fuel was introduced. But for the oil marketing company, Sakshi, as a brokerage house and as a disclosure, we do have positive cover from all the 3 oil marketing companies, HPCL, BPCL and IMC.
Okay, got that. Let's also shift focus to, some of the other market conversations as well to bring out to you various perspectives. In case you've been looking at for the long term, for the next 2 to 3 years, what should you be expecting in the markets? In a conversation with my colleague Shell Bhatnagar, Anand Rathi Wealth joint CEO Feroz Aziz shared a data-backed outlook explaining why the periods of weak Nifty returns have historically been followed by strong gains and why he remains optimistic on the long-term wealth creation. Let's listen into what he had to say.
See, whenever a question comes to our mind, we lean on data. Generally in Anand Rathi, that's what they've said. Clean and transparent data without color, like Pani. Pani may it has to be orderless, colorless. Data can be orderful and colorful also. So you have to not massage the data. So now let me give you a plain data without an interpretation. We checked that Nifty has done 2 years of negative return on 9th June 2026. Okay, election ke result ke pehle, before the third term of Modi ji, Nifty was greater than what it was on 9th June of this year. So we looked at the last 25, 26 years and saw any time if 2 years was negative, that has happened on a rolling basis 50 times out of 291 times. 291 observations of 2 years rolling with a monthly shift. Out of which 50 times Nifty has delivered a negative return on a 2-year basis. We took these instances and saw market का क्या हशर था 3 साल के बाद. इस समय में किसी ने जिगर दिखाया होता और इन्वेस्ट किया होता तो 3 साल की मिनिमम रिटर्न थी 4.1, maximum compounded of course, and maximum return थी 56 compounded again, and mean return was 21.6 and median return was 20.2, which implies any time when you see 2 years of negative return on Nifty, the average a person would have made if he bought on those 50 instances would be 20.2 as a median and 21.6. So now coming to what do I see in our company, like if I was running a steel plant, iron ore would have been my raw material. If I'm running a wealth management outfit, Nifty is my raw material. निफ्टी की मीडियन प्लस रिटर्न आने की संभावना मैं बोलूंगा 95% है अगले 3 साल के. मीडियन इज 11 से ज्यादा आने की संभावना 95% है. ये हमारा जजमेंट है. अगर वो रॉ मटेरियल ऊपर वाला बेचता है तो हम 14-15% की फिनिश प्रोडक्ट हमारे क्लाइंट को देने की क्षमता रखते हैं आज और कोशिश करते हैं कि वो रहे.
All right, Gaurang, I'll come to you. This conversation with Feroz Aziz was also on the back of the Anand Rathi Wealth earnings that have come in as well. The company's reported AUM crossing 1 lakh crores as well. We've seen the stock also hitting a record high there. We also are getting some more data when it comes to the equity mutual fund. So we will talk about the whole thing as news that's coming in. I'll just also share with all our viewers for the June month, the equity mutual fund inflows are up by 26.5% on a month-on-month basis, and what we are seeing is that inflows have risen about 2.7% MOM to 31,781 odd crore rupees. The mutual fund industry AUM has risen to 82 lakh crore rupees as well, and what we are also seeing is that new SIP folios have been added in the month of June. The ETF gold inflows have also climbed to 3443 odd crore rupees as well. So that's another positive coming in. Since Anand Rathi is also in a similar business, I just wanted to take an overview as to how things are panning out, because we are talking about the markets, the trends, and what are the inflows really talking about. Your own sense of what is the current mood in the markets in terms of investors constantly believing in the equity story despite all the global uncertainties. You also heard Feroz talk about the next 3 years kind of an outlook there. And what does it mean for wealth management, brokerage firms such as yours and Anand Rathi's as well?
So not going to very specific details about my own company because that will be a violation, Sakshi. So I'll stick to my limitations. So and Sakshi, you've known me for a pretty long period of time.
Yeah.
And my approach towards the Indian equity market. I've been a very optimistic guy as far as the Indian equity markets are concerned. I am and I will remain an extremely optimistic guy as far as the Indian equity markets are concerned. There are times when you don't get the kind of returns, maybe for a year or maybe for a 2 year. But if you look at 3 year, 5 year plus kind of time horizon and look at the kind of wealth that the equity market has created, subject to provided you invested into a strong fundamental company with a long-term point of view and able to understand and gauge the risk consequences of investing in equity market. So I still remain an optimistic guy. And look, if you look at the number of AMFI of new SIP data, 2.03 million, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Sakshi. This speaks, and Sakshi, let me tell you, I've been interacting at ground level because we are also very responsible brokerage house in terms of educating retail investors. So we regularly conduct investor awareness programs. 5 years back, the kind of approach, knowledge and maturity that a retail investor had, and 5 years forward now, the kind of understanding, ability to take on risk and maturity, all that has gone to the next level, Sakshi. Gone are the days when you say something and people would just accept it. If I say something today in this on the IAP platform or forum, I have to be prepared to take at least 5 to 10 questions on that. So that's the kind of maturity and that's the kind of interest that has been growing amongst the retail investors. And I'll tell you one thing very simple, Sakshi, in the next 3 to 5 years, you will be surprised with the data that will come out as far as mutual fund flows are concerned.
Fantastic, and all that is music to the ears of all the retail investors who have been on the edge, but they draw all that confidence from you and from your years of tracking the markets as well, Gaurang. So always, seek your guidance on that front for all our viewers. Let's also look at another sector, and that's buzzing in trade, and that's the real estate pocket as well. We're looking at how India's housing market is also undergoing a major transformation. We're looking at the sales of homes priced below 50 lakh rupees that have declined 15% year on year, while those of the ultra luxury segment between 20 crores to 50 crores segment has surged by a remarkable 105%. The premium homes priced above 1 crore now account for 54% of the residential sales. And what's driving this shift in demand? What does it say about the future of India's real estate market? To decode this, I earlier also spoke with Vivek Rathi, the National Director of Research at Knight Frank, to understand the trend. Let's listen into an excerpt.
What we've seen is over a period of the last 6-7 years, affordable housing has shrunk in this upcycle. It used to command a demand share of 57-58%, which is now down to 17-18%. But I would see this more as a cyclical feature than structural, because if you look at the composition of the Indian diaspora, it is more aligned to the lower and mid segment than it is to the premium segment. But because of the way the cycle has shaped up, it's the higher value segment which has become attractive for the supply side of the market, and therefore more and more participation from developers is also coming in this segment. So it's becoming more of a supply challenge to begin with, not to rule out the need for interventions to boost demand, but it's becoming more of a supply challenge in the lower and mid. So one is for all the markets, including NCR, we still identify it as a market which is growing and is resilient. Yes, numbers do indicate 6-7% decline for this period. Having said so, the market is still growing, even when you look at it from other indicators, whether it is employment creation, commercial real estate, demand and the likes. Infrastructure development has been happening at a very strong pace in the NCR region. Now with all of this, and in the backdrop, we being in a housing upcycle for the last 5-6 years, what it translates into is a rising price momentum, generally speaking. And therefore, even if markets were to crack, you will see the reflection of it in prices at a very late stage, instead of looking at the first signs of volume weakness translating into decline in prices. Secondly, if you look particularly driven by Gurgaon. Now, these are the categories which are still growing, and that is being reflected in the numbers. So, these are the consumers who have both the desire as well as the ability to participate, and developers are also participating in this category in markets like Gurgaon, and therefore the market has witnessed price rise to be continuing in this period in the backdrop of a moderate dip in sales.
All right, Gaurang is still with us. Gaurang, real estate sector as a whole, first up, what's your take? It's been actually picking up in momentum for some time now, and now we are looking at all of these trends. Clearly, premiumization and ultra-luxury sector, residential homes such as yours have been contributing, maximum to the growth in the sector. Your understanding of the pocket right now, and how are you looking at the select opportunities there for investors?
So let me put it this way, Sakshi. People are buying premium diesel, people are buying premium petrol, people are buying premium residential assets. Mandi kidhar hai? That's the big question. So having said that, Sakshi, I think the city where I come from, the city of Mumbai, I think if I'm not mistaken, and I stand to be corrected, Mumbai has registered record level of registrations in terms of both residential as well as commercial. And the launches have been taken off the shelf quite well in terms of pre-launches or final launches in terms of OC received, etc., etc., etc. Yes, some segments have seen a little bit of degrowth, but what remains to be seen is that the companies in the real estate sector are excited about taking on new projects, and especially in Mumbai, Sakshi, redevelopment is a big theme because of the scarcity of land parcel. So we remain positive on the sector. Only thing is that it is a high beta sector. In good markets, it will lead from the front, and in bad markets, it will also lead from the front. We like names like Godrej Properties, DLF, Shobha Limited, Prestige Estates, and Oberoi Realty. And all these names that I've taken, Sakshi, they are run rate in terms of execution, their run rate in terms of completion of projects, and their run rate in terms of realization. All of them are quite well, and the debt on the balance sheet is very low compared to the industry standards.
Fantastic. And we are looking at all of these stocks buzzing in trade, the names that Gaurang has taken, they're all up 4, 5, 6% odd, and the momentum is pretty strong as far as the real estate sector is also concerned. Let's also take some queries with you now, Gaurang. We have our viewers sending you the questions. Our first one is from Mr. Sudarshan Sen from Kolkata. He wants to ask you, is the worst over for the IT stocks? And right ahead of the Q1 earnings, should I take a bet in it?
Well, so you have a 1.5 to 2 year time horizon, you can definitely take a call on investing into, because in terms of valuation, the valuations have become very attractive. The question whether the worst is over, Sakshi, IT remains to be one of those sectors which are extremely exposed to the ever-changing technology and product launches and platforms. So as and when these launches happen in terms of technological evolution or innovation, IT companies or IT sector will go through those kind of ups and downs depending upon which way the news flow is. But as a brokerage house, we remain positive on IT sector, but have a 1.5 to 2 year kind of time horizon.
Okay. Manish Garg from Bengaluru asks you that is it the right time to now take some profits off the jewelry stocks, or can the rally continue? What would you advise?
So jewelry, again, this all depends as to what your expectation is from the investments that you've done, Sakshi. So we do remain optimistic, and you very well know my view about gold. We've been discussing it for a very long time. I still remain positive on gold. And one company that we are positive on this particular sector is Titan Company, because it has got not only gems and jewelry, it has got diversified business which contributes to the top line and bottom line.
All right, Gaurang, it's time to thank you then for being with us and share such wonderful insights with all our viewers as always. Hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead, and we'll catch you soon in the next week as well on some of the other edition on Business Today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you.
All right, viewers, we'll look at the markets closing now. 24,211, 248 points higher on the Nifty. It's been slightly choppy, but you could see the markets inching higher after all. We've seen the real estate pocket 3.4% higher, PSU banks 3% up, IT stocks, metals, they've all been shining bright today. All of the sectors barring FMCG have moved up in the session as well. You could clearly see even in the broader markets, so many of the gainers coming in from the mid-cap IT pocket as well. On the Nifty, the closing winners as far as the Nifty gains are concerned, you can clearly see on your screens a lot of them coming up, from the range of finance, like, Geo Finance coming up 4% strong, HDFC Life is higher, Adani Enterprises is up by nearly 3%, SBI Life, Reliance Industries and BEL are some of the top gainers. But on the flip side, you do see some stocks which have trended weak today, barring the entire momentum. You've seen Dr. Reddy's declining, Zomato, Bharti Airtel, there's some of the stocks that have declined. But let's take another breaking news coming in, viewers, and this is with regards to the IPO space. India's IPO market has grown 8 times in a decade. 210 new age firms are now IPO ready to come in over the next 24 months. India's new age market is also eyeing $1 trillion space, and domestic investors are powering the IPO boom. This is all a report from Red Seer coming in. They're talking about calendar year 2026, how it may be the biggest IPO year yet. This is the latest India IPO report coming in from Red Seer that's talking about a huge boom in the IPO space, how India's IPO market has grown 8 times in a decade, and specifically when it comes to the new age technology firms, how they are going to be forming a large chunk of the IPO space over the next couple of months and a couple of years as well, and have a big market share there too. So that's something that's encouraging for all the IPO enthusiasts there. But let's also give you an understanding of the auto space as to what's buzzing there. BMW India has kicked off 2026 on a strong note, reporting record first half sales of over 9,000 vehicles, up 17% year on year, driven by robust demand for EVs, long wheelbase models and new launches. Even as India pushes ahead with higher ethanol blending, BMW says its vehicles are already E25 compliant and the company is ready to align with the government's future fuel roadmap as well. Business Today's Chetan Bhutani has spoken exclusively with Hardeep Singh Brar, the president and CEO of BMW Group India. Let's listen into what he had to say.
The first thing is the launch offensive that we spoke about at the beginning of the year. We spoke about 25 plus model launches. We've already done 11 of them, so that is factor number one. Number two, the electrification agenda and the long wheelbase discussion that we started a couple of years back, that is really giving us a lot of advantage. Our BEV penetration, which was 21% last year, has already moved up to 26% in the first half of the year. And the booking bank looks very, very solid. So that is another reason our long wheelbase portfolio is now more than 50% of our portfolio. So that is another big factor, because BMW was always seen as a driver's car, but now the kind of second row space that you are getting is to the next level. Besides that, our focus on the brand, the kind of experiential events that we are doing, you would have seen, the art fair in Delhi, the M Drift Academy that we have done across the country, the golf events that we are doing, and also the Oberoi Conco that we did in Udaipur. So a lot of these luxury/premium events that we are doing, along with what our dealers are doing, is really giving us an edge. And when we look at our customer experience scores, they are absolutely touching. I haven't seen NPS of 90% plus, and having such a strong customer experience score is really working well.
We also see Tesla, gaining some traction. Slow start, but yes, eventually they are starting up well. So do you feel some threat to your EVs, or do you think it's a step in the right direction to have more competition in the market?
I think any good competition is always welcome. And as I said, our booking bank is actually growing. While we are 26% penetration on BEVs, our booking order is almost 30%. So that clearly shows there is no impact whatsoever, and the consumer are loving the new products that we are launching.
All right. Mr. Bajaj, one key question that's going the rounds is, of course, on ethanol and E20. We've had a whole lot of discussions on E20. I want to ask you, where do you stand at BMW India on E20? Because are your cars E20 compliant, and because the government will eventually plan to move up the further blends of ethanol blending to E25 is what we hear. So tell us about that.
I think we are compliant till E25. There is no problem as such, and we are willing to go with whatever government finalizes on. We are willing to go with that.
Right, viewers. So in case you too have any questions about your investments in mutual funds, stocks or gold-related queries, then you can send us to on a number that's flashing on your screens. And of course, we'll be happy to get all our top market experts to answer those questions for you. With that, it's a wrap on the Business Today show. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
For generations of Mumbaikars, a visit to Church Gate wasn't complete without stopping at K. Rustam, an ice cream